future generations level up. If our planet dies, how will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No
We grow up, and we play. We invent new ways of doing things, and we collaborate. We prepare for that special date, and we care for each other. We do whatever it takes, but our world is on fire, and our future is at stake. We don't have time to wait, but no country, business, or individual can fix this on their own. Together, we can set things straight. Let's act. Through the power of many, we can make change happen. Let's encourage sustainable solutions. Let's suggest new ways of doing things and demand bad practices to stop. We all unite behind the one thing that matters, to save our world. Will you join us?
We are in a climate emergency, and we are very far from where we need to be.
Welcome to the second Exponential Climate Action Summit.
This decade is crucial for the future of us all.
The outcomes for humanity could actually spell disaster.
There are no jobs on a dead planet.
And that's why waiting is not an option.
We're not recovering in a green way as we had hoped last Earth Day.
Poor communities are the ones really facing the biggest burden of climate effects.
World Bank estimates that every year we need $4 trillion of capital in emerging and developing economies to pay for the mitigation and adaptation needs.
Personally, I don't believe the fossil fuel industry should continue to be allowed to operate the way it's been operating for the last several decades.
The vast majority of green products on the market today create new profits for investment firms, but do absolutely nothing to fight climate change.
We have to transform the the 55% greenhouse gas reduction target that we now have at the European level, the declaration that we're getting from other countries, including Biden today, to halve their emissions, into actions.
So we need strong climate action from business, we need strong climate action from finance. I will encourage every company, every financial institution to join the race to zero immediately.
Investing in a low carbon, a resilient economy is actually an enormous opportunity right now.
The winners will be the ones creating positive impact.
And what we do at Prime is we offer investment options in solar energy projects in emerging markets.
So fintech is helping resolve access issues for the financially excluded while addressing climate change issues at the same time.
The key here is to put at least the same amount of determination behind actions to achieving this target as we do for major financial or business targets that the companies typically steered on.
So we don't have time, but we do have solutions.
When you scale this solution, in fact, we will save money. We will increase our productivity.
It's a $100 trillion plus economy, the greatest opportunities ever.
That is how we change things together. Your opinions will also be a rating on our platform, where those business and organizations that are doing good climate action will get a better climate score compared to the ones not doing enough. This is going to change how corporations compete.
This top line is 200 to 300 green growth companies that are delivering much better results while taking down our footprints.
Young people have demonstrated that campaigns on the ground can actively shape where the money goes.
We want to be the provider that shows to the company, its employees, that you can make a change with your savings.
We now got 87 asset managers with $37 trillion of assets. That's more than a third of global assets committed to net zero by 2050, and 43 banks with $29 trillion.
The drive to net zero is the growth story of the 21st century.
And the time to act is now.
So, a warm welcome to the fourth day of broadcasts at COP27 Climate Hub, brought to you by We Don't Have Time and the UN Development Programme, together with partners. I'm Nick Nuttall, I'm your host for today, with my colleagues Katarina Rolfsdotter Jansen and Shuta Chakrabarti. She's from our US office in Washington, and we're coming live from the Nature Positive Pavilion. The theme of the overall day today at COP27 is decarbonization and industry, specifically how industries need to decarbonize their operations in line with a sustainable future and global circular economies. Over the coming hours, we'll be hearing from industry leaders who will be sharing their implementing changes across their entire value chains to try and accomplish this. And we'll also be enjoying another session of Dino Talks, which has been a reoccurring segment of our broadcasts from both Stockholm Plus 50 and Climate Week in New York. And we'll also be having another exciting episode later of Dragonfly's Den, this evening. So there's plenty to look forward to. The first session today, of course, is Nature's Newsroom. This morning we'll cover announcements from Finance Day yesterday, as well as some big names in nature-based solutions. An ocean nature-based announcement also on mangroves, and we will explore some of the solutions from Latin America. And we will have a dedicated look at climate science and the expectations from COP from the scientific community. Let me first bring some guests in to reflect on what happened yesterday here at COP27. I have Beatriz Granciera from the Nature Conservancy. I think you're a Brazilian, is that correct?
Yes, glad to be here, Nick. And yes, I'm Brazilian.
Okay, that's absolutely fantastic. Are you very happy that you have a change in government?
Yes, I think everyone that is attending COP is happy about the change in and the outcomes of the election.
Well, you're absolutely right. We're very close here to the Brazilian pavilion, and I'll tell you, every day the Brazilian pavilion is hopping, right? I mean, it's so loud, we almost can't hear ourselves. Beatriz, if I come to you first, and hopefully you'll be joined by somebody else, we keep our fingers crossed. You are in the negotiations and the plenaries. You're seeing how things are done and the conversations that are emerging. I appreciate this is a little bit early days, but we all know that the COPs are a process. So we're having a conversation here, but somewhere else the governments are actually in negotiations. Can you give us a sense of what is currently going on and where we are at this stage? And are there some barriers, some sticking points? Is there drama, I suppose, to put it that way?
Yes. So I think this COP is being a bit different than what we've been seeing in the past years, because basically most of the rules are ready. So this COP, what we've been hearing in the negotiations is way more how to turn the rules into action, and even most importantly, how to finance them. So I think the biggest sticking point that we're seeing in this COP are the negotiations on loss and damage. They have been a sticking point for years. This is not new. But for the first time ever in any COP, loss and damage finance made it to the agenda. And I think it's funny because we get very excited that it's in the agenda now, but what it means for an item to be in the agenda of COP, right? So countries have been pushing to have more finance for reparations for many years. The fact that this is a formal part of COP right now gives them a space and give them a time to discuss it, and that's very important to bring political momentum to the discussion. We don't know if we're going to have an outcome this year. Probably not, because we are in this phase of a dialogue that was amended last year. But it's still, there's a lot of political momentum inside the negotiations and outside on that.
It's interesting with loss and damage because, as you say, it's something that's been on the radar for, I don't know, is it at least 5 or 6 years? It was originally called the Warsaw something loss and damage. So it came from a COP from Poland, yeah?
Yeah, so the Warsaw Framework is actually rules specifically on forests. And what we call the RED Plus framework, which is reducing emissions from forest deforestation and forest degradation.
And degradation, yeah, okay,
exactly.
Yeah.
So the loss and damage is actually a separate pillar of the Paris Agreement. So we know the Paris Agreement has a pillar on mitigation, on reducing emissions, a pillar on adaptation for countries to adapt to the climate impact. And then loss and damage is almost a third pillar, where now that you have climate impacts, how countries are gonna be prepared for that. So, for example, if your schools are being washed out because of sea level rise, who is paying for that? And it's probably not the small islands that didn't contribute to
we hope not.
farming. Yeah. So that's what is being discussed right now. Developing countries are pushing to have a specific fund for loss and damage. Would be something that is faster than what we have for adaptation, for example, or for mitigation. And we've already seen earlier this week some commitments from Germany, from Denmark, from Austria. Now the question is, are the commitments meeting what developing countries are pledging, developing countries want to? And that's what their sticky points are.
Do you think, just getting on to this, I mean, finance is always, and always has been increasingly a major, you might say, drama, concern, an unfulfilled promise. I mean, the $100 billion a year that was promised by the rich countries to the poorer countries in 2009 in Copenhagen, when we all hoped to have that major treaty on climate change, which didn't happen, and we had to wait till Paris 6 years later. I mean, some people say 80 billion now a year is flowing to developing countries. Oxfam said, no, it's not true. It's actually more like 20 odd billion. I mean, I find it quite breathtaking after COVID-19 with the trillions spent that we can't find $20 billion more from the rich countries. So we end that argument. So what makes you optimistic that any funds for loss and damage would have sufficient money in it to actually really make a difference to a world undergoing serious climate change? I mean, that must be a concern as well.
Yeah, that's a very good question, and that's a big concern. And I think it's important to understand that, as I mentioned, loss and damage is part of it, right? The 100 billion goals is for mitigation and adaptation, something way broader. And I think that's the main point for COP right now. Are we going to reach that target or not? Yeah. So, and deals, it's gonna, the deadline for countries to reach the deal is 2025. So we are hopeful that they advance on the discussions, but we are not expecting a huge outcome in this COP.
Yeah.
But back to your point, I think you mentioned something that is quite important in this discussion. We don't have concrete numbers of how much finance actually was flowing from developed countries to developing countries. And I think there is a big need for better transparency on these finance flows and a better transparency for us to understand how far or close we are to meet these targets. I think one thing that makes me hopeful is that there is a lot of political momentum around it. Last year, we saw a lot of big commitments. They don't quite get us there already, but I feel that we are going in the right direction. What we need to do now is urgently increase action towards meeting the 1.5 degrees. And to do that, we need to meet the needs of finance to make that happen.
Okay. I'm just looking down, Beatrice, because you were not meant to be one fantastic voice. You were meant to be joined by some other fantastic voices. I know one can't make it, but I just wondered if... is David here? We were expecting David Alberto Hernandez Palomar from Venezuela. No, he's not here. Yeah. Okay, good. I'm just being told in my ear we're missing two people. Okay. Just before we close this bit on finance, I wondered whether there was any conversation at this COP on insurance in developing countries. I only ask this question because it seems that we have this, at one end there should be money for mitigation and adaptation, and then there should be money for loss and damage as a result of climate change, yeah? But somewhere in the middle, there's also this other elephant in the room, is that in many, many developing countries, there simply is no private or public insurance if your house is knocked down or your forest is floored and you have no living. There's no way of actually having insurance to cover that, which might help on the road to a decent pot of loss and damage money, if you see what I mean. Any conversation about insurance?
Yeah, I think there are conversations going on about insurance on the negotiations. I don't think we're going to have any big outcomes this COP or that to say in the next COP about
okay.
That. Yeah.
Fair enough. So 1.5. There was something, I think, was in ECO the other day that some governments were saying, let's forget about 1.5, or was that just an irritating sideline, or has that been a big feature here?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And I think we've been seeing a lot of reactions to is 1.5 alive, or we are completely off track to getting there. I think to answer this question, it's important to understand where we are right now. And when we signed the Paris Agreement in 2015, we were heading to above 3 degrees Celsius. So we were heading on this super steep path that was not going to lead us anywhere good. After all these years with the Paris Agreement, we are much lower. And I think, yes, we are not there yet. But again, going back to my previous point, I think there is political momentum on the right direction right now. And that makes me optimistic. I think, again, what we need is turn the political momentum into urgent action across all sectors to keep 1.5 degrees alive. That means the countries need to get more ambitions on their targets, but they also need to implement their targets so we get there. And beyond the countries, I think the whole society needs to be on board to keep 1.5 degrees alive. That comes from the civil society, that comes from businesses. And I think having a broad commitment from all of these different sectors is what's eventually going to get us in the right track.
I'm glad you pointed this out, because it's very easy to be doom and gloom, you know, in terms of what's happening with climate change. We are terribly late. The world should have moved faster, but we can't, you know, wring our hands on this. I mean, we've got a campaign here called We Can Do It, which is basically saying that we need to be determined, optimistic, not stupid, but, you know, show our confidence, our ambition, because you don't, if you're going to swim a big river, you don't think you're not going to get to the other side. You have to know and be sure you're going to get to the other side. Otherwise, you'd never make the journey. So I think that's very true. What, so I'm glad you mentioned that we actually have done a little bit better since Paris. What I wanted to ask you a little bit about was basically, what are your thoughts on the conference in terms of, you know, will we get some positive outcomes at the end? Do you think that, or maybe I could frame this in a different way. What would you like to see happen at the end? Perhaps from a nature-based solutions perspective, because that's important. Yeah.
Yes, thanks for bringing nature, which is my main topic. So very happy to talk about it. And I think with nature, going back to your question of optimism, I think. I'm a cautious optimistic, but I'm very much an optimistic, and I think it takes that to be in this space. Nature is part of the Paris Agreement, and I think that's the main point we are in. And with nature being part of the Paris Agreement, that means that it's reflected in every negotiating item. So countries are discussing that. So from a negotiation perspective, nature is reflected. I think the question, again, to my point, is how do you finance nature? How do you use nature as a tool, and how do you integrate nature with the communities that depend on them to benefit them? So I think the outcomes that we are hoping to see is more finance for conservation. My CEO tends to say that conservation without finance is conversation, and I couldn't agree more with that.
Oh, I like that, yeah.
I think countries in the past years, they committed to nature in their climate targets in way more, a strong way that we've been seeing in the past years. So I think the frameworks are there. We need more science, we need more commitments on nature, but I think using these frameworks, if we are channeling the right sources of finance into moving along, that's something that makes me optimistic.
Okay. Beatrice, thank you so much for being our guest. It's been wonderful to talk to you. Great insights into the COP, your perspectives on what is going around here. Maybe we can get you on sometime next week if you're still here to reflect a little bit on where it's actually all gone.
It's been my pleasure, and thank you so much, Nick. This was great.
Thank you. It's now my pleasure to bring on stage two guests for a discussion on indigenous voices in the decarbonisation story, with a focus to some extent on the Brazilian Amazon region. We have with us Dr. Francisco Souza. He's from the I really badly did that one, didn't I? The Forest Stewardship Council of the Indigenous Foundation. Thank you. And Diana Mori, she's Indigenous leader of the Shipibo, is that correct? Shipibo Konibo ethnic group, and National Director of the Women's Program of AID ESEP. I don't know what that is, but I may ask you, Diana. And Diana is with her translator, Giancarlo Ramirez, who is going to assist to make sure that we get this out in English. Sorry, we only broadcast in English. What can we do? So let's look at this topic. It's great to see you both. Maybe I can ask Diana first. How is your work contributing to the theme of today's COP, which is decarbonisation? How is it contributing to that, your work, Diana? Okay, can we hand that mic? Hand the mic. We'd like to hear the sounds as well. Yeah, okay.
Lo que está preguntando es cómo es que el trabajo que ustedes hacen en las comunidades está aportando a la problemática de lo que es decarbonización, lo que es la conservación sostenible.
Nosotros estamos, los pueblos indígenas en Perú, hemos empezado desde el 2005 a través de la asistencia técnica de AIDER. Primero hemos obtenido la certificación forestal voluntaria para el manejo forestal de nuestros bosques. A partir de ello tenemos el sello verde en las comunidades nativas. Hemos conservado el bosque, los pueblos indígenas. Estamos en la capacidad de adaptarnos a los nuevos cambios globales existentes en el mundo, y así es que aplicando eso también, porque los bosques, si no conservamos, va a terminar. Desde ese concepto nosotros nos hemos asegurado en la seguridad alimentaria para nuestros hijos y en la seguridad educacional para nuestros hijos.
She says that since 2005, they've been working in forest certification that is helping them conserve their forests and improve their livelihood for their communities. This work is being done with a local NGO, it's called AIDER, that it's been helping them for the past 15, 20 years to reach a balance between forest conservation and what they call buen vivir, right? They've been working towards a good... ¿Qué es lo que me dijiste acerca de la conservación y lo que estabas conversando?
Hemos obtenido con esto, garantizando los recursos forestales y no maderables como también no maderables, hemos asegurado nuestra territorialidad primeramente. Luego de ello hemos asegurado, garantizando la seguridad alimentaria para nuestros hijos y asegurando la calidad de vida educacional para nuestros hijos.
So in that way, they secure forest resources. They secure education for their children. They secure education. They secure a good livelihood for their communities, and all this is being done with capacity building, with research, with education, and with with quality of life.
Okay, good. And Daniel's from Peru. Did I hear from Peru?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. We're going very quickly right now because I might just come back to you, Francisco, with a more specific question. Are indigenous peoples, you're working in the Brazilian Amazon, is that correct? Yeah. Are indigenous peoples in the Brazilian Amazon being supported in their amazing work? Are you seeing finance coming into this region?
Look, the first point that I think important to bring here is the fact that when you talk about the natural-based solution, we are talking about centuries of knowledge, a practice that the indigenous people on the ground, they have implemented to protect the forest, to protect the nature. And now is the moment for us to turn, to convert the protection that they have provided to the nature into benefits. That's when the financial mechanism could play a very important role to provide the local community with the finance enough for them to continue to protect the Mother Earth. But at the same time, the finance is a mechanism to recognize their contribution to protect the forest, to protect the water, the soil, and the ecosystem service there. If you see the Brazilian Amazon specifically, we are talking here about almost 200 indigenous groups there.
Right.
If for centers, they have protected the nature there. The finance that they need is the way for them to continue the efforts.
I think we all agree with this. They need the finance. The question is it coming? I think the question is the finance coming to these groups? The voluntary carbon markets, for example, were given a new chance in Glasgow last year. $2 billion, I think, so far.
Yeah.
Is it coming to the indigenous people of the Amazon and also of Peru? That's the question, I think. Is it happening?
No.
No.
The direct question is no.
Right.
But at the same time, here is the point. When you talk about the Amazon basin, which covered 90 different countries, we are talking here about the lands managed by the local community. We are talking about 500 indigenous groups living in the Amazon basin, not only Brazil, but cover the 90 countries. They are able to protect the carbon on the soil, above the soil, representing 60% of the total carbon that you have on the region.
So it needs that financial support. It's absolutely crucial, right, for climate action.
Exactly. The voluntary carbon market could be a strategy to speed the financial that they need to strengthen the safeguard that they need.
Okay. Sorry, it's a bit difficult because it's not a side event, so we're really scripted with time. They keep telling me you have 1 more minute, so it's really tight. Let me ask one question to Diana. Is she and her people seeing any finance coming from the international mechanisms like the voluntary carbon markets?
Está preguntando si es que ustedes como indígenas están recibiendo algún dinero y está entrando presupuesto para ustedes como pueblos indígenas.
Efectivamente, sí. El dinero está en los proyectos agroforestales, está en los sembríos de cacao, está en la reforestación. A veces el dinero no lo tenemos efectivamente, pero sin embargo, a través de la asistencia técnica en nuestro país es más viable que lleguen a las comunidades nativas, ¿no? Entonces, en capacitación de las mujeres indígenas, de los conocimientos tradicionales que nosotros tenemos como pueblos indígenas, aprovechamos también en sacar los conocimientos tradicionales a través de la pigmentación, de los recursos, de la corteza que tenemos, del barro que tenemos. Con esta asistencia técnica nos fortalece porque no solamente tenemos conocimientos ancestrales, también queremos tener conocimientos tecnológicos, también. Entonces, estos dos conocimientos tienen que articularse para la conservación de los bosques. Con esta articulación nosotros hemos podido visibilizar las potencialidades de fomentar economía desde la perspectiva indígena sin perder nuestras raíces, sin perder nuestros conocimientos.
Gianfranco, very quickly, you're going to have to edit that.
Yes. She says that money is coming, but it's in terms of projects, right? In terms of agroforestry, in terms of forest conservation. However, money is not going directly to them for the, for their daily spending.
Right.
But what they need is focused spending, focused financing.
Yes.
Right.
I've got it.
So the capacity building of these indigenous people, where their craft is all important, it has to be very segmented. Right? It's not. It doesn't have to go to governments. It have to go to.
I've got you. It needs to go to the groups on the ground.
Exactly.
Exactly. And this is what's not happening.
Exactly.
I'm sorry to close this down because I've hardly had a chance to talk to you, Francisco, either. But I think the clear message is we know the indigenous peoples are doing a fantastic job of conserving and sustainably managing their communities, their forests in the tropical areas. We know the markets are growing right now. There needs to be something happen at this COP, for sure, where there is some clear signal that this funding and support is going to go directly to the people of the tropical forests, and this money needs to start flowing now. And I think that's the message. And I have to say that to the viewers out there right now, but also to members of the COP. And I'm sorry, but we have to close it here because we've run out of time. I'm so sorry. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. No, we have to leave. We have to end. Sorry. I've got some other guests here that are lined up. I'm sorry about that. We need a longer discussion on TV. I'm sorry. But thank you so much for being here. Today at COP is Decarbonization Day, as we just said. Carbon is, and carbon dioxide is just one of the issues at stake. The other one, of course, is other gases that are heating the planet, like methane. Glasgow saw something called the Carbon Pledge last year at COP26. Yeah, it's now been added to the UNFCCC conversation. We spoke to Durward Zelig, the founder of the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development, to explore what methane means for climate and, crucially, what can be done. Can we roll that interview, please?
CO2, or carbon dioxide, from burning fossil fuels is putting the world on a slow boil. That's half of the climate problem. But the other half is a blowtorch, methane, which is cooking us immediately. And so we have to find a way to turn down methane and the other non-CO2, short-lived super climate pollutants. Those include not just methane, but also the HFC hydrofluorocarbon refrigerants that we have taken out with the Montreal Protocol. Also black carbon soot, one of the worst air pollutants that you could ever suffer, and tropospheric ozone, which is ground level smog. So when you take out that fast 50%, you can cut the rate of warming in half in the near term. So you can think of it as running a sprint for the next 10 to 20 years to turn the temperature down fast using the non-CO2 race. So methane comes from three primary sources. The fossil fuel industry, so-called natural gas is fossil gas, primarily methane. You also have gas coming from coal beds. So gas is what kills the canary in the coal mine. So you need to eliminate that for safety reasons as well as to protect the climate. It also comes from the waste sector. So when we throw away food, put it into a landfill or any other organic material that's stored without oxygen, it turns into methane. Then you also have the agricultural sector. So ruminants, cows and sheep, when they eat and digest their food, they produce methane. Their manure lagoons also produce methane. Rice paddies produce methane. So that's the anthropogenic side. That's what humans are causing. There's another side. Maybe 40% of all methane comes from natural sources. So that's the wetlands of the world, especially in the tropics. As the world warms, those wetlands warm up and they give up more methane. That's rising very fast. Methane is going up, skyrocketing. It went up more last year than any year in the history of the world. So that's very important. And then as we start to melt the permafrost in the circumpolar north, what we used to think of as permanent frost, that starts to release ancient stores of methane, carbon dioxide or CO2, and N2O. And so that starts a wicked cascade that makes it very hard to keep the climate safe. So we can speed up the non-CO2. You have to think of this as two races. You've got to run the fossil fuel race to move to clean energy. Think of that as a marathon to 2050, when we reach zero emissions at 2050. But the short-lived non-CO2, methane and other superpollutants, think of that as a sprint. We have to win that sprint in the next 10 to 20 years to turn down temperature now, to slow down the feedbacks, avoid the tipping points. So what do? Well, we have the global methane pledge. The pledge is really important, but it's a pledge, and pledges are not always kept. So it's important to design a global methane agreement that's inspired by the Montreal Protocol. That's the treaty that solved the first great threat to the global atmosphere, where we were destroying stratospheric ozone. Can we do that? Yes. We can negotiate, as we did the Montreal Protocol, in 9 months. Now, if you did a global methane agreement, you'd want 3 sectors that you went after: the fossil fuel sector. You'd want to then do a separate protocol on waste. Finally, the agricultural part. You want to be very careful with your farmers. That's usually done by shifting subsidies in Europe and the US and many other countries. Farmers are so important. We've got to respect the need to feed the world, which is harder and harder given climate damage. Look at Pakistan. They lose 2 seasons of planting because of the floods. Okay, so COP27 needs to do a couple of things. The first thing they need to do is broaden the number of countries that have joined the global methane pledge. Every country of the world, including China, including India, should be in the global methane pledge. Good for them at home, and it's good for the world at large. Second, the world has got to add up some money. Well, first of all, you need to move this to the head of state level. This is a climate emergency. This is the solution in the near term to that emergency. It belongs at the G20. It belongs at the level of the heads of state of the major emitters. They need to come together seriously to say, we are the head of state group dedicated to solving the global climate emergency. We know that we need to start with methane, and we need to tell our ministers we want a global methane agreement, and we want it in a year.
Okay, so that was Durwood. He was coming in from the COP here, recorded earlier, but he's actually based in the United States, been around on these topics for a long time. Now I'm joined by 2 further guests who are looking at how we can do something about the methane challenge. I'm delighted to have with me Gustavo, or is it Gus? Guadagnini. Oh my God, that's almost Italian too. Is it Guadagnini? Superb, thank you. He's managing director of the Good Food Institute, Brazil. I'm also joined by the magic of Zoom with Marco Poglionella, co-founder and CEO of Società Benefit. And I think you're coming in from Italy, is that right?
Yes, right. Now I am here in COP, but I'm coming from Milan, yes.
Okay,
Italy.
super. All right. So let me turn first to Gus. We heard Durwood there talking about the challenge of methane. You're with the Good Food Institute Brazil. Tell me a little bit about your work, how it relates to agriculture, to waste food, the links with methane, and how we can move, in a sense, to a new kind of diet that might, in fact, work very positively for our health as humans, but also work for the planet and saving us from climate change. Over to you, Gus.
Thank you, Nick. So when we think about the food system now, the food system is producing 30% of the gases that are contributing to the global warming. This is a huge and complex problem, and therefore we need many complex solutions that are going to be through the whole production chain. One of these solutions is the one that we work with at GFI. That is the idea that we should diversify the sources of protein so we can meet the demand for meat in the future. According to the FAO, the demand for meat is going to double until 2050, when the world is going to have almost 10 billion people. And these 10 billion people, they don't want to just change completely their eating habits, because eating habits are related to their culture, the way they understand themselves, their countries, and their families. So we need people to eat something that is different, and especially away from animal agriculture at a certain point. So when we talk about protein diversification, and when we talk about alternative protein, is another way of creating solutions that can give people more sustainable foods to eat. Alternative protein is the idea that we can allow people to eat what they already love, that is the meat, but making this meat in more sustainable ways. Plant-based meat, for instance, has 98% less emissions than conventional meat. And cultivated meat, which is meat made from cells, has 92% less emission than conventional meat. So what we believe is that in the future, people are going to eat protein from several sources, including the traditional animal agriculture that has to make a lot of efforts to improve, that I believe my friend Marco is going to talk about. But also we believe that we need to put new sources of protein on the table of people, allowing them to eat the products that they love, but also allowing them to buy products that are more sustainable and have fewer emissions.
Okay. Just talking about this, I mean, what you're basically saying is if we grow our proteins in the lab, in a sense. Maybe the lab is the wrong term, because people imagine that it's going to be coming out of a laboratory, how disgusting sort of thing. But if we grow our food in a different way, rather than animals doing it on grass or eating soya and creating all kinds of impacts, we're actually making proteins differently. There aren't those emissions that come from an animal actually producing the protein. It's as simple as that, isn't it?
Exactly. So I'm not saying that people should just stop eating the meat that they eat and eat zucchinis instead.
Yeah, how do you tell the Argentinians, right? I mean
yeah, so I'm Brazilian, and in Brazil people love meat. And here in the United States, for instance, people also love meat. So think about someone that likes to make a barbecue with their family. This is very traditional for them. It's very cultural. And these people want to keep these habits and want to keep this tradition. So like if you love to grill a burger with your family in your backyard during the weekends, you'll be able to grill the burger. The burger will have the same taste, the same look, the same texture, but this burger will be made from plants. Right. We are moving away from the idea that plants can only be used to taste like plants, and starting to understand that we can actually use plants that are a very efficient way of producing foods, but producing with the taste of the meat that people already love.
So you're talking about plant-based foods, but are you also talking about some of these developments where people are actually growing proteins or meat in that? So both, is it? It's both possibilities.
In GFI, we work with 3 different technologies: plant-based foods, fermentation, obtained protein, and cultivated meat.
Got you. Okay, thank you very much indeed. Let me turn to Marco here, who's coming in on the magic of Zoom. I still think it's the magic of Zoom, by the way. I mean, we get so used to it, we think it's just normal, but it's not that normal. Marco, talk to us about your solutions and how that even relates to the bigger story about methane, say from agriculture or whatever. You've got the floor.
Well, thank you for inviting me. And so I was totally agree what Durwood said before. That is absolutely inspired and absolutely perfect. As well as I like the idea of Gustav about the diversity, biodiversity also not only in the nature, but also our food. And let me add before start to reply to your answer that around 1 billion people rely on the dairy industry to live, and so to live. So it's not only a matter of culture, but also the livelihood, and that is very important. Well, back to your question on methane, and Durwood said before the three sectors. 5% the fossil fuel, as well as waste 20%, and agriculture 40%. That is in general. And if you think at the developed countries, where the concentration of dairy farm and beef in general are very important. For example, in California, a recent study for Air Research Board showed up that nearly 60% of the methane emissions from the California dairy operation industries come from the liquid manure storage, and that is an important data. So, under the spotlight, there is for sure enteric emissions, but the manure storage is very important as well. So we started in 1998 to think of this circle, to think about sustainable food. I found in 2001 SOP, that stands for Save Our Planet, to take what we believed and still do is a primary necessity of this world, like Gustav said, the production of food, but a sustainable production of food. That is important, because 6, 7, 8, probably 10 billions in a few years need great quantities of food, and to produce intensive agriculture, unfortunately, is necessary, and to produce these amounts of food. But all the abuse of chemical fertilizer that destroyed our soils, polluted the groundwater, river, lakes, ocean, and so on, as well as the creating of slurry storage, creates this type of emissions. So what we created is a suite of applications for 12 farmers to manage their operation, and particularly one of these products is called SOP Lagoon, is a powered additive for dairy liquid manure with a natural mineral powder, and with our process, with our own technology, and is able to reduce a very strongly reduction of odor, ammonia, and particularly greenhouse gases. And that is very easily to use in the lagoon, as well as we invented the product for digester, because the digester is a solution that is really popular now, that is not so scalable, in my opinion, but could be a great solution. Sometimes the digesters are not run efficiently, and that's why we created several years ago now a positive solution. So the SOP Lagoon is worth to reducing the methane emissions strongly, and the other product is help to increase the methane production and improving the efficiency.
Okay, Marco. I'm going to have to just pause it there for a second, because it's a tight show today. But thank you. That's very interesting indeed. Let me pose a question which I think actually is worth considering, which is we need to feed people protein. I mean, that's absolutely clear. We have to reduce the impacts of that production system on the planet. We also need to make sure that food is healthy, right? And that's very important too. For nutrition. Do we need to do this by increasing the number of farm animals on the planet, or do we actually need to decrease the number of farm animals on the planet? I'm saying this simply because there is an initiative here called 50 by 40, I think it's called, which is halving by 2040 the number of livestock animals on the planet, because we need them also to manage ecosystems, right? They have a role. But the gap between now and 2050 could come from these kinds of alternatives you're talking about, Gus, other forms of protein rather than from the farm animals. Could that be a scenario for the future? Reducing the amount of livestock to a level that the planet can handle, and increasing alternative protein sources from other areas. What do you think?
I believe so, with a few considerations. So when we think about the future, we believe, and many research is pointing out, that it's impossible for the countries to reach the Paris Agreement goals without reducing the amount of livestock in the world. That said, it doesn't mean that the livestock is going to disappear. So both efforts have to happen at the same time. Right. We need to grow our investment in alternative protein to reduce a little the amount of livestock in the world, but also consider that the global protein market is going to grow a lot. Right, so we are covering this growth with alternative protein, reducing the number of animals, and also implementing more sustainable practices when dealing with these animals. So in my opinion, both of these actions have to happen at the same time.
So we're looking at a systems change. There's no silver bullet. We have to get smart. We have to look at all the connections and creativity of the human spirit to actually define a new future. I have to close this down right now, gentlemen, because I'm told that we are 5 minutes over time. It's not entirely your fault. The last session was also a little bit longer than we guessed. But Marco from Italy, thank you so much for coming in. We heard what you said. Please watch the show later. It's clear as crystal that what your ideas are. We welcome you for your creativity too. And Gus, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Grazie.
So we've gone from methane and food and agriculture to another segment now. I mean, one way to deal with the challenges we face is to work with artists. Artists can shift our perceptions and our perspectives. And here at the pavilions at COP27, there are many things showcasing how art can help draw our attention to issues and hopefully action. Turkey is one pavilion. It's very close by. And we met up with two artists trying to do this through digital art. Can we see that film, please?
My name is Süleyman Yılmaz from Istanbul, Turkey.
And I am Hakan Yılmaz from Turkey.
This exhibition is all about the sea turtles, actually. We have amazing beaches in the south of the Turkey. Turkish government are trying to protect these lovely creatures for like 10 years, and they are doing a great job. To protect and observe them, we are using GPS to track them, to be sure where they are they healthy or something like this. And as an artist, we use this data to create these artworks. Gender of the sea turtles heavily depends on the weather. If it's like 36 degree or under that, they will be female. If it goes up, continue to goes up, they are turning into male. 1 centigrade degree is not important for humankind, but it's critical, it's super crucial for the turtles.
Okay, I'm now joined by 3 people who are working with scientists and NGOs to get the issues at hand better understood by populations and politicians. And that's very important because we don't have time for them not to understand, yeah? I'm joined by Noura Firak, who is Interim Executive Director at Climate Outreach Maldives, Rocky Sanchez Tirona from Fish Forever, RARE. Is that 2 organizations or 1?
Yes. No, RARE is the organization, Fish Forever is the program.
Ah, okay, fine. And then we've got Joydeep Gupta, who is the South Asia Director at the Third Pole, and a journalist I've known for many, many years, and it's lovely to see all 3 of you and to see you again, Joydeep. Let's talk about science for social change and the challenge and the opportunity here. Noura, thank you for joining us. The script looks very odd here, so I'm just going to basically say maybe a question to all 3 of you. How can science help and how can it hinder us in engaging with communities and encouraging change in positive reactions for nature and climate? I think what we're asking is, can science work in favor of action, or can it slow us down in some ways? That's a counterintuitive thought. Any thoughts from the 3 on the panel, just briefly?
Thank you. Climate Outreach is UK-based, and I'm from the Maldives, just a clarification. So at Climate Outreach, we rely and we use social science and behavioral science to understand the values and identities that people have within society, and how we can build narratives and language and framing around that resonates with their identities and values. Our research shows that people, us as humans, we don't change our behavior because, we get expert information or as a result of doing, cost versus benefit analysis of a situation. Rather, as humans, we are drawn to emotions and we are driven by our values. So if we, if we engage with the community and different parts of the society that resonate in a way that resonates with their identities, we are likely to more succeed in our climate action and be able to draw people from all parts of the societies.
Rocky, can you come in on that one? That's interesting. I think actually that was a question for you, Rocky, in the first place, but it doesn't really matter. And can I ask the technicians in the tech room whether we can have a slight increase in the volume of the speakers in the room? Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Actually, Nura said it very well. That is really kind of the foundation of the work that we do. As an NGO, we work with communities to really help them understand the implications of the science in a way that they can actually make decisions for their own future. So I'll give a concrete example. We work a lot with coastal fisheries and coastal communities and really helping them understand that their own behaviors around overfishing and really using up the resources is not sustainable. So what we do is we play a fishing game where we take the principles of open access and kind of like how people are competing, every person for themselves on the water, and they see how their own behavior is affected by other people in the group. And then we move them towards then thinking about what would happen if you actually put protected areas where fish could recover and you add fish on the table, and then they see, oh, okay, we leave that alone. We actually can fish next year or next season. So I think science is definitely important because it really grounds and gives credibility to what we're saying. But at the same time, we have to we really have to put ourselves in the shoes of the people that are receiving it.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and that's a very good point. I like that as well. And also people can see from the game, can't they, that basically if they can cooperate by learning from the game, and they can look the face of the other fishermen and say, if we do this together, then we can trust each other. Yeah, Joydeep, your angle is journalism. These issues we deal with around nature and climate change and are global and systemic. How do we make them more tangible and how do we make them more local?
So, Nick, you probably know this, that at the World Federation of Science Journalists, we have been doing sessions on exactly this, because traditional science journalism did have a little bit of a disconnect with its audiences, and we are in an era when changes in climate are actually hurting people, and they're wanting to know what is happening, why are they being hurt. So I'll take Rocky's example and take that forward, because we have been reporting from coastal communities on increase in blood pressure because they're drinking more saline water as the sea level rises. So they are facing a situation where they're finding increases in blood pressure. They are facing a situation of miscarriage in pregnant women due to high blood pressure. And coastal communities, including completely illiterate ones, want to know what's going on. So that's the kind of stories we are doing. We are talking to them, talking to doctors, talking to epidemiologists, who can put that in perspective, say, okay, this is what's happening. The water you are drinking, it's getting more saline. It's getting more saline so gradually you're not realizing, but it's more saline. You are ending up with more salt. Your blood pressure is going up. And that's where the science really connects with the lives of people.
Because most journalism thrives on the old-fashioned thing of who to blame, right? You know, who to blame. It's so easy with most stories. But with climate change and the environment, it's rather hard to exactly sometimes point the finger. I mean, if it's an oil spill off the coast, right? Well, we know the tanker, we know who was piloting the ship, we know whatever. But with some of these big things, we're kind of all to blame, and we're all part of the solution in different ways and in different levels in different communities. But I think the idea of bringing science to solve an awareness problem of why they are feeling sick is absolutely excellent. That's really, really good. Okay, I've got a question here. How do events like the COP help with this conversation to take the science of what's happening to our world and in a sense, communicate that to communities? I mean, we're broadcasting right now to 160 countries because not everybody can be at this COP, right? So how do you bring, journalism is one way of doing it, but your initiatives as well, what do you take back in terms of the science back to the communities? Maybe Nora, what you learn here in a sense, because we're all learning, you know.
We are all learning. I think it depends a lot on the type of conversations and the commitments that get made during the COP process. For instance, theoretically, under the Paris Agreement, parties are obligated to have a sort of a public engagement strategy where governments do engage with the community for climate action. But it doesn't happen. So I think we have to see how the negotiations go on this agenda. And if we do get parties committing for climate education and climate engagement within the parties' communities, I think we will see where the conversation moves forward.
Yeah. Everybody just keep the microphone very close to your mouth. It's very important. We're going to have to wrap up in about a minute and a half. So very, very briefly, how does the COP help your work? Thanks.
Sure. In our case, I think our hope is that we use the COP really as a bridge to local and global, right? We use it as a venue and a platform to bring the issues and the voices of local communities to this space, and then taking the results of it, or at least even the learnings and the bright spots that we see here, and then taking it back to communities and showing people that they're not alone, that there are other people that are also in the same boat and also trying to work at the same solutions.
Yeah. Judy?
Well, the COP is a great place to sort of distill and summarize the findings of the year, of the whole of last year. Yesterday's Johan Rockstrom's press conference did exactly that. All the reports that have come out, he put out the 10 big learnings from that. So bringing that to the people, bringing that information to the people, we assume and we know that to be a fact that if we actually bring that to our audiences, then there is pressure on all governments to act.
Good. So we don't want to cancel the COP. We want to keep having COPs. Maybe not every year, but that's another debate. But look, thank you very much for coming. Time is short. We have to move on to something called the UNDP Hour. Thank you so much for being with us. And arrivederci. Goodbye. So we are now moving from the Nature Hour to the next session, which is going to be the UNDP Hour. Thank you to all our guests, and thank you to the audience out there that's watching. See you later.
Closer, soon it's all around. Hear me. We grow up and we play.
Good morning. Welcome to UNDP Hour. My name is Shamini Salvaratnam, and I'm the Energy Partnerships Lead for the Sustainable Energy Hub at UNDP, and I will be your moderator today. The focus at COP27 today is decarbonization. The imperative to chart a pathway to decarbonization is critically needed. With the built environment responsible for 40% of carbon emissions, the need to focus our attention on driving action to reduce emissions and mitigate the increasing impact of climate change to build resilience is on everyone's mind today. We'll be discussing the importance of decarbonization and green transition with leaders from UNDP, the private sector, as well as young entrepreneurs from Africa. We have no time to lose. Climate extremes are on the rise, and the last 7 years have been the hottest on record. We're rapidly approaching dangerous tipping points for human health, safety, ecosystems, property, and infrastructure. And on that note, let's start with an update on what's going on at the agenda at COP today with Cassie Flynn, UNDP's Senior Advisor on Climate Change and the Head of Climate Promise. Cassie, welcome.
Thank you so much, Shamini. It is a pleasure to be here. The hallways are abuzz today because COP27 has reached the near halfway point, and this means many conversations are happening. The first is in the negotiations. Negotiators are in rooms talking about line-by-line text on some of these key issues on finance, on loss and damage, on adaptation, really trying to make the progress needed at this halfway point and then to push some of those stickier issues into next week. At the same time, we have a whole host of conversations happening with CEOs and business leaders, youth activists, academics, research, NGOs on a variety of different topics, including today's Decarbonization Day. Now, just a few days ago, world leaders arrived in Sharm El-Sheikh, over 120 of them. Many of them gave speeches talking about some of their big ticket issues on the climate crisis. And then they broke up into a series of roundtables to do deep dives on issues like just transition and adaptation and vulnerability. Now, in these closed-door rooms, the discussions were quite frank, they were quite heated, and really demonstrated the high stakes of these issues. With the floods in Pakistan, with the recent storms in the Caribbean, certainly these stakes could not be higher, and we saw that in these discussions. Whether world leaders rise to this challenge really remains to be seen. At the same time, we've also had a number of different protests, a number of different ways that demonstrators, activists, young people have really tried to take center stage on some of their key priorities. Young people took to the halls yesterday to really outline some of the big issues on loss and damage. They had placards, they had megaphones, and they were marching down the hallways chanting, "Pay up, pay up, pay up for loss and damage." Clearly, the issue of finance and who pays and how much is a key issue for young people as they're looking at their future. As we look at today, one of the big issues is that President Biden has arrived. The United States, as the largest historic emitter in the world, obviously has a very key role to play on climate. So everybody will be looking at him and listening to him very carefully. He'll be giving a speech this afternoon, having a number of bilateral conversations, and we expect him to be talking a lot about what the US brings to the table on the climate crisis, as well as issues particularly on adaptation and vulnerability. This halfway point is a really, really big moment. It's a big milestone in these negotiations. Things will only speed up from here. Please stay tuned, and we'll keep you posted.
Today is Decarbonization Day, and we'd like to kick off this broadcast with a discussion from Ericsson. I'd like to welcome Mats Pellback-Schaap, Head of Sustainability at Ericsson. Welcome, Matt. Thanks for joining me. So my first question today to you is, first of all, would love for you to share some of Ericsson's efforts to advance sustainability.
Sure. Thank you. It's great to be here. It's really fantastic to be here on the Decarbonization Day. And I think in Ericsson, we drive things sort of on three horizons. We start with ourselves, always sort of going from home turf, then moving to our industry, what the impact and drivers are in our industry. Then the third horizon is really what do our technology do in society as a big. And today I'm going to talk a little bit about one of these cases that starts from the first horizons, moving into the third. So we started off this Connected Mangroves as an employee volunteering program, and then we realized that the saplings didn't survive. It was sort of not a really good hit rate on replanting and reforestation. So then we said, let's connect it. Let's use our own technology to track how it's going. And by connecting the mangroves, we managed to increase the survival rate from 40 up to 80%, so doubling the survival rates by sort of checking the water and so on, and also sending messages to the local community, so engaging the local community in fixing things that weren't right for the saplings to survive. So that I think is a great example of how we can move something from into really big.
Thank you so much, specifically for sharing information about that mangroves project. Let's have a look at a small video to give our audience a better idea of what Mats was just speaking about.
Communities in Malaysia are feeling the effects of climate change when it comes to deforestation and flooding. We discovered that there's a community which has such a dire need of resuscitation of the mangroves. And so what we did is we've brought in technology into this mangrove planting and get the mangroves to talk to us. To have such a wonderful growth of mangrove plants, can there be anything more encouraging than that?
Now that was incredibly impressive. Could you share a few more examples of some of Ericsson's decarbonization efforts?
Sure, and I would like to start with the mangroves again, in fact, because the interesting part, we won a prize for that in Marrakesh, so several years ago, and it has been so successful. So now we are moving, or have moved from reforestation into protection. And then we are using other technologies. So now we are moving into AI and machine learning and protecting the mangroves and also checking what species are in the mangroves. So all species that go into the area are checked, even man. So we can see that, for instance, one interesting part was that mainly looking at birds, migrating birds in these areas, there was then, the system couldn't recognize one bird. So it said, it's a bird, but I don't know which bird this is. And then we realized that was a bird that was thought to be extinct in the whole area of the Philippines. So we sort of refound the bird that has thought to be extinct in the area through the AI and machine learning progress. So that's sort of quite interesting fact as well, I think.
It's very clear that Ericsson is leading by example. So my last question to you is, what is your call to action to your private sector peers?
My main issue right now is that private sector might lose in confidence if we sort of claim too much. I'm really afraid of sort of the greenwashing effect. So if we are saying that we are sort of climate positive, for instance, by 2030, that's not possible. I mean, it's a marathon. We cannot take the bus halfway and claim that we are there. So I think that's one of the key issues. And I think, so if we talk about, for instance, carbon removals, planting trees are super important for the biosphere and for sort of this area, but then that's not removal. They are still in the system. So let's just be very honest and fair and truthful to the facts. I think that's extremely important because we are the solution. We will be the solution to a large degree as the political process is too slow.
Thank you so much. I think that that was a great call to action, and thank you for joining us today and sharing some of Ericsson's leading efforts. Mats Palbak-Sharp is the head of sustainability from Ericsson.
Thank you.
It is my pleasure now to introduce to you to the next panel. I'd like to welcome Delphine Kaze, founder and CEO of Kaze Green Economy and co-founder and representative of My Imperative Actions. And Mohammed Shamsuddin Ibrahim, who is the co-founder and team lead of Break Free from Plastic Awareness Initiative. And Oluwandabira Abiola Awe, Ventures and Capital Campaign Associate at Student Energy. Welcome, all of you. It is my pleasure to welcome these incredible energy entrepreneurs from Africa. Thank you for joining us today at UNDP Hour. So first off, how about I start off with you, Oluwandabira. My first question to you is, tell us a little bit about your energy story. You know, what led you to become an entrepreneur at this stage?
Thank you very much. Just a point of correction. My name is Hamira Kopsinje. I am a climate activist, and I am the co-founder of Climate Justice Africa. We train communities and sensitize them about climate change and also renewable energies, but also how to use the resources they have to produce sustainable energy for their communities. Yes, what led me to this day is when you grow up in a community where you see struggle in energy, you see struggle in feeding families and providing for children and taking them to school, you are naturally pushed to dig and find why is this happening to my people, why is this happening? And also, while you do that, you're like, okay, this can help. So that is why I do it. I also love empowering women because I'm a climate and gender justice activist beyond training and sensitizing communities. So, yes, I like seeing women empowered and standing on their ground because it gives us the firmity and the strength to survive all the challenges that come from being a woman, a mother, a child, a daughter, a sister. We have so much we carry on our shoulders. But again, we also know women on the continent in any kind of family provide for their families food. Everyone looks at the mother, the sister. Well, we're going to get the food. We have so many signed up issues, and producing energy and sustainable energy is one of the ways to reduce on the costs they have to incur to provide for their families. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you. So the same question for you, Ibrahim, on what inspired you to be an energy entrepreneur, and tell us a little bit about your background and your inspiration to get here.
Well, actually for me, I was born and brought up from a community where women uses firewood and charcoal for cooking, and I interacted with some of these women, and there is an incident where a woman took her mother to the hospital for medical treatment, and the doctor asked her, "When did your mother stop smoking?" And her mother never smoked. I get to realize something is happening, and in 2015, while I was writing my final year research project on the impact of food insecurity on the academic performance of chemistry students, I get to connect the dots between energy poverty, climate change, and food insecurity. And that is one of the key areas, inspiration I have to pursue promoting access to clean cooking technologies, especially in grassroots communities. And from 2018 till date, we are able to train and empower about 700 women in grassroots communities on how to convert agricultural biomass to briquettes as an alternative to charcoal and firewood, and looking at the other aspect of energy poverty in Africa. That inspires me to start my postgraduate diploma in color chemistry in order to understand how we can use color technology to tap solar energy and start manufacturing our own solar panels without importing them from elsewhere, because we have abundance of solar power in Africa and we have the innovation, we have the skills, we just have to leverage on our scenarios and circumstances to provide solutions to our problems.
That's really inspiring. And my last question, same question to you, Delphine. Share your story of why you chose to be an energy entrepreneur.
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. All started in 2017 when I was at university in environmental sciences. And then I realized how we are facing an alarming rate of deforestation caused by the use of wood as the main source for clean cooking energies in many households, either in urban area or rural area. And there was a platform called My Imperative Actions, where as young environmentalists, we were raising awareness in the community how people should protect the environment. But where we are talking about you should avoid using wood, communities are what is the alternative. And then I decide to continue my activism, but my activism should be accompanied by actions. Then I founded Kaze Green Economy, a clean cooking company in Burundi, where we are producing eco-friendly charcoal produced from agricultural biomass. But also we started a manufacturing company for improved cook stoves just to increase the energy efficiency. And while in that sector, we found also there is a problem of access on electricity, where 7% of population only have access on electricity in Burundi. So it was like we should promote those renewable source of energy in our countries, like solar energy and others, just to ensure people have access on energy, and at that we will be achieving the sustainable development we're planning. So that is what pushed me to start investing in renewable energy in climate action. Yeah.
You're all really excellent examples of Made in Africa solutions. Now, my next question to you is, of the people who currently lack energy access, the African continent has a significant portion of that population. What do you think, you all touched on it briefly, but what do you think is critically needed to ensure that that last mile energy access happens in the continent or in your communities? I'd like you to start first.
Please repeat the question.
Sure. What do you think is critically needed to ensure last mile access for the hardest to reach communities for energy access in Africa, specifically to where you are?
Thank you very much. Access to energy will make or break the continent's efforts to adapt against climate change, including adverse weather effects, water scarcity, and significant threats to livelihoods. However, Africans are getting the short end of the stick in the global race to combat climate change when it comes to energy. First, the promised financing to invest in reliable energy systems and adaptation is trickling very slowly to where it's needed most. Secondly, Africa could be handicapped if the global level policies designed to limit greenhouse gas emissions and the proposed timeline towards net zero do not take the continent's unique and noise circumstances in account. just energy transition in Africa, on my own context, means every African should have access to clean energy for both heating and cooking purpose, as well as for industrial and economic use, irrespective of location, gender, or race. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for me, it's to accelerate action. Sometimes we find there are different actors in this energy sector, and but with a little impact, I can say. There are technologies, there are startups that are coming with sustainable solutions. It's time to accelerate those solutions and stop always talking about pilot project. No, we don't want those pilot projects because the real issue is on the ground. People don't have access on those clean energy solutions. So, for example, in our country, now we started as a green economy with a retail production of 40 kg per day. That was our capacity of production. In 2020, we got a financial support from UNDP Burundi, where we got industrial equipment of producing 30 metric tons of eco-friendly charcoal per day. And now we are providing those products for 10% of the market in Burundi, which means 80,000 households are using our product. More than 50 military camps and refugee camps are using our product. And then every month we are saving like more than 50 hectares of forest. That is a little impact by one startup. What if international development agencies and government, other companies join the effort together for real actions?
Okay.
At that time, we'll be achieving what we want to see.
Thank you.
Thank
Now,
you.
Ibrahim, over to you.
Well, for me, actually, I think the board made the right call because for me, I believe, just like he said, the solution is there. We understand our problems and we brought out innovative solutions to solve these problems. What we need is a platform whereby these solutions can be scaled up. Just like he mentioned, if his organization will make available efficient cooking technology for about 10% households in the general population in Burundi, what if 20 people like him, we are given access with enough investment to promote clean cooking? We will be moving towards access to clean cooking technologies, not just in communities, but across Africa.
Perfect, thank you. So we're going to wrap up very quickly. So I'm going to ask you one last question, 20 seconds, short answer. What is your call to action to world leaders here today? What is one message you want to give them at COP27? Very short.
Thank you very much. From what we've heard from all of us is Africa has the resources, Africa has the knowledge, and Africa has the ability and the will to make the dream of sustainable energy possible. Now, what is left is for governments, policymakers, and the global north to make good on their promise of climate finance and provide a loss and damage facility.
Thank you.
With climate finance,
we're going to have to give the others opportunity as well. That was really great points you made. Thank you.
Well, for me, I think for a continent with about 65% of its population as young people, I think two key things we need is amplified capacity building as well as improved research and development, especially in our academic institutions, to ensure that young people are up to standard to promote and drive Africa through energy, away from energy poverty.
Thank you.
Yeah, for me, clean energy or green economy, it's the only opportunity we have now to achieve the sustainable development. So we should take action just now because it is the right time. If not, there are different challenges that are coming. So let's take actions, join efforts together to achieve the climate actions, not only for the climate, but also for the economic development, because it's the only opportunity that we have now. Let's promote the green economy, let's promote the clean energy.
Thank you so much. We have a fantastic panel joining us today, sharing local-made solutions for, from the African continent for energy access and decarbonization. Thank you for joining us, and, big round of applause for them.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for joining us at the UNDP Hour. Today is Decarbonization Day, and I'd like to introduce Freedom Kai Phillips, who is a director from Deloitte, to lead the next panel today. Freedom?
Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone who's joining us online. As you've heard many times, we're here at Decarbonization Day. There's such an incredible buzz around the COP. Now we need to understand how to move from simply talking to action. It is my great pleasure as the director of the Deloitte Center for Sustainable Progress to bring to you three wonderful experts who are going to be able to provide a range of insights to help us elucidate what this pathway forward may look like. So first with me is Dr. Pradeep Philip, our lead partner from the Deloitte Economic Institute. We have next to him Advocate Wendy Miles, KC, a barrister at 20 Essex and the founder of the Net Zero Lawyers Alliance. And last but definitely not least, Advocate Pierre Gontier, who is the VP of Legal Affairs for the SAF Consortium out of Montreal. So thank you very much for being able to join us. One of the crucial factors here is how do we unlock climate finance and innovation to be able to drive bold and aggressive decarbonization. So first, I'll provide the floor to Pradeep. We have a range of convergences that are occurring right now: geopolitical, economic, environmental. What are the challenges and areas of opportunity that you are seeing, and what are some of the insights that are coming out from our research?
Freedom Kai, we know that finance is the lifeblood of economies, and they follow the opportunity for growth. Now, we've had a long debate about climate change for a long time, based on environmental grounds or moral arguments, and sometimes the consequence of that can be that things can look too daunting and catastrophic. But when we look at the economics of this, we realize that unmitigated climate change is going to cost the economy some $178 trillion. But if we take action, we can actually build economic growth, right, to the tune of some $43 trillion over the next 50 years. Now, this is a choice that we can make for prosperity and growth, to rebuild the industrial complex, to modernize businesses, and indeed to recapitalize the production system. And the question is how? Technology and skills is how we're going to drive this. You know, Freedom Kai, we have done some analysis that suggests that about a quarter of the world's workforce, about 800 million people, are vulnerable to the transition issues and to climate change because they either live in climate-challenged regions or they work in high emissions intensive industries. But if we invest in skills, we can drive this transition and create 300 million jobs compared to a disorderly transition. Why? Because we generate economic growth, demand for jobs. Second, because we can transform occupations with new skills. And third, because we will create new jobs that we do not even imagine today. 300 million jobs. A blue-collar workforce will be joined by a white-collar workforce, and now with a green-collar workforce. This is the opportunity to unlock finance.
See, that's a perfect segue, because now that we have the momentum, the next question really goes to what are the necessary legal architecture aspects? How do we, from your vantage point, Wendy, unlock climate finance so that it's able to flow to the areas that are most needed?
Thank you, Freedom. Thank you, Freedom Kai, and love the green collar workforce. So the legal architecture, if you imagine COP, Freedom Kai, as the ultimate public-private partnership, this is the implementation COP, and it's not going to occur with governments alone, and certainly not in the COP process. It has limits. So the public-private partnership is bringing together governments and the huge representation from non-government actors, including business and industry, but not limited to. So the legal architecture that governs and is so important to all of them. What we see playing out here in the negotiations is the public international law architecture, which signals to governments how to change their domestic laws, their domestic regulations. The Article 6, which is the market mechanism on decarbonization or carbon pricing, that's a critical part of these negotiations. And then the domestic implementation by governments, the best possible regulatory environment, legislative environment for facilitating those cash flows. That's not invented by governments alone. That needs support again from non-government actors and private sector. And we see that with the carbon pricing mechanisms that a lot of industry bodies are putting out and helping governments with principles. And then finally, the international economic law framework, which is what governs our investment. And there's been enormous focus in COP leading up to Glasgow and prior to that on finance and finance alone. Finance is, of course, the reservoir that feeds the transition. But those who look after, preserve, govern the reservoir are not the same actors and entities as the ones who dig the channels for the capital flow. And that's where we need to move, in addition to the governance of finance, to governance and creating implementation frameworks for the movement of international trade and finance to get those channels dug.
Absolutely, and the great thing about that is digging the channels so that the appropriate funds flow to the innovators. I then shift now to one of those innovators. Pierre, from your perspective, your vantage point, what are you seeing as you're trying to stand up the SAF consortium? How are you relating to the international legal architecture and the domestic legal architecture? What's working? Where are the areas of opportunity? What are you rubbing up against that isn't working?
Well, obviously, as a clean tech startup that's trying to bring to market commercial quantities of electro-sustainable aviation fuel to decarbonize the airline industry, our concern is to make sure we can cross the desert, as we say. So we're really looking at this change of landscape and monitor it to see if there's an alignment that allows the initial political will that was expressed at the adoption of the Paris Agreement to shift towards legal international instruments and national regulations. And now we see this morphing into, at the government level, either long-term policies that support this effort, financial support, and this brings along the de-riskment of investment that attracts private finance. So this is the landscape we're really seeing shifting. And this is aligning right now, and we're in the process of building and conceiving our first commercial plan, so that's very, very, very important. At the same time, the scaling up of an acceleration of our project is really relevant here, and the way to attain this is building large consortium partnerships. So it's really about bringing the ecosystem online, bringing all the actors of the value chain that we abide by, meaning not only the fuel producers, but the technology providers, the airlines that already are ready to offtake our production, the airframe manufacturers, engine manufacturers, and so on. And this grouping allows us to make sure that whatever we bring to market is already adopted, so to speak, by the community. And lastly, if I can say, in terms of accelerating and driving an aggressive decarbonization pathway, technology can be an accelerator. Certainly it can bring improvements in methods, new business models. Partnerships can help, again, because they help de-risk this. But this is just an acceleration to really aggressively deal with decarbonization. We believe it's an act of sheer will of the ecosystem. So it's either South Plus that drives this or sometimes our partners. And a good example of this is the scaling up of our commercial project. Normally, a typical fuel plant of a new type like the one we're conceiving is done in tenfold increases in capacity. This would have brought our pre-commercial plant online in 2025 and our first commercial plant online in 2030. Well, our airline client was so eager, Air Transat, to get hands on SAF that it asked us to forego completely the pre-commercial plant. So we're moving directly from a pilot plant to a full-size commercial plant, and we have the support of all of our actors, all of our stakeholders, and that's really what I call aggressive decarbonization.
See, I love that. That's such a fantastic metaphor. Now, one of the aspects of that is ensuring, as you highlighted, Pradeep, is the green-collar workforce, ensuring that we have the right set of skills to be able to actualize these goals. Can you share a little bit about what we are finding about enabling this green-collar workforce and how these might be able to be mobilized so we can turn this talk into action more effectively?
So what we need to do is we need clear direction from governments about ambitious targets, about how they're going to rethink the industrial complex, and then think about how skills get driven not only by the public sector, but also by the private sector. And finance can play a really strong part in incentivizing this.
Now, a component of that, from what I know, just being a lawyer myself, is that you have to have the appropriate contractual instruments that are in place. Wendy, I know under the Net Zero Lawyers Alliance, you have a range of work, one of which being Follow the Deal. Can you talk a little bit about the role in which contractual alignment with net zero priorities plays in unlocking these financial instruments?
Sure, thanks, Freedom. One of the challenges, of course, to decarbonization, to transition, is the investment has to stop one form of activity and move to another form of activity. In order to move to another form of activity, the activity has to exist. So the idea of the Follow the Deal is to map how investment in new infrastructure and scaling up new infrastructure occurs in a legal framework, but not just focusing in the silos of the finance and funding agreements, for example, or the ownership structure of the company, the special purpose vehicle and the shareholding agreement, or the licenses with the government, the tendering process, the engineering, procurement and construction process. Every step of that contractual process on just one investment deal involves myriad contracts and myriad lawyers and myriad legal expense. And so the concept is to create a deal book with optionality so that small project providers can just cut down the cost of the project preparation finance and the due diligence and just scale up those solutions. So not looking at $500 million, billion-dollar projects all the time, but looking at the projects that are really going to move the needle, the $5 to $10 million projects that will then get portfolioed up and bought on by a financier. So just simplifying that deal flow and looking at the interrelationship between de-risking it all the way through the investment, removing the silos.
See, that's fantastic. Now, Pierre, how important to you is the continued momentum, maintaining the ambition? We agreed the Article 6 framework in Glasgow. We've heard rumblings that there might be a stepping back in some of the negotiations. How important is maintaining that momentum at the international level for sustainable aviation fuel at the domestic level?
Well, obviously, the coming of sustainable aviation fuel was caused by a change of paradigm. So it's the adoptions of international instruments such as the CORSIA scheme at the ICAO level, which opened the market for international flights. But in parallel, states or groups of states have adopted measures such as the EU ETS and other measures in North America, for example, that have facilitated this. So all of this legal framework is not well integrated as we speak, but we know in what direction it's going. So it's very important as an actor who's trying to bring a decarbonization solution to market, not to stop and wait until everything is beautiful and tidy, because we live in a very imperfect world. So you need to, at the same time, gauge whether how fast you're moving ahead, because you don't want to lose time, you don't want to scare off investors, and at the same time you want to make sure that the solution and the contracts you're drawing will stand up to whatever rules will be adopted in the finality of things.
Yeah, I feel very much like we're trying to change tires while we're still in motion. So I understand the difficulty, but I also have great hope for the future. So just moving to our final question, can you just let me know, why are you optimistic in terms of what you're seeing at the international landscape from each of your particular vantage points? And where do you see us being able to really make tangible impacts in this broader decarbonization movement? Pradeep?
2 points. One is, we need to recognize that the problem we're solving for has the characteristic of the commons. So it can't be solved by any one person, but it needs everyone. So work together, collaborate together, innovate together, build the ecosystem. The second thing is that you cannot, as you think about structural change, you cannot talk about growth without also talking about distribution of that growth. So skills can be the driver of this transition, not the consequence, and the best thing for a just transition is to create jobs. And what does this all mean? That while the window is narrowing, it can be done. There is no need to panic, but we don't have time.
Wendy, Pierre, very quickly.
So what struck me in this first week of COP is the growing voice of the Global South. And this, although this COP has focused an awful lot on loss and damage, so compensation for those who cause the least harm and are most vulnerable, actually there's another conversation going on, and that is about a recognition that Global South has the mineral wealth, the natural resource wealth to fuel transition. And so this shifting of less developed countries, rather than being looked at only as net exporters of aid or net exporters of private capital, but net importers, of aid and private capital, rather net exporters of natural resource wealth. And I think that shift is happening behind the scenes, but is critically important because, the Global North hasn't done such a good job in this international economic framework. And I say, bring the people to the party who own the resources and let them say how we deal with them going forward.
Of course. Pierre?
Yes. Well, if the COP is certainly the venue for the FCCC negotiations, it's also a venue for industry and global finance to connect and to speak together. And I believe that being here and connecting with all of these business and finance actors is a way of signaling to the parties to the convention that there's an appetite for certain risk-taking and certain avenues of change. And I think it's important to realize that the COP is also a question of this discussion from states towards economic actors.
Absolutely. So thank you so much for being able to share with us your insights. My absolute thanks to Pradeep, to Wendy, to Pierre, to the Deloitte Center for Sustainable Progress, and to our partners, UNDP. Right now, it is time for us to define how we're going to respond to the climate transition, which is in many ways going to define our generation and the way in which future generations look at us. I now hand the floor to my other colleagues who will be coming up next. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining us today. I'd like to welcome We have very special guests with us. Khalida Bozur, who is the UN Assistant Secretary General, Assistant Administrator of UNDP, and the Director of Regional Bureau for the Arab States. Thank you for joining us today, Khalida. And we also have Omnia El Omrani, who is the official youth envoy for COP27 from Egypt. It is exciting to have you both here. Khalida, I'll just jump right into it with some questions for you. My first question is, why are green transitions necessary, particularly in the Arab region? As you are the regional director for UNDP, I'd like for you to share some of your perspectives on that.
Thank you for the opportunity, and thank you very much for the question. There are many reasons, but let me focus on a few of them. Very often we don't know that the Arab State region is the most water-scarce region, first of all. And it's the most food import dependent. Knowing that the water will be less available in the future, in 2030, I think it will decrease by 20%, while the demand will increase. So we need to make sure that we have the right transition to renewable energy. This is one thing. Then the second reason behind looking at you, Mia, if I may, being young, I think we have a huge problem that is related also to climate change. It's the youth unemployment. If you look at the region, we have the highest unemployment rate among young people, and more specifically for young women. So if we go into the green transition and renewable energy, we know that we can create 3 times more jobs than in the fossil fuel sectors. And globally, we have a study that says that we can create 350 million jobs in the world. So this is very important to note. And for me, I would like just to add one word on the climate change. We need to make also the business case to have government engage, because climate change is not only about environment, it's also about social development and also about economic growth.
Thank you. Now, on that note, I'd like to ask a follow-up question, which is everything that you talked about, jobs that renewable energy can create, the sustainable transition, all of that needs money. And so financing has been a big concern and a hot topic at COP. What do you think, from the conversations you've been part of, are some of the ongoing challenges with the climate financing, specifically for your region, for the Arab region?
Thank you very much. I think the region is very diverse and it makes it very rich in terms of opportunities. Where others see issues and problems, in UNDP we see potentials and opportunities. So to answer your question, I think the financing is certainly missing, but we are missing also to bridge the gap between financing and the needs. And here, this is where UNDP plays a critical role. We have been supporting 80% worldwide of the countries in developing their NDCs. So our challenge now is to see how we channel the resources towards the NDCs to make the NDCs a reality on the ground. To do that, we have different avenues. Very often we neglect the private sector. I think the private sector is key if you're talking about investing in renewable energy. But to do so, we also need to encourage the private sector to de-risk the investment of private sector. This is very important. Secondly, if you look at the development financing institution, the international financing institution, they also need bankable projects. They have the money, but we need to help them, and we are developing a new initiative, which is called the Green Arab States Transition Initiative, which is called GAFT in short. And we will be helping the countries to transform the NDCs into reality on the ground at different level. Energy is one of them, but also we tend to forget nature-based solution, climate resilient development. These are the other pillars. And we want to bring together the private sector, the financial institutions, together with the government to put their heads and their money together, and we will be helping to be the interface with the most needy people.
Thank you. Now, Omnia, based on some of the responses of Khalida, Could you share, where you see young people's role in sort of supporting and facilitating the energy transition in, both Egypt, but in the broader region as well?
Can you hear me? So I see the role of young people as a two-sided coin. The first in terms of how we bring in the pressure and the persistence in terms of having not just a transition, but a just transition that includes our needs and our voices, our country's capabilities when we see the global divide, but at the same time, the urgency to make a transition happen. Because it's important to acknowledge that we need the climate finance that we are still well behind from, and we need the support from both the developed countries to the developing and the most impacted who contributed the least. And as young people, we also bring in the evidence because youth-led research is important, especially when thinking about the impacts of not transitioning and the opportunities of transitioning to a low carbon or a net zero carbon future. Both the benefits for our future in terms of our health, but also our economic and social opportunities and our determinants of a healthy future. The other side of that coin is the youth-led solutions that we have. Because as young people, we have a powerful, innovative capacity, especially when it comes to mitigation. And I can quote a few examples. Just yesterday, we had 2 young Egyptian entrepreneurs who were 23 years old. They started their own company, a social enterprise, that creates solar-powered water heaters for energy-poor communities. A very simple solution that addresses the needs that they have identified in different communities across governorates in Egypt. And then on the other hand, you can also find a lot of small-scale clean energy solutions that are developed by young people with such an untapped potential and the challenge of getting access to the finance that they need. And I think this is very important when we're looking at transition. Many countries in Glasgow and now here in Egypt are pledging to net zero carbon and doing a transition across all different sectors. But it's important to place the needs of young people in terms of getting access to the finance that is being driven towards mitigation, both from the governmental perspective, but also from the private sector.
Thank you for that. Now, Khalida, I want to go back to the to GAFT, which is the Green Arab States Facility for Transition. Could you share a little bit more information on that and how you're helping develop it? Because I think that it touches on some of the asks that Omnia just made.
Thank you very much. I can give you maybe a few examples. We have a menu à la carte, as we would say, on these initiatives. For example, we have been approached by the Iraq Central Bank. They want to give free, zero interest loans to MSMEs to provide them with opportunities to promote renewable energy up to 680 million, and we will be accompanying them. We are working with the Kuwait Finance House to develop green sukuk with them, and they are the biggest, one of the biggest Islamic finance, because one of the issues that is not often said, not all finances fit our context being in the Muslim world. We will also be having a forum on a yearly basis that we will hope to do maybe in COP28, bringing all the key actors together. And also we will help countries to develop bankable projects. So basically this is in a nutshell. But if you allow me, I want to react to what she was saying. I know you had your question. But you said something very important about the role of the young people raising voices. But I would like to say that, for example, and we will do that through GAFT, we have projects specifically targeting women. And there is a stereotype that women cannot work on solar energy, renewable energy, but it's not the case. We have in Lebanon a case where women established their own small company. It was not easy for them, but they managed to do it. In Yemen, which is more conservative, we have also a project that will be under GAFT, which is transforming waste into energy, again with women. But for me, what is important, being a woman and being from the region, I think what is important is to see that green transition can be a vehicle to lead to a new development model, first of all, and can transform a society. If you take a woman and you give her an opportunity to earn her own money, you will give her the opportunity to have a voice in society. In turn, she can send her kids to school. So slowly but surely, we can transform societies in a more sustainable manner that will be inclusive.
Thank you. I think that your last comment really leads into my very last question for both of you. And, if you want to keep your remarks short, in terms of what you were speaking about women, when we talk about energy poverty, right, the face of energy poverty is a woman, because at the end of the day, they face the adverse impacts. So how can we ensure the work that we are doing on green transition and decarbonization is also just and supports the most vulnerable communities and leaves no one behind? So,
yeah, I can start first. I think the answer to the question is always use a bottoms-up approach, because we need to adapt to the needs of our communities. The way that I learned this is through my journey when it comes to climate activism, because as young leaders in our communities, we are at the front line, we listen and we see what they need in terms of energy poverty. And it's important that when we think about energy transition, how can we decentralize energy production? How can we decentralize the knowledge and the capacity so that we give our communities the independency to lead their own solutions, and also giving them the meaningful space, and also providing them with the capacity building, with the understanding, with the funding, as well as the technical expertise.
Thank you, Khalida.
Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, you said it all. It's difficult to add to what you were saying, but I think, definitely the participatory approach is the solution at the local level, but also it is even more important, beyond being just and inclusive, it can influence the national level. In Sudan, we supported a project on weather insurance and adaptation scheme. It was successful, it has influenced the national level, and now in Sudan they have a policy. One last point, if you allow me, is the link between energy, renewable energy, climate change action, and peace. I think owning the local level and the ownership of the local community can be essential to fight conflict and to bring peace to our countries.
Thank you so much for joining us today. It was such a pleasure having you both. And I just want to end with, as our global landscape shifts, the interconnectedness of climate, decarbonization, and development has never been more critical. The need for implementing solutions at a pace and scale that's needed to meet our climate targets is the call to action today. And UNDP stands ready to work with countries and our private sector and our NGO partners to get on track to meet their climate ambitions and our decarbonization goals. Thank you for joining us today at UNDP Hour, and I hope you have a good day.
واضح هناك تضارب ولا هناك لا في بعض الدول يعني بتعمل زي ملاجئ لحمايه الاثار المفتوحه من العوامل الجويه العواصف والامطار بيغطوا الاثار فهل ممكن نعمل كده مثلا
قصدك خلاص وصل السؤال قصد حضرتك شيلترز
بالظبط يعني ممكن
طيب
مثلا نغطي ابو الهول مثلا
وصلت شكرا جدا بالنسبه للدول دي من السهل جدا لو عنده حاجه زي كده يقدر يعمل لها شيلترز يحطها في صندوق ازاز وكده. ماذا عن 124 هرم في مصر هل ممكن نعمل لهم شيلترز؟ ماذا عن معابد الكرنك؟ هل ممكن تعمل لها شيلترز؟ ماذا عن معبد الأقصر وهاب والرامس؟ واحنا عندنا مئات المعابد المفتوحة. النقطة الثانية المهمة، ما المقصود بكلمة شيلترز؟ شيلترز كده بس، ولا هياخد أعمدة يقف عليها الشيلترز جوه أعمدة وليكن معابد الكرنك مثلا؟ ده تشويه بصري، وما اعتقدش ان هو ده يخدم للآثار المصرية. هقول لك على حاجة في منتهى الأهمية، أقول لحضراتكم والسادة الحضور. المصري القديم كان واعي قوي. سمعتوا الدكتور محمد الدكتور سالم لما كان بيكلموا يقول لك المواد اللي استخدمها المصري القديم في البنى ومش عارف ايه والتغير المناخ. لا 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 لا، لم يستخدم المصري القديم مواد. عارفين الهرم اتبنى ازاي؟ تفريغ هواء. عمل تفريغ الهواء كده، مفيش مادة ربط داخلية. لما اتعملت المسلات كتلة واحدة، الأعمدة بلوكات فوق بعضها البعض. ولو هنتكلم قوي على تفاصيل، معانا الأستاذ الدكتور أيمن عاشور، ده أساس الأساس استشاري معماري عالمي، يعلم تماما علم إنه المصري القديم ما كانش بيستخدم مواد الربط للأعمدة. المقابر اللي كان بيعملها كان بيستخدمها حفر جوه الجبل. فكلمة شيلترز تنفع مع بعض أماكن وبعض دول، لكن ما تنفعش مع حجم ومناطقنا الأثرية وحجم المناطق زي الأهرامات وإلى آخره.
تسمح لي،
اتفضل يا فندم.
بص حضرتك، السؤال الحقيقة جميل، بس هو التعبير عنه مش كل المواقع التراثية أو الأثرية تعامل معاملة واحدة. خلينا نقول إن في تصنيف حسب الحجم، حسب درجة الخطورة، حسب التكنولوجي اللي بستخدمها علشان أقدر أحمي المكان ده. وهديكي كم مثال. معبد الكرنك، وطبعا أنا بس مش عارف أتكلم وقاعد الدكتور مصطفى بيه لأن يعني الآثار كلها بقى فإيه. معبد الكرنك لو يتذكر إن كان فيه حماية له من المياه الجوفية دي، ووترنج سيستم، لأن كان في خطر رهيب على المياه الجوفية وارتفاع منسوبها، وكان تقريبا هيحصل فيه دمج لأجزاء كبيرة، أو ابتدى يحصل فيه دمج لأجزاء كبيرة في المعبد. اللي حصل إيه؟ مفيش بقى شيلتر لا، لأن الخطر جاي لي من حاجة غير متوقعة، مش من الرياح ولا من الكوارث الطبيعية التقليدية. لا، دي جايه لي من تحت الأرض، ارتفاع مش منسوب المية البحر، لا منسوب المية الجوفية. فاللي حصل إن هو بقى فيه تانلز حوطت المعبد في مناطق معينة، أكننا بنصطاد المياه الجوفية من خلال دي ووترنج سيستم سمارت سيستم، واتاخدت المية دي وراحت إلى مسار يتم معالجته، ثم مع مية النيل أو تخش في محطات معالجة. اللي عايز أقوله ده سيستم ما كانش ينفع إلا مع معبد الكرنك اللي مساحته أنا متهيألي مش فاكر كام فدان يا دكتور، 65 فدان. فأعمل لده شيلتر إزاي؟ عشان كده لكل موقع طريقه، لكل تكنولوجي اقدر استخدمها طريقه لوسيله الخطر اللي جايه لي في هذا الموقع برضه بما يتوائم معاه. فارجو اكون كده غطيت برضه مع الرد اللي طبعا ذكره استاذنا الدكتور مصطفى. اتفضل.
معلش يا سيادة سفيرة داليا.
Thank you, Your Excellency Minister, and allow me to add something extremely small. This was in 2005 and 2006, and the water, the reduction of the water in Luxor was reduced from Karnak and Luxor. And then after the success of this and the reduction of the water, we provided for Habo, Ramesium, and the two Memnon and city. After finalizing that, we started once again to Kumambo, Edfu. And if you visited Alexandria over the years, you were unable to start to see for the third round. Why? Because it was fully submerged with water. The project was excellent for the first time since 2 years, where the visitor in Alexandria would be able for the first time to see the third terrace. The second thing, and this is the most beautiful, Dalia said, close Deir Abu Mina, one of the locations on the UNESCO. This was threatened since 2001, threatened on a red zone. Why? Because of the water. What should we do? The project started, but look where the problem is. It was easy to do the deep water. As His Excellency the Minister said, the problem was graver than that, because around Abu Mina there were thousands of fidans that were farmed with beetroot, and the rest was
بالغمر، ودي كانت مشكله كبيره جدا. نطلع ميه تيجي ميه، نطلع ميه تيجي ميه، ده مش محلوله، ده مش حل. عملنا ايه بقى؟ الحمد لله مع وزاره الزراعه، مع وزاره الري، غيرنا الزراعه دي واجبرنا المزارعين انه يبقى الري تنقيط، وحلينا مشكله المياه الجوفيه. شكرا داليا.
شكرا. نستقبل السؤال الثاني.
أولاً أحب أشكر جداً الفرصة اللي تسنح إنه الواحد يتحدث في وجود قامات كبرى زي حضراتكم، معالي الوزير دكتور سالم، دكتور مصطفى، دكتور محمد. أحب أن أثمن كثيراً على مسعى اليونسكو، مسعى الإسيسكو، إنها تقيم مثل هذا الصندوق وتتبنى مثل هذه المبادرة، لأنه زي ما حضراتكم تفضلتوا هناك حاجة كبيرة لأن يحدث تمويل حقيقي وقائم ومستمر لعمليات حماية التراث بكل أشكاله والمواقع التراثية العالمية من ضمنها على مدى قريب مش بعيد. يعني أصبحت الأمور قريبة جدا، التدهور سريع جدا جدا، وبدون أن توجد صيغ تمويلية تبقى كل المشاريع عاجزة. المشروع اللي تفضل دكتور محمد وأشار إليه، اللي بدأ من بنات أفكار دكتور مصطفى وزيري، إن إحنا نحول مواقعنا التراثية والأثرية إلى مواقع خضراء، وده اللي هنتكلم عنه بعد ساعة لما تشرفونا إن شاء الله في الجناح المصري، وفي انتظار تشريف سمو سعادتك معالي الوزير مع دكتور سالم ودكتور مصطفى. هذا المشروع احنا مش بس نحولها إلى مواقع خضراء ومواقع ذات طاقة متجددة، ولكن أيضاً أن نبدأ في أن إحنا نحميها تدريجياً من كل ما له دخل بالانبعاثات الكربونية. وبالتالي الحماية والحفاظ ارتبط ببعض في كل الأشياء. بدون تمويل حقيقي وبدون تدخل منظمات كبرى زي منظمة الإسيسكو
ال 54 دولة اللي في هذه المنظمة، هناك عديد من الدول منها مصر أكيد، لكن هناك دول أخرى كلها تعاني وكلها تحتاج إلى من يعني يمد اليد بقوة وبحزم وبسرعة لتمويل هذه المشاريع. دكتور محمد بيومي تعهد بموضوع التمويل معانا، والإسيسكو دخلت معانا، UNDP والإسيسكو وعدد من المنظمات الأخرى، لكن مثل هذا الصندوق سيمثل أكيد نواة كبرى وهامة جدا لتمويل مشاريع أخرى مستقبلية.
شكراً.
مع خالص الشكر.
السؤال الثالث هنعتبره السؤال الثاني لأن
مساء الخير عليكم. أنا محمد مندور، مدير تحرير صدى البلد. سؤالي هو إن إحنا عندنا صندوق للتمويل. طيب هل عندنا، طبعا الإعلام والناس عموما لما بتسمع بتحب تسمع لغة الأرقام، هل عندنا دراسات للرصد الخاصة بالمخاطر المتوقعة؟ كم موقع أثري، كم مدينة؟ هل عندنا تصنيفات A B C في المخاطر وبالتالي هدي أولوية في التمويل؟ ده السؤال الأول. اسمحي لي في السؤال الثاني وهو كيف نحول المحنة إلى منحة. سؤالي للدكتور مصطفى، احنا كان عندنا أزمة كبيرة في قلعة قايتباي وحليناها. المصد اللي اتعمل حوالين القلعة يديني فرصة إن أنا أعمل سياحة الغوص تحت الماء. إمتى هقدر أعمل ده وإمتى هقدر أشتغل فيه؟ لأن احنا بقالنا سنين بنسمع عن الآثار، بنشوف صورها بس اللي موجودة تحت المية. هنشوف إمتى موقع مفتوح للسياحة تحت الماء والغوص الآمن؟
أخيرا
شكراً
بس هناخد
أستاذ
حضرتك
محمد مندور.
ونجاوب مرة واحدة حضرتك سريعا.
أي.
خلينا مرة واحدة. اتفضل حضرتك. طب ممكن حضرتك تعلي صوتك؟
صباح الخير على حضراتكم. طبعا سعيد بالسيشن وسعيد بالكلام اللي انا سمعته كله. الساتلايت اوبزرفيشنز والايرث اوبزرفيشنز والريموت سensing والارتفيشال انتليجنس واحده من ضمن التولز اللي دايما الناس بتستخدمها لما بيجي يتكلم على archaeology heritage. بتتكلم على land subsidence it can be monitored. بتتكلم على levels of air pollution around it can be monitored. بتتكلم على land degradation it can be monitored. حضرتك تقدر تحدد السايتس which are the most susceptible، الحاجات اللي هي ممكن تكون اكتر اماكن مهدده وعندها مخاطر. ايه هو الاتجاه ان احنا نقدر نستخدم الايرث اوبزرفيشنز از ا تول ان انا اعمل اسسمنت وان انا يبقى عندي زي ديسيجن سبورت سيستم يساعدني على اتخاذ قرار في المستقبل. مع الشكر.
شكرا. طب دكتور ايمن حضرتك لو
أشكرك يا دكتور هشام الحقيقة، لأن هو الرد المنطقي فعلا على اللي حضرتك بتثيره هو الاستخدام بتاع الريموت سينسينج علشان التنبؤ. أصلا أولا بيبقى فيها طبعا بروجيكشن على المخاطر اللي جاية لي باستخدام الارتفيشال انتليجنت، ونقدر نعرف ميجرمنتس التطور بتاع المشاكل اللي موجودة اللي بتحيط بالمواقع المختلفة، وإزاي نقدر إننا نتعامل معاها بأسلوب الحقيقة سمارت وأسلوب جديد. فالحقيقة ازاي نقدر نتعامل معاه؟ احنا دلوقتي احنا عارفين تماما ان احنا دخلنا عصر الاقمار الصناعيه ورصد التغيرات المناخيه. فمصر متهيألي هي دلوقتي مع العلماء اللي موجودين منهم طبعا الدكتور هشام وكالة الفضاء المصريه و نستطيع اننا يبقى عندنا خريطه نقدر نقيس بيها المخاطر المتوقعه وكيفيه التعامل معاها باسلوب الحقيقه الريموت سينسينج والارتفيشال انتليجنت اللي هو الحقيقه كان بدايتها من التعليق الدكتور هشام. فده كان السؤال. في سؤال تاني كان
محمد. انا حجيب بس ايضا على النقطه بالنسبه للصندوق. المهمه الرئيسيه للصندوق هي توفير التمويل لدراسات رصد التغيرات المناخيه، اعداد مثلا احصاءات كامله لكل سواء كان في مصر او في دول العالم الاسلامي. هذا هو الهدف من الصندوق حقيقه، هو فكر الاستباق داخل فيه، وايضا فكر الدراسات والبحث العلمي بان تكون موثقه ويكون عندك ايضا تمويل، ولكن ايضا استخدام هذا التمويل بشكل يعني صحيح. استخدامات الريموت سينسينج، استخدامات تطبيقات الذكاء الاصطناعي في هذه حتساعدنا بشكل كبير جدا، لانه هذا هو المستقبل اللي ان شاء الله.
اوكي. هناك ايضا مداخله من دكتور زين العابدين وزير الثقافه سابقا في تونس ومدير قطاع الثقافه في الاسيسكو، فليتفضل.
شكرا جزيلا داليا. أنا في الحقيقة تعقيبا على ما تفضل به معالي المدير العام للإيسيسكو الدكتور سالم المالك، أعتقد أن تدخل الإيسيسكو لن يكون فقط ماديا، لأن الإيسيسكو بيت خبرة ولها مركز التراث في العالم الإسلامي. ربما فما هناك جانب أول هو إعداد الجرد الخاص بالمواقع والمعالم والعناصر الثقافية المهددة، ثم جانب توعوي وتحسيسي مهم جدا كذلك في مستوى ما يمكن أن يكون من أخذ بنظر الاعتبار يعني هذه الجوانب لتحسيس وخاصة لذكر يعني خطورة ما تؤول إليه هذه الإنسانية من مخاطر التغير المناخي، ثم يعني التكوين وتدريب وبناء القدرات كذلك، باعتبار أن مركز التراث في العالم الإسلامي اليوم أصبح مركز دولي بالمعايير الدولية، نتعامل كثيرا مع منظمة اليونسكو، ولكن احنا عندنا الخصوصية لأننا نعقد العزم خاصة على اهتمام بالمواقع والمعالم والعناصر الثقافية والتراثية الخاصة بالعالم الإسلامي في 54 دولة تقريبا. ولهذا أعتقد أن القضية ليست ماديات فقط، القضية فيها جانب كذلك من المعارف، من المهارات، من التكوين، من المناهج، كذلك من التقنيات التي بفضلها ونحن بحضور معالي وزير التعليم العالي يعني المناهج العلمية الخاصة بما يمكن أن يوظف من علوم ومهارات وتقنيات في هذا الغرض. يعني أعتقد أن هذا الجانب من مزاياه طبعا يعني ما يمكن أن يكون من مد سخي للإمكانيات والموازنات المالية، ولكن كذلك من اعتبار منهجي واعتبار علمي يعني لابد أن توفره يعني الإيسيسكو في هذا الغرض.
ممكن أعقب على كلام حضرتك. هو في حاجتين الحقيقة. كوزارة تعليم عالي احنا دلوقتي بقى في برنامج كامل بيدرس في كل الجامعات المصرية والعربية. البرنامج ده أساسيه هو توعية الشباب والطلاب والباحثين بمشكلات والخطر الناتج من التغير المناخي في كل المواقع، سواء مواقع سكنية، مواقع أثرية، تراثية. فدي الحقيقة ابتدينا التوعية، دي أول نقطة، وده بقى برنامج الحقيقة موجود وتم إنتاجه من خلال المجلس الأعلى للجامعات والسادة الزملاء الباحثين في الجامعات المصرية. بقى هذا البرنامج موجود، وطبعا بتشرف إنه ممكن نسخة منه نبعتها أو نسلمها للدكتور سالم والمنظمة. الحاجة بقى المهمة جدا بناء على نقدر نقول الهدف الرئيسي من الكوب 27 هو towards الامبلمنتيشن. أنا سعيد بأن الصندوق النهاردة والمبادرة اللي بتطلقها الإيسيسكو هي بداية نقدر نقول فاعلة على الطريق الصحيح لتفعيل ليس فقط لدراسات ولكن لتفعيل مخرجات الدراسات وتطبيقها على أرض الواقع في المواقع التراثية في المدن الإسلامية ومنها مصر. النهاردة اسمحوا لي أنا بقترح دكتور هشام موجود معانا والزملاء الاستشارة عن بعد والوكالة، احنا مستعدين ان يبقى في فريق يشكله برئاسة الدكتور هشام ويتعمل دراسة باستخدام الريموت سينسينج والارتفيشال انتليجنت لتصنيف المواقع التراثية المصرية، وتمهيدا ليه بالتعاون مع وزارة الآثار السياحة والآثار لأننا نشوف البريوريتي منها ونبتدي نشتغل عليها تو أكشن. احنا محتاجين بقى الصندوق ده نستفيد بيه. يبقى احنا العرض الفني من عندنا الباحثين والدارسين والشرع عن بعد هيقدم فريق بدراسة هذا المشروع برئاسة الدكتور هشام، ونقدر نقول ان ده اول مشروع من المشروعات اللي ممكن نتعامل معاها من خلال هذا الصندوق. شكرا.
طبعا بشكر السادة الحضور، وهناخد كلمات أخيرة من ضيوفنا. هنبدأ طبعا كان في إجابة من دكتور مصطفى وزيري، ناخد الكلمة النهائية من حضرتك وطبعا تتضمنها الإجابة.
سؤال الأستاذ محمد عن الآثار الغرقة. أنتوا عارفين إن إحنا عندنا إدارة مهمة جدا تسمى إدارة الآثار الغرقة. الإدارة دي بتعمل في مصر منذ عشرات السنوات وطلعت حاجات فوق الرائعة، لدرجة ان احنا عملنا معرض يسمى معرض الآثار الغارقة، لف أمريكا وأوروبا ورجع. عندنا أعلى كفاءة من الدايفرز المصريين اللي في إدارة الآثار المستردة، آثار الغارقة. عندنا رحلات بتتعمل بالتنسيق مع هذه الإدارة بعد موافقة المجلس الأعلى للآثار، بينزلوا يعملوا دايف في الآثار الغارقة. في تلفزيونات بتيجي تاخد تصريح من المجلس الأعلى للآثار عشان تصور مع الدايفرز بتوعنا للآثار الغارقة. فاوريدي اكزيست هذا الموضوع يا أستاذ محمد. شكرا.
بشكر حضرتك. هناخد كلمات أخيرة. هنبدأ الأول بالدكتور محمد بيومي. دقيقة يا دكتور.
لا خلاص انا طولت في الكلمه بتاعتي المره
لا
الاولانيه.
خالص عشان
يمكن
بس
بس
ميعاد
افتكرت
القاعة.
تمام. افتكرت موضوع برضو كنت جدير ان انا لازم اذكره. كنا اشتغلنا الحقيقه على موضوع في معبد الدير البحري من حوالي 15 سنه على استخدام السيارات الكهربائيه في المناطق الاثريه، ودي واحده من التكنولوجيات اللي تطورت نتيجه الاحتياج ليها نتيجه التغيرات المناخيه. التجربه الحقيقه ما كانتش ناجحه من 15 سنه لان كانت السيارات الكهربائيه الحقيقه لسه في بداياتها. اتوبيس كهرباء ينقل الناس الحقيقه داخل المنطقه عشان نمنع دخول اي سيارات تؤدي لتلوث او اهتزازات تؤثر على المناطق الاثريه. فدي واحده برضو من التكنولوجيات الحقيقه اللي احنا طبعا تطورت بصوره كبيره جدا في الفتره الاخيره، ونتمنى ان احنا نشوف المزيد منها في المناطق الاثريه، ويمنع تماما يكون لكل اثريه حرم انه ما يخشش فيها اي سيارات تقليديه بوقود تقليدي. فدي واحده برضو من الحاجات اللي ممكن تكون مساهمه من اقتطاع المواقع التراثيه والتاريخيه لمواجهه التغيرات المناخيه. شكرا لحضراتكم.
أيضا الكلمة الأخيرة لمدير عام منظمة الإسيسكو. وعايزة أقول لحضراتكم أنه دكتور سالم بن محمد المالك منذ توليه رئاسة منظمة الإسيسكو كان هناك استراتيجية ورؤية مختلفة جدا جدا يعني تقارب الرؤى ما بين كل دول العالم الإسلامي، وأيضا إعطاء فرصة للشباب وللمرأة. وأيضا أهو إحنا بنشوف النهاردة صندوق لحماية التراث في الدول الإسلامية. فحصل طفرة الحقيقة بعد تولي دكتور سالم. فأترك الكلمة الأخيرة لحضرتك.
مرة أخرى أنا أود أن أشكر وزارة التعليم العالي، وأيضا أشكر الحكومة المصرية على دعوة الإيسيسكو للمشاركة في كوب 27. وحقيقة هذه فرصة للإيسيسكو أن تبرز حضورها ليس على المستوى المحلي أو الإقليمي، ولكن أيضا على المستوى الدولي. عندما تكون أمام منظمات دولية لها مكانتها ولها سمعتها، لكن أيضا تأخذ مكانك بإطلاق صندوق مثل هذا الصندوق أو توقع اتفاقية خلال ساعة. أنا أعتقد أن هذه انطلاقات كبيرة جدا. الصندوق وإن بدأ صغيرا لكنه سيكبر، وحقيقة سيكون له أثر كبير جدا. نحن سنقدم الورقة المفاهيمية الكونسبت بيبر لهذا الصندوق برؤيته بأهدافه بمخرجاته في مؤتمر وزراء البيئة للعالم الإسلامي الذي سينعقد في جدة خلال شهر سنة بداية 2023. وسيكون أحد المرتكزات لهذا المؤتمر هو هذا الصندوق. كيف نحمي تراثنا من المتغيرات المناخية التي تواجه دول العالم الإسلامي. هذه باختصار. شكرا.
بشكر حضرتك. وأخيرا طبعا كلمة معالي الدكتور أيمن عاشور. طبعا يعني أكيد شرف لينا يا دكتور إنه مصر بتترأس طبعا يعني مؤتمر الخاص أو المؤتمر العام لمنظمة الإسيسكو، وأيضا هي بتترأس كوب 27. وإحنا عارفين إنه خلاص زي ما دكتور سالم قال إنه اجتماع رؤساء أو وزراء البيئة سينعقد في خلال شهر. كيف سيتم تفعيل مخرجات هذه الدورة لكوب 27 وسيكون له تأثيره في الاجتماع القادم؟ الكلمة الأخيرة طبعا لحضرتك كممثل للدولة المضيفة.
يعني اسمحوا لي ان انا الحقيقه اتوجه بالشكر لمعالي الدكتور سالم وللصندوق على وللإسيسكو على دعمها الحقيقه للمواقع التراثيه في دول العالم الإسلامي. الحقيقة المبادرة اللي بيطلقها النهاردة منظمة الإسيسكو من خلال مديرها الدكتور سالم بتؤكد أحد أهداف كوب 27 اللي هو تفعيل وليس توصيات بالمفهوم التقليدي. ومن هنا أنا الحقيقة بتوجه لك بالشكر وبتوجه للإسيسكو بالشكر، وإن شاء الله الفترة الجاية في المؤتمر القادم يكون تفعيل بقى الآليات لتنفيذ هذا الصندوق. شكرا.
بشكر حضراتكم، وعايزين نشكر في النهاية طبعا بتشرفنا في الحضور الأميرة دانا فراس من الأردن، من أهم النساء النشطاء في مجال حماية البيئة. بنشكر تشريفك لينا في كوب 27 على أرض مصر، وبنشكر طبعا أكيد معالي السفيرة داليا. معالي السفيرة هي الدينامو لكل تلك المبادرات، وبشكر كل السادة الحضور وبشكركم جدا جدا، وإن شاء الله يعني تكون هذه الجلسة بداية موفقة لحماية تراثنا الإسلامي. بشكر حضراتكم جدا، أشكركم.
So welcome to episode 8 of the Dino Talks. You'll know why they're called the Dino Talks, because we might find a little surprise coming later, who knows. This series is brought to you by We Don't Have Time and our partner, the UN Development Programme. The focus is on fossil fuel subsidies and how they penetrate our world, further aggravating climate change, creating an unfair or uneven playing field between the urgent choices that society must make to build a climate-friendly, sustainable future. Today, we want to take a look at fossil fuel subsidies and their role in driving harmful impacts on human health, from air pollution and heat waves, up to extreme weather events that take economic and environmental and health tolls, but also kill and damage people. Think droughts and floods, the impact on the availability of clean water or food and nutrition for often the poorest of the poor and their children. The recent high oil and gas prices also mean that in many developing countries, it is highly likely that increasing amounts of money are being spent on fossil fuel subsidies rather than on education, and reflecting on our theme today, health systems like hospitals and rural clinics. The genesis for this 10-part series is a campaign launched just before COP26, the UN Climate Conference in Glasgow last year, by UNDP. It was launched by Frankie the Dinosaur, who wandered into the UN General Assembly, took the stage, grabbed the microphone, and urged world leaders, don't choose extinction. Let me just clarify right now, before we go to the movie, that the numbers we are using are from the International Monetary Fund, which looks at what you might call direct subsidies to fossil fuel producers and consumers, running in the hundreds of billions of dollars, and what you might call externalities, which run into trillions of dollars. Here, let me ask the viewers to download the We Don't Have Time app at wedon'thavetime.org so you can pose questions to our guests. And let me give a big thanks to Prime Computer for supporting this series. Let's go to the movie.
You okay? You need a minute? Cool. Okay. Listen up, people. I know a thing or two about extinction. And let me tell you, and you'd kind of think this would be obvious, going extinct is a bad thing. And driving yourselves extinct? In 70 million years, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. At least we had an asteroid. What's your excuse? You're headed for a climate disaster, and yet every year governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil fuel subsidies. Imagine if we had spent hundreds of billions per year subsidizing giant meteors. That's what you're doing right now. Think of all the other things you could do with that money. Around the world, people are living in poverty. Don't you think helping them would make more sense than, I don't know, paying for the demise of your entire species? Let me be real for a second. You've got a huge opportunity right now. As you rebuild your economies and bounce back from this pandemic, this is humanity's big chance. So here's my wild idea. Don't choose extinction. Save your species before it's too late. It's time for you humans to stop making excuses and start making changes. Thank you.
It's a great video. I keep watching it. I still love it. I think it makes a point very, very elegantly and in a way that many ordinary people can understand. Let me introduce our first guest. We have Maria Nera, and she's Director of the Department of Environmental, Climate Change and Health at the World Health Organization. Prior to that, she was Vice Minister of Health and President of the Spanish Food Safety Agency, and she has previously held several positions in the World Health Organization. Maria began her career as a medical coordinator working with refugees in Salvador and Honduras for Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders. And in 2019, Maria was nominated as one of the world's most influential people in climate policy. Her work has been recognized in raising awareness on health, climate, and air pollution. Please, could you join me here on the stage, Maria? Thank you very much. Please, you have the floor. Give us your perspective on this whole story.
Let me start by saying that this video, anytime I see it, like you, I think is brilliant. I want to congratulate the people who did it. We are inhaling that pollution, and this is representing, just to give a number, 7 million premature deaths every year. 7 million every year. And we are still giving subsidies to fossil fuels. Please, I mean, we need to put a stop to all of this.
What's happening at the WHO with this? What is the perspective here on what we need to do?
Well, Nick, we have a pavilion here at the COP. And this year, what we did with the pavilion was to give a visual image, something very powerful. I'm afraid not as powerful as the dinosaur, but we decided to bring our lungs here to make sure that people understand very well the connection between climate change and our health. So we have a fantastic sculpture, beautiful. Sometimes art is very useful as well to pass a message. So this is to remind us that the price of climate change is paid by our lungs. And we are convinced that this is maybe the argument we need for people to wake up from what the dinosaur was telling us. When our citizens will realize that climate change is about our health now, my lungs, my brain, my heart, the asthma of the children around me, then they might have a completely different sense of emergency, sense of need for action, and the good thing is that they will start to put pressure on their politicians, because this is what will change things. So we are very much convinced that the health argument is the one that maybe will bring some logic, some action, some motivation, and particularly some reaction from the citizens to make sure that we will accelerate at the level of ambition and speed that this major public health crisis will require. We are talking a crisis, a public health crisis. And when we see the figures that you are presenting us here about how much we are investing on fossil fuels and subsidies for fossil fuels, is absurd. It's like what the dinosaur was saying. How can you invest on paying meteorites that then will destroy us? This is the same. How can you invest on burning fossil fuels and then having our hospitals full of patients with chronic respiratory diseases, with a stroke, with heart attacks, with plenty of diseases that are in organs of our bodies that are affected by exposure to air pollution? It's a question for which I still don't have an answer.
Is it a developed country problem or a developing country problem, or is it both?
It is both. And you know, even in Europe, in the European countries, we still have 400,000 deaths every year due to exposure to air pollution. And it's not just on deaths, which is dramatic enough. It's a question as well, as I say, of hospitals full of chronic diseases. Our people is suffering from asthma. We have a major increase on asthma cases, cardiovascular diseases, lung cancer, a stroke. It's affecting all organs of our body, including our brain. We are now gaining more and more scientific evidence telling us that our cognitive development is at risk, and many of the neurodegenerative diseases are as well caused by or accelerated or exacerbated by this exposure to the pollutants. More threatening, we have detected in the unborn babies, in the fetus, PM 2.5, I mean particulate matter, polluted air that is already in the brain of an unborn baby. That means that it came through the placenta. We know that these little particulates, they can go everywhere, including they pass the placenta barrier. Isn't it dramatic what we are causing? Damage to the brain of the fetus. So we are putting at risk the intelligence, the collective intelligence of a generation. This is absurd.
Yeah, totally absurd. Maria, stay with us. Please join the seat over there. I'll take this handheld microphone away. We have frequency problems here with radio mics, so we have to use this rather old-fashioned stuff. It looks like a pop song microphone, doesn't it? Thank you. Stay with us. And now let's go to our second guest here in the studio. It's Jenny Miller. She's Executive Director of the Global Climate and Health Alliance. Jenny coordinates the joint efforts of national, regional, and international health organizations addressing climate change. The Alliance works to minimize the health impacts of climate change and to maximize the health benefits of climate solutions through leadership, advocacy, policy, research, and engagement. And on behalf of the Alliance, Dr. Miller co-chairs the WHO Civil Society Working Group on Climate and Health, in addition to her work at the GCHA, that's the acronym for the organization I just mentioned, and she currently serves as the immediate past chair of the Environment Section of the American Public Health Association. So, Jenny, I know that in advance of COP26, come join me, in Glasgow, the health community worldwide called for action, yeah? The quote was, all nations to deliver a rapid and just transition away from fossil fuels, starting with immediately cutting all related permits, subsidies, and financing for fossil fuels, and to completely shift current financing into the financing of clean energy. And I think that was from 46 million health professionals and workers. Jenny, great stuff. You have the floor. Give us your perspective on this issue, this emergency, this catastrophe for public health that is so ongoing and so unresolved.
Yeah, thanks very much, Nick.
And just on the microphone, keep it nice and close to your mouth.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Nick. Just to give you kind of a concrete grounding in what this really means. I'm a public health professional. I started my career working on children's asthma prevention in California. At the time, we were working in low-income communities with children who were showing up in emergency rooms over and over and over again. Their asthma was not controlled, even though they were getting the right medication, their parents were doing everything they could. And what was driving this was that they were living in high exposure areas. In one case, there was a school right across the street from an oil refinery. In another case, it was a neighborhood near a major port, so the neighborhood had diesel trucks going through day in, day out, and exposing these children to the impacts of fossil fuels. So you can imagine the impact on their lives. They're missing school, their parents are missing work. In some cases, they got very, very ill. Children died, unfortunately. So this is the kind of impact that fossil fuels have. So when you talk about externalities, the hundreds of billions in direct subsidies that produce trillions in externalities, those externalities are things like these children that are repeatedly experiencing asthma attacks. So yes, the health community has rallied around a call for a full phase out of fossil fuels and a phase out of fossil fuel subsidies. The notion that we are paying for this health harm and then paying again to deal with the health consequences is just extraordinary.
I mean, it is quite stunning, isn't it? Because, I mean, I think there are so-called good sides out there. For example, if you want to kickstart a green energy revolution, you might need a little bit of startup money to get it moving, right? Or if you've got startup companies with solutions to, I don't know, pollution of the oceans, maybe give them a helping hand. But the fossil fuel industry has been around for a heck of a long time. They're not really startups, these companies, are they? I mean, when you look at this, I mean, I think it's pretty clear it's going to be very hard to just phase out all fossil fuels overnight. But fossil fuel subsidies, which are the kind of cream on top for the fossil fuel industry, I think it's probably worth taking that cream away. So, I mean, how do you, in your campaigns, what resonance does it get with the public, with local authorities, with politicians and governments? Do you get a sense that they're interested?
Yes and no. I mean, I think this is a really challenging issue. The health perspective on fossil fuel use, on climate change, it does get attention. You know, health is something that we all have in common. It's a shared value. We all understand that we want ourselves to be healthy, we want our children and our communities to be healthy. So that resonates. And when health professionals step up and have a voice and use their voice to call for action on climate change, to call for the phase out of fossil fuels, the phase out of fossil fuel subsidies, that gets attention. Unfortunately, we're not yet seeing the follow through on that. So as you rightly note, fossil fuel subsidies are there and are increasing, and the health impacts right along with them.
Yeah, indeed. As we stand here, the amount of money spent on direct and indirect fossil fuel subsidies, so that's on funding fossil fuel companies to, you know, pump more oil from places, and also on consumers to get sort of cheap petrol or benzene or whatever, plus the damage that's being caused and therefore subsidized, because actually we all have to pay for it, right? Whether it's through healthcare or whether it's public buildings being sullied and then having to be cleaned and all the other things that go with it, is now standing at just over 6 trillion since the start of last year's climate conference. And as we stand here, you can just see it flick up every moment. It's $11 million a minute. It's absolutely absurd, isn't it? Yeah. Where'd you go with the campaign from here? What's happening at COP, by the way?
Yeah, so the health community has over the years built its presence at COP because we recognize that COP is one of the places where the big decisions get made that affect people's health around the world. So last year, I believe there were just over 100 people from the health community, health professionals of various kinds, health advocates. This year, it's over 200 representatives from the health community. The WHO has really played a leading role in gathering the health voice here. We have, we're presenting in various side events and sessions, but we're also following the negotiations and looking at where we can help delegations and negotiators recognize what's really at stake here, which is people's health, and help them make decisions based on that.
Okay. Jenny, stay with us, take a chair, and I'm going to come to our third guest. Normally we only have 2 guests on this show, but I really, really wanted to have a voice from the medical students, but I also wanted to have a voice from Egypt, which is where COP27 is taking place, here in Sharm El-Sheikh. So last but not least, let me introduce Mohammed Issa, I hope I've got that right, Liaison Officer for Public Health Issues at the International Federation, losing my voice there, of Medical Students Associations, and a representative of the Egyptian Medical Students Association. Mohammed, let me turn to you. The International Federation of Medical Students Associations recently joined forces ahead of COP27 with over 190 health organizations for a fossil fuel non-proliferation treaty. That's a bit like the treaties we used to have for nuclear weapons, which kind of puts the measure of the urgency we're talking about here. And in your statement, and I'm talking about your statement, for this initiative, you called on all relevant stakeholders to rapidly divest from fossil fuels and immediately withdraw fossil fuel subsidies in order to limit the crisis of climate change to ensure a healthier and sustainable future for all. So could you tell the viewers how you hope this agenda can move forward here at COP27 and over the year to come? Because COP27 doesn't solve everything, but you know there are other places and moments where this could happen. So yeah, let's hear from you, Mohammed. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. So I would start with the fact that yes, the change does not happen only in COP27, and that's why we're aiming for actions during COP27 and even actions after COP27. One of the things we have been seeing in the negotiations as well, and unfortunately one of the things almost the parties are agreeing to, is still phasing down in terms of fossil fuels and not phasing out. which is something that we still need to advocate for, something that we still need to call for. And unfortunately, even mentioning the fossil fuels as some of them being inefficient. And for me, it doesn't seem logical because all the fossil fuels are inefficient. It's not some of them are efficient and some are not. It's just we need to divert our energy sources, especially that we are in the decarbonization day as well. We need to shift more towards the renewable energy sources and immediately cut out the fossil fuels. And this can only happen by advocacy and the negotiations, as Jenny was mentioning as well, that we need to focus on what's happening in the negotiations, what the parties are doing, who can be the parties that can be leading on such a transition. Because when we speak about a just transition, in order to be just, in order to be healthy, in order to be equitable, it needs to start as soon as possible. Because, for example, at the Lancet mentioned, when we were speaking about the climate change for years now, it mentioned that as the biggest health threat or the biggest threat for the humanity of the 21st century, it's exacerbating inequities between rich and poor. So imagine with the fossil fuels being one of the leading causes of the climate crisis. This means that we need to stop this now. And I believe in addition to the advocacy at COP, every single person who's present at COP should maintain contact, start contact and maintain it with their own governments, with their own parties and organizations, and start doing this on a grassroots level, provide the strategies and provide the plans for how to use and how to do more on the renewable energy resources in order to contribute more to tackling the climate crisis. Especially that when we were working on the policy briefs as well, we discovered that, for example, I come from Egypt, which is one of the Arab states and also from the African group. But in terms of the Arab states, it was mentioned that only 7% of the power in the whole Arab states region, it comes from renewable energy sources.
Wow.
Which means that the other 93%, it's coming from sources and fossil fuels that we need to cut out. So we have so much to do, but I believe this COP, the past COPs, and even the future COPs should be like a leading and a starting point to do much more, because we need to act now, as mentioned in the video. It's now or never. So we need to start now.
That's really good. And I mean, it just seems absolutely clear, particularly in North Africa, but over large swathes of the developing world, there is so much possibility for renewable energy, even more so than, certainly with solar, than in some developed countries like Europe. It seems almost criminal that somehow not only the countries themselves, but the international community that should be supporting Africa and developing countries is not putting far more investment into renewable energies in these developing countries and help lift people out of poverty and deal with the whole issue of air pollution. Absolutely. Mohammed, take a seat. We're going to come to a little chat in a minute. But before that, I'd like to welcome my co-moderator. This is Boaz Paldi. He's Chief Creative Officer at UNDP, the UN Development Programme, our partner. He's a key person behind this UN agency's Frankie the Dinosaur campaign. And I have to say, when it started, I took my hat off to UNDP and even to the executive director, not the executive director, the administrator of UNDP, Achim Steiner, for having the guts to do this, right? Because there are bound to be some countries and some companies that we know that would say, no, you can't do this, you can't do this. And so you got it through, and it's unbelievably big hand. Big high five. Big high five. We can do the high fives afterwards. So, Boaz, you've heard what our three wonderful guests have said. Do you have any reflections on what they were saying?
I think I do, actually. I think some of what Maria was saying, some of what Jenny was saying, especially resonated with the fact that we have just gone through a massive public health emergency. And maybe we're on the other side of it. And we saw extreme action on that public health emergency, the COVID pandemic. And yet on this, which seems like a pandemic to me, it seems like it's exactly the same kind of situation where, although there are not body bags piling up in New York, but there are body bags piling up. And we are not seeing that action. We're not seeing that galvanization. We're not seeing that need to kind of move forward as humanity to tackle this issue. And that's what happened with COVID. We really saw kind of humanity come together, get a vaccine going in 6 months, stop meeting anyone, social distance, all of those things we did because of a threat, an existential threat to humanity. We're facing a far greater existential threat here, and that action seems to be lacking. It seems that we are not galvanizing. It seems that we're a little bit behind the curve as it comes to public health, which is such an important issue for all of us, as both Jenny and Maria and Mohammed said. It's part of all of us. We all deal with health every day. And yet somehow we're not seeing the connection between that and climate change in a clear way that will galvanize global action by humanity, not by a country, by all of us working together to tackle a global health emergency together. And that's my main idea, is like, why, and I'm asking this not with the expectation of an answer, but why has the COVID vaccine, the COVID crisis been able to galvanize this amount of like action, and we are not able to do that? And I think I also know the answer. I think, climate change is mostly invisible. It's mostly, you can't hear it, you can't smell it, you can't touch it. But is there a way for us to make that more prominent? Is there a way for us to be able to really show those health crises as they're happening?
Let's pause that thought, because we're going to have one other short video and then we're going to go to our conversation. But before you roll the video, I'd just like to say, I think I also know the reason why, which is there weren't that many vested interests in COVID-19, right? Whereas in the fossil fuel story, there are many powerful vested interests that at least want to slow down the inevitable transition to a low-carbon world. Let's park that thought in our heads and let's just run the short video. Thank you.
Listen up, people. You're headed for a climate disaster. And yet every year, governments spend hundreds of billions of public funds on fossil...
So let's now go to a panel discussion in the second half of this show and maybe dig a little bit deeper into this. Boaz, I'm going to let you kick off with a couple of questions to our wonderful guests. Do you need your glasses? Oh, you've got them. You've got them on. Well done.
Those guys that kind of like glasses on all levels.
Yeah. Fire away.
Thanks so much. We're seeing kind of like the impacts of this terrible war in Ukraine. Part of those impacts is the fact that countries are again moving more towards fossil fuels. We see various countries in Europe starting to invest in coal again. And we are seeing the rise of fossil fuel subsidies this year hit record highs. We were at $423 billion last year in direct subsidies without considering the effect. And this year we're going to be closer to 600 billion or a little bit over 600 billion. So we're seeing kind of the impacts. Is the war in Ukraine really going to affect us in that way, do you think? Do you think we are going to look at a higher level of use of fossil fuels? Or maybe it's a shot in the arm. Maybe this is what we need in order to move towards renewables, in order to really kind of like start thinking that fossil fuels are a thing of the past and we move forward.
Also, make the microphone very close to your mouths. It's very important.
So I think the war in Ukraine, clearly the reaction that we're seeing is greater investment in fossil fuels. And as you say, we're seeing that in many countries. It's kind of devastating to see that because we've been pushing for the phase out of fossil fuels and for action on climate change for a long time, and to see backwards motion at a time when we need to be accelerating action is really frustrating and devastating. It should be a wake-up call. The dependence on fossil fuels directly harms people's health, from extraction through transport, through burning of fossil fuels and air pollution. It also indirectly affects people's health through climate change. And triggering, it's not the cause of this war, but the entanglements that are happening resulting from this war are in part fueled, if you will, by fossil fuel. This should be an opportunity for us to say we can take a new direction, we can be independent of fossil fuels and have greater stability, greater security, greater safety worldwide.
I was going to say it's a very interesting point, just adding to that, because when you think back, there have been lots of conflicts around the world that seem to be a fight over fossil fuels, but that's another issue, yeah? Maria?
Sorry.
Microphone nice and close? Oh, I think the cable of this rather old-fashioned handheld microphone.
Sort it out. Governments should have invested on the transition to renewables long time ago and stopping this dependence of fossil fuels long time ago. This is COP27, so it means that for 27 years, we have been repeating the same message. You need to accelerate transition to clean sources of energy. So this transition should have been done, and then we will not be where we are. But now, I think we have all the elements for giving it finally this push for accelerating. And if we don't do it now, then really we will have totally blind politicians and leaders. I mean, our dependence on fossil fuels is killing us, literally. We need to move to renewable sources of energy if we want to be alive. If we want to if we want to cut pollution, we need to do it this way. Otherwise, be prepared to, from 7 million premature deaths, keep going. And so I don't know how our politicians are ready to absorb or to keep on their shoulders all of these deaths caused by combustion of fossil fuels. But if not, I think all the solutions are there. If you stop that, you will have a better economy, more sustainable transport systems, better response to our public health needs. You will have benefits on green jobs. What else? I mean, we have all the elements for accelerating and doing this very much needed transition. But definitely the health argument can be the one that maybe will cause this wake-up call to all the humanity to say, now, yes, now you have to do it. Otherwise, we cannot afford the cost that we are paying in terms of our health.
So the short answer is there's never a good time to get off fossil fuel subsidies, but there's never a bad time either. It just has to be done, and it's how you manage it.
Well, I think, Nick, instead of us justifying and pushing for accelerating this transition, it should be the other way around. Those who are using fossil fuels should be the ones saying, well, I'm not killing as many people as you say. Actually, I'm causing these benefits. I don't think it's the case. So somebody has to tell us what are the benefits, because in terms of harm, we have plenty, a very long list.
We have a long list, yeah, exactly. Well, let's come back on another question. And Mohammed, always jump in if you want to. Boaz?
What I'd like to go back to is the issue that I was remarking on in the beginning. Do you guys have an opinion about why we're not seeing the same galvanization around global health when it comes to climate as we saw from the COVID-19 crisis? What can we do better?
Mohammed, do you want to have a go on that? Yeah.
So yeah, maybe like one of the discussions I had with one of the attendees or the participants here in COP, and we were speaking about the same question: why is the conversation not about health here? Is that this person told me that unfortunately many of the parties and many of the countries, they believe that health is a national priority. And that's something that, again, seems very frustrating for me, that health is not just a national priority, but it's a global thing for every one of us. We need to speak about health for every one of us. And that's the problem, especially also when we're speaking about the war in Ukraine, that one of the reasons why we're not still phasing out from the fossil fuels, that here we're not putting health in all policies and we're not focusing on health. There is other determinants such as money and power that many countries and many governments are focusing on rather than focusing on the health of all people. Despite the fact that personally I believe that everyone is here in COP, the 30,000 people that are present in COP, they are present because they want to survive. They just want to live, as Maria mentioned. So this is actually health. This is actually why health should be part of the discussion. However, I also believe in terms of the language, that the language itself needs to be changed as a whole. Specifically, although it's mentioned, the COVID-19 pandemic has been mentioned in many of the negotiation texts. It's just like in the same paragraph where the COVID-19 pandemic is mentioned, health is never mentioned in the same paragraph. And this is also weird because the COVID-19 pandemic, it's obviously as well, it's a health issue that we need to focus on. So I believe one of the things that we need to do is develop conversations with each and every sector that is present in COP. Unfortunately, this COP, we still don't have a health day. We have so many different days, and each and every one of them is relevant to health. We had a Global Youth Forum on Climate Change and Health, in which we were all supporting it. And this forum, it focused on the thematics or the themes of COP27 and their links to climate change and health. And the youth had a stance on each and every theme of this in terms of what to do in terms of health. So I believe it's time to initiate the conversation with all the other sectors regarding how to put the health in the center of all of these policies. So, yeah.
I'd just like to add, I mean, I think there's a key point here, which is that health can lead the race in a sense, because the people really do care about their health. They care about their children's health. They care about their own health, right? But when you talked before about inefficiencies, these fossil fuel subsidies are penetrating almost every part of our society. We've had Dino talks where we've looked at agriculture. Why is it that people can't get off these synthetic fertilizers? Why do we have dead zones in the oceans from the runoff of fertilizers out to sea, and then fish stocks go down, deprive local people and coastal people of protein? Because the synthetic fertilizers come from fossil fuels and they have a fossil fuel subsidy. So sustainable agriculture is competing with one hand tied behind its back. It's the same with plastics. You can go on. So this is a big story, is the fossil fuels, not just health, but almost all parts of our economy. I'm very conscious we've got about 8 minutes left on this. I wanted to get back a little bit to what we're talking here. Poverty, poorer countries. Can we just touch a little bit deeper on how these fossil fuel subsidies are impacting people in poor communities in Africa? It's not just health pollution, is it? It's other things that they are suffering from because of fossil fuel subsidies. What about pollution of waterways? What about the land in some cases being damaged? What about heat waves? What about, can anybody touch a bit more on the wider things beyond air pollution? And I know, Marie, you did it earlier with fetuses and things, but I mean, yeah.
Maybe another aspect that is touching, and we didn't mention, human rights. I mean, if I don't have a right to breathe clean air, I don't know what I can expect from my society. If I cannot breathe clean air, what else?
Good point.
You know, and another thing is inequity. I mean, recently a little girl who passed away 10 years ago, Ella Roberta Kisidebra, she, on her death certificate, it was saying asthma. She passed away with a horrible, very acute case of asthma, but after a terrible suffering. And 10 years later, her mom has been fighting for it, and now in the UK, on the death certificate of this little girl, it says air pollution. And this is something extraordinary. This makes possible this connection in a very obvious and a very clear way, the connection between human health and fossil fuels and climate change.
Yeah.
And I think this is the moment where we can change things completely, when people start to realize
this is about the law. This suddenly becomes a legal matter.
Absolutely.
And when things become legal matters, that changes the game plan.
The other thing that gives me a lot of hope is that I saw yesterday this group of moms for clean air, or warriors, mom warriors. Those moms are incredible. When you fight for the health of your kids, believe me, there is nothing more powerful than one mom fighting for her child because they have asthma. That can change completely the life of the fossil fuels.
Jenny?
It will put it in peril.
Yeah. Jenny?
Yeah, there's no question that climate change so far has significantly had significantly greater impact on lower-income developing countries, vulnerable countries around the world. You know, we're seeing heat waves, hunger and famine in Africa has been aggravated by drought in Central America as well. Some of the floods recently in Pakistan were absolutely devastating to that country. I believe that about half of the country was underwater. The thing is, though, we're seeing the impacts of climate change in every country now. So I think to an earlier question about why we're not taking this as an emergency, for a while it was possible for people in wealthier countries to say, it's far away, it's not affecting me. Now it is affecting me. It's affecting every country in the world. And it's affecting people's health and well-being. And so we've not yet started taking the level of action we need to, but people around the world, medical professionals, health professionals around the world are seeing those impacts in every single country.
I think this is, I really think this story you raised from the UK is really getting me more and more excited, because we have seen around the world in the last few years some groups and some people starting to test the law on climate change. Right? In the Netherlands, there was a case where the government was challenged for not meeting its targets, and they had to step them up. There are laws out there. They devolve from the Paris Agreement. They come into national legislation. If more doctors in countries put down reason for death, asthma, or baby dies early from air pollution, we suddenly have a new basis for action on fossil fuel subsidies.
I think that goes into directly to the hot topic of COP today, of loss and damages, because this is loss and damages. This is loss and damages on a personal level, not on a country level, but there is loss and damages from climate change that should be considered as a personal health issue. So I think that's part of what is happening in COP, but it's still kind of at that level of loss and damages on a much larger scale. But I think it's the same conversation.
I think we're going to have to be wrapping up in a couple of minutes here. We might have a little special guest possibly popping in, and it's not Elvis Presley.
Not Elvis Presley?
Well, no, I'm told he's still working at a supermarket checkout in Arizona or something. But we may have a special guest coming in. But maybe just to wrap this up, I mean, firstly, amazing guests, Boaz, we've had here today.
Absolutely amazing.
We kept the health story towards the end of the series because we knew it was the biggie and it would be the it would be the first one we would naturally choose. But we wanted to keep it and look at other parts of the economy like agriculture and plastics, poverty, other things like that. So we've kept this especially for the COP. We are going, and this is going to be in one word, we are going to hopefully next week have the final episode with, say, 3 countries asking them, what are you going to do about it? And what would you say in a short message to each of those countries that we're going to talk to next week?
I want to breathe clean air. Is that too much ambitious? I mean, I just want to breathe air that will not kill me. And for that, we need to stop the use of fossil fuels.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
I think the thing that I would say to those countries is phasing out fossil fuel subsidies is to your benefit. Your people will benefit. The government will not have to spend the money on those health impacts that you're currently spending. So you'll have those resources freed up for other costs. You'll have the subsidies freed up for other costs. Your people will be healthier. Why not do this?
Yes, maybe I would just say that, like, since we're mentioning also the COVID-19 pandemic, that unfortunately what we can see that the lessons were not learned from the pandemic in terms of working together in order not to fail everyone on this planet. So it's time to... Okay.
Oh, sorry, finish your point, Mohammed.
It's time to phase out the fossil fuel subsidies in order not to fail any more nations or generations anymore.
Okay. Look, we've been joined by somebody that knows about getting things wrong. Hello, Frankie. Nice to meet you. He knows about extinction, and he wants us not to go the same way. Thank you, Frankie, for speaking. We've got some very nice, watch the tail, Frankie. We've got some lovely guests here. Who's translating for Frankie today?
I speak dinosaur.
Does anybody want to ask Frankie a question?
You think we are completely crazy? We are going to... Yeah, I agree. Maybe we still have some, little bit of wisdom somewhere. Let's hope, okay? Let's put some hope on it. Thank you.
I think what Frankie's saying is that take urgent action, climate action now, phase out fossil fuels as soon as possible, phase out fossil fuel subsidies as soon as possible, and stop paying for your own demise.
Yeah. Anybody else want to ask Frankie a question? Mohammed? He's been by the pyramids, by the way.
I'm scared of Frankie even.
You're a bit scared. He's very friendly, right?
Yes, it's just like I feel sad for Frankie, and I feel sad for the people who would follow the same level of extinction, I would say. So I would also support that we should not choose extinction. And this would also take us into focusing on the triple planetary crisis of climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, so that we can tackle the planetary crisis in general and ensure that planetary health is preserved. So, yeah.
Okay, I think Frankie might have some other engagements. It's great that you could pop in. And I have to point out that some of his relations are a bit nastier, but Frankie's very friendly. Thanks, Frankie. I think it's time for you to go. Thank you. Who's going to assist him out? He's a big boy.
Yeah, he knows how to do it.
You need a female one as well. I do think you need Fiona the dinosaur for some gender
the dinosaur
balance.
is translated into 53 languages, and many of those translations are actually a female dinosaur, with a female in Spanish, in French, in Kiswahili, just to name a few that I know. But he's very gender
All right,
fluid.
so
They are very gender
he's
fluid.
SDG aligned. He's Sustainable Development Goals aligned.
Indeed.
Okay. Look, thank you very much indeed, everybody. It was a great show. I hope that many people out there watched it and understood that you should be lobbying your governments. And if you're doctors and medical professionals, join this campaign that the WHO and the Global Climate and Global Health Alliance, Global Climate and Health Alliance, and the International Federation of Medical Students Association get behind it. And if you come across somebody who sadly passes away and you're sure it's air pollution, put it down on the death certificate. Make people aware this is a legal business as much as it is an environmental business. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it different in Kenya to in Zambia to in Colombia? So we want to hear from you, your experiences, and how you react to these results. So we see we have quite a number of answers now, so I want to now turn it over to our panel. And we'll start with you, Bernard, and then we'll go down the row. So Bernard, what are your reactions to these results?
Thank you very much. Very interesting results, I have to say the least. Of course, I expected that drought was going to be one of them. I'm not very sure that that is what is being projected, but interesting. For our perspective in Kenya, I think one of the greatest challenges is the issue of drought and the effect it actually brings. Drought brings with it the issue of seasonal feed availability. It affects the feed availability, and that has been a big problem for us. Currently, we are in a state where for the last 5 seasons, we've had no rains. And there's a possibility that this is going to continue for another season. So that means for over 3 years, we're going to have areas without rainfall, especially in the coastal areas. So for us, I think drought has been a serious issue. It's climate related, and this is actually impacting the aspect of feed availability. And obviously, it has a ripple effect in terms of the livestock outcomes. Productivity then goes down, and the other thing that we're also seeing that pastoralists, especially, have moved far and far. Smallholders have to have additional resources to be able to acquire feed resources. So this for me is the biggest issue that is evident in Kenya.
Carlos, Felipe, go ahead.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to talk about the first polls option with challenges in the panel. And I think those first poll is a consequence of the climatic change and variability change. In this way, I think that we have a big responsibility with the production of greenhouse gases emission
and we have a big opportunity to mitigation. And we don't have to forget the agriculture sector, police sector, have a big opportunity in carbon sequester as a carbon sink. And I think that the result of this talk is all about variability and climatic change with no sustainable system for cattle physical.
Thank you, Felipe. Dereji, let's come to you.
Thank you very much, Nora. My name is Dereji, as introduced. I'm working for the IGAD Center for Pastoral Areas and Livestock Development. Yes, we have challenge. I can mention the two critical challenges from my perspective as it stands, but it's also an opportunity. The first thing that as IGAD region, we have 70% of our land as arid and semi-arid land. And it's highly affected by the impact of climate change. It's simply a big loss of land. Land are not losing as a physical asset, but losing the quality of land because droughts are repetitively happening that grassland do not have time to recover and regenerate. And other opportunistic invasive wood species are inhabiting, which is affecting the livestock production because it affects feed availability. So one of the biggest challenges we have is the rapid speed of loss of land. I can just give you one example. In Ethiopia, in one particular region, 1 million hectares is invaded by Prosopis species, which is an invasive species. It's not palatable, and it's pumping what's available in the ground. Has a lot of implications for the biodiversity and the livelihood of people. The second issue that I want to mention is also pastoralism and agro-pastoralism are the dominant livestock production in Horn of Africa. And two key issues define it. One is mobility. They have to move from season to season because the system does not allow permanent use. The second point is communal use of land. It's communal use of land with nested rights, and which is not really being appreciated and supported. It means a huge ecosystem is needed for community to move seasonally and benefit. That lack of support and land governance has also served as disincentive for communities to invest to their land. These are the two challenges that we have, but solvable. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to answer this slightly different off script. So, Melissa Ho, I support WWF freshwater and food work in the U.S., based in Washington, D.C., but we work globally. I think I just wanted to pull off of my colleagues as well as on Simone's presentation and really just say, working with livestock, especially in the climate context, there are a lot of paradoxes, right? It's part of the problem, part of the solution. We need to improve and reduce the footprint of livestock, but yet we need to upscale production of animal ag in many parts of the world for livelihoods and nutrition. And also things like, there's going to be why livestock is important for nutrition, but yet we also want to be shifting diet. So I think I wouldn't be WWF staff person if I didn't take a systems approach and maybe reject the notion of picking one or two top things. And as you heard from colleagues, they're very interrelated. And we have to take a systems approach to think of what is relevant where. But I will pick two themes that I'm going to build off of colleagues. The first is land use and land use change and land use regulation. So livestock and soy, often to feed livestock, are the two biggest drivers of conversion of land, deforestation and conversion. This is a huge footprint of livestock and the food system. It's the majority. These two commodities alone are the majority of the 22% contribution of land use change to the climate footprint globally. Also thinking about, as well as thinking of management of animals on the land, deforestation is a key problem, and that affects water and soil management, etc. So really thinking about the existential places of where we are grazing and where we produce livestock, as well as how we manage them. The second biggest challenge, and a lot of other folks mentioned it, is on feed. I'd say animal feed and nutrition. There's a huge yield gap and efficiency gap, and really orders of magnitude differences in production efficiency in systems around the world. I appreciated Simone said, a cow in Kansas is not the same as a cow in Kenya, and what and how we manage that cow and the species and varieties and what we feed those animals should probably also be different. And so thinking of how to improve production efficiency and close the yield gap, that will also reduce the per capita, the intensity of the GHG footprint as well. And there's so many things to unpack about innovations in feed and feeding strategies. And just improving productivity, basic productivity, would go a long way in maybe lower and middle income countries.
As an animal scientist on animal production systems, I must agree with all the previous speakers, and I don't want to repeat the same message again and again, but yes, the reason that it's quite equally divided, the voting here, I think, is because the different issues are very much interconnected. I think especially in Southern Africa, drought has been an issue for a long time, but it's getting worse, and that's because of the greenhouse gas emissions. So to say land degradation, yes, of course, it connects to drought. Lack of access to water connects to drought. So it's all interconnected. And I think I'll leave it to that because we're repeating each other. And I'll hand over to my neighbor.
Thank you. I'm a farmer from the grassroots where we are experiencing these challenges. In my opinion, I see the lack of access to water is one of the challenges we are facing, like in Zambia. The other one is seasonal feed availability. Because in Zambia, our animals, they have got a gap in water. We don't have so many reservoirs where we can. So for our animals to access water, it is becoming a challenge. And when we come to seasonal feed, sometimes we help the shepherds to go out with the animals, to go and feed the animals. But at a later stage, after rain season, we do leave the animals to feed on their own, which is bringing another problem in the fields of other farmers just because of those animals. And when they go out to feed on their own, they are again finding the program on this thing which has been introduced to apply weed killers for the grains in the fields. As the animals feed on their own, they are eating that grass which has been sprayed by those chemicals, which is bringing a problem to those animals, and they are dying. So as a result, these are the problems we are facing because of this. I think if we can have more land for the animals to graze in, this will help us as farmers, ensuring that farmers have access to good feed materials, locally produced, instead of expensive stock feeds, ensuring emission per animal. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think what I take away from all of those responses is that we can't talk about livestock as a monolith. What is happening in Colombia is very different from what is happening in Zambia, from what is happening in the Netherlands, from what is happening in the Horn of Africa. And so this conversation around, what do we do about livestock? Livestock are contributing so much. We really have to nuance that. And I think we've also talked a lot about cattle here, but we have to remember there are other types of livestock as well. And so, the solutions will not be the same everywhere. And we have to be able to tailor the solutions to the different contexts. So, I think you're right, Melissa, or was it, I think Melissa said, we can't say what is the one problem here because there are different problems everywhere and they are systemic and linked. So thank you so much for those responses. So we have a second question. So get your phone out again, and then we'll do another round of responses, and then or round of answers here, and go to the panelists again. So our second question, now we're testing your trivia knowledge almost. What percent of total global greenhouse gas emissions come from livestock in Africa? So we're just talking about Africa and the livestock. What percent do you think of total global greenhouse gas emissions is coming from that sector? Give it a thought. Don't be influenced by what you see coming up on screen. And just to note that we did start a little late, but to be able to respect the next session that will come in, we will plan to end at the scheduled time of 2:45. So after this round of responses, we will try to have a little Q&A with the audience, and then we'll have some closing remarks. So we will try to end, because I know I think our other panelists have elsewhere to be as well. So just to note that we will close on time there. Okay, so we're seeing the answers come up. I think we have some very educated people in the room, because the one that has come in top is the correct one. According to FAO's Clean Dashboard, 1.2% of total greenhouse gas emissions come from the livestock sector in Africa. And to give you a comparison, this compares to 3.7% for livestock from the Americas, 4.8% for livestock from Asia, and 1.3% from Europe. So we go back to our panel now. Be prepared with your microphones. So we'll start again with Bernard. What are some of your thoughts when you think about this percentage?
It's not surprising again. We have low emission levels from Africa. The fact that it's only 1.2% then tells us that our priority should actually be on adaptation, creating resilience amongst the communities. One thing we must realize that in our context, livestock is looked at not as one that is producing one specific commodity. In Africa, livestock has multiple uses, right? We're looking at livestock being a source of livelihood. We're looking at a source of nutrition within the household. We are looking at it as something that delivers ecosystem or biodiversity in the areas where they are. We're also looking at livestock as sources of important organic fertilizers, which are often very expensive out there. So this is a context that a lot of people don't understand about livestock in Africa. So we don't look at livestock in terms of emissions per kilogram of meat, for example, per kilogram of protein. But if you were to quantify the value of all those ecosystem services, then we realize that the actual emissions are even lower. Yeah? Therefore, our focus should ideally be on the aspect of looking at not really on mitigation, but adaptation. What can we bring on board to create resilience of this livestock? How do we improve the feed quality that will increase productivity in these areas, sustain the livestock of a longer period, and improve the livelihood of a sustained period? So that for me is what is critical. So it's not out of the world to know that emissions are quite low in Africa. And sometimes I look at the animals that people are condemning in some of the areas and saying they are not producing. But which other animal can survive in those areas? We don't have crops that can actually do well in those particular areas. What is the option? And what is the social cost of removing all those animals to the people who live in those particular areas? So I think we really have to look at all this, like I've been saying, in terms of in totality.
and look at the total value of livestock rather than looking at a specific product. I hear people talking about livestock being industrial livestock systems. It's not like that. I mean, whether it's in America or wherever, livestock can give us certain services that we must look at correctly. Thank you.
I will answer the last because I prepared a couple of slides.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sure. Yeah. So we'll. Oh, they'll come up now. So you can go ahead. Yes, we're ready for the slides. There we go.
Okay. For this question, I prepared a couple of slides about the contribution in a region view, and the next one is for a specific example and profile greenhouse gas inventory of my country, Colombia, or in the inventory team. So in this slide, we can see that as all here in this room know about the portfolio sector, we are apporting 22% of all greenhouse gases in a planetary scale as main three gases: CO2 from deforestation, methane for intensive fermentation and manure management, and rice crop. And the last one is nitrous oxide from fertilizer and urine and fecal nitrogen in grazing animal principally. But what can we see in this slide? You can push next for the animation. So we can see here the portfolio sector represent with the stars to the one before, please. With a table of the left side represent more than 2/3 for the inventory in a lot of countries in South America, such as Brazil, such as Colombia, such as Argentina, and the next table shows the other stars with intensive fermentation represents more than half of emission within the portfolio sector. So in this case, we have a big opportunity to mitigate this all cattle system view with a holistic view. So we have a big opportunity to increase this profile. Yeah. The next one slide, we can see with the next please. We can see to the left side profile of typical known Annex 1 with high areas of forestry. We can see that the first circle of the above circle, we can see that deforestation associated to pasture. Above that, we can see all emission from intensive fermentation. And 3 and 4 of above down in the graphic, we can see all emission from manure management from the cattle. So in this case, for Colombia, case of Colombia, we have maybe 40% of total emission just for cattle system. What it means, as you say, we have a very low productivity system in our countries, with high carbon footprints in emission for meat or for meat, and this is a typical profile emission factor from a pollutant sector in a known Annex 1 countries for the most countries in Africa and South America. And the right side in this slide, we can see that it's not just the cattle, the biggest or the key categories in manure management. In my country, if you can see the columns, yellow one and blue ones, we can see the emission from poultry, broilers and swines are important in methane and nitrous oxide for manure management. So we have a big opportunity to mitigate GSG in livestock for other species more than.
Thank you, Laura. I think Bernard has already said there is no way to again go back and confront this. The fact is most of the research and extrapolation has been done outside Africa, and it's not really reflected the farming system. But we accept this is the issue. It's from our common village. We need to address it. Where is the area that we could address? One of the issues we have is apart from productivity, it's the feed area that we can improve. We have a multiple impact in terms of improving production as well as also contributing to carbon sequestration through different investments. If there is a room that the available land, then possible to enhance and improve. We need to work together toward this. And the other contribution is the animal disease in the context of Africa, which is also taking assets in huge numbers. That we can do a bit around that. Especially the pastoralists and agro-pastoralists are also burdened with multiple tasks. They have to feed their family, they have to keep their asset as an asset. In case of calamities of losing, they have to also keep the breeding. We could also do that, taking some of these areas, like for example, after loss of large population of livestock from drought, there is no area where they can go and restore by, because they have to struggle with breeding, feeding their family, keeping their assets. That financial service penetration is very poor. Providing breeding support is very poor, and same as the feed. So a huge area that can be tapped in and pose another opportunity, supporting the people from lifting out of poverty, as well as also contributing to reduction of methane emission from livestock.
When I see the 1.2%, I think of what that represents today, but I also think of what and where we will be tomorrow and in 20, 50, 100 years from now. I think there's a lot of need to upscale animal production in low and middle income countries, as colleagues have noted, for all the benefits it brings to people, for livelihoods, for nutrition. In many places, it is the relevant livelihood opportunity in marginal soils where crop production is probably not appropriate. Pastoralism and livestock production is what is the option and the opportunity. So that 1.2% is today, but what will and should it be in the future? And so I think when you think of what and why it's 1.2% and where the population of livestock emissions comes from, it's the number of animals times the emission intensity, so the amount of footprint per animal produced. And so as others have noted, and I also mentioned in my opening remarks, that there is a big yield gap and a lot of opportunity to improve and close the yield gap, improve intensity of emissions per animal. As we know, in many of these countries, it's going to increase the number of animals. So we don't want that percentage to go up in lower and middle income countries, but we know we're going to increase the number of animals over time. So we must do sustainable intensification. We must improve productivity and reduce the footprint per unit animal. In other contexts, right, we probably might need to shift the number of animals. We have to do other means of improving production efficiency. That is also something. So, for instance, India has the most number of cows per capita, and there's huge gaps in their production efficiency. I think the last thing I'll just mention, and it's on this theme of looking at what we need to be thinking about in the environment and in the landscape versus what we need to be thinking about for the animal and the production system of the animal. They have to go together. And so we really need to think about about a shared vision for people and planet. This 1.2% is just climate. You talked a lot about climate and nature, and the landscape matters a lot, and that is not embedded in this 1.2%. So it's where do animals belong on a landscape in that region, in the world? What and how do animals support people for livelihoods and nutrition in those landscapes in a region around the world? You know, and then how do we equitably determine what and how the footprint is, what's the equity of allocation of carbon emissions reductions that we know we need to have, right? We need to reduce emissions considerably, 70% in order to get to the 1.5 degrees. So there is an initiative called the Science-Based Targets Initiative, Forest, Land Use, and Agriculture, has actually, with the Global Earth Commission, calculated what emissions reductions should, where they should come from for the corporate sector by commodity, and so, and by region. And so we need to also align in the climate space on what I call the North Star for what emissions reductions should look like in North America versus Africa and for specific commodities. And there's a whole set of science that is grounding that and where corporates are making their commitments, especially where their supply chain depends on livestock products. So I really urge us to point to that as the North Star on the climate content. Thanks.
Yeah, if you look indeed, like Melissa already told us, at the total volume of GHG emissions per continent, you see that indeed in undeveloped countries, developing countries, those numbers are smaller than in developed countries. And if you look at the intensity, so the amount of CO2 per kilogram of product, it's the other way around. The footprint will be higher in developing countries than in developed countries. And that points out two things. First of all, the productivity difference. So developed countries have also developed agricultural, and that means that you need less resources per kilogram of product, which means your GHG emissions are going down. But it also points out, and that's very important, that there's a difference in access to nutrition. There's a big inequality between developed and developing countries. And that's really concerning, especially if you look towards the future, because you need finance to mitigate climate change, and you need finance to be resilient against climate change and to manage crisis. So unless we get this inequality a little bit more equal, this is very concerning. Because we will not be able to reduce GHG emissions and to respond to climate crisis.
When I see the percentages, the issue is about trade-offs between adaptation, welfare for farmers, new animals, and all this. And at the same time, these animals cause methane and the GHG emissions. The emissions per unit animal are often high. Cattle eat feed of low quality. If the feed improves, the emissions per animal will decrease as well. As we know, all the farmers, like in Africa, specifically in Zambia, farmers need livestock for income, food, nutrition, and farm implementation. Now, when we come to tell a farmer, a smallholder farmer, to reduce the number of animals because of emission, it is very difficult because it means they would lose their livelihood. So what we just need to do is the effort should be to put farmers to make these animals more productive. Basic conditions for productive animals, production must be in place.
Thank you so much to everyone. And I think what I'm hearing is that, yes, we do need to think about the future and to look at where do we want to be, but we also need to think about the multiple benefits that livestock have and the income that they provide for farmers. So how can we make them more productive? And I think that I didn't hear the term co-benefits, but I was really thinking, you know, if we work on improving the emissions intensities, we'll have adaptation and mitigation at the same time. And that's what farmers need, I think. So at this point, we do have time for audience questions. So if you have a question, please raise your hand. We will bring a microphone over. And we're interested also to hear from you. It doesn't have to be a question. You can give us a comment if you have thoughts on this topic. We all must be thinking the same way. No, there is a question. Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Yes, my name is Todd Crane from the International Livestock Research Institute, and I think it's noteworthy that all of the variables that we're looking at here today are environmental for sustainability, which is of course the foundation that we need to keep in mind. But when we also look at livestock systems, and I'm specifically looking at Africa here, both for live animals and for dairy, we also need to look at the economics, because environmental issues aside, the farm gate prices for livestock and for milk are very poor, very uninspiring, and they don't create incentives to actually invest in better practices. Because, say for example, in the Kenyan dairy sector, we know that investing in best practices earns you a loss financially. So there's a tension between the environmental side of sustainability and dealing with the economics, the household economics and the sectoral economics to consider in relation to these.
Thank you, Todd. I know, Bernard, you worked for a long time in a dairy development project. Do you want to respond to that?
Thank you very much. I think one of the things that sometimes we ask farmers is keep records in Kenya. But the case is that farmers don't keep records because they don't want to realize actually the big losses. It's a very common thing in Kenya. So I'm not surprised to hear that as we look at investments, especially in dairy, and especially if you're looking at climate smart investments, it is a cost. Already the cost of it is high, so we are telling the farmer to improve the quality of that feed even further. But the cost, the price of the milk when they are selling it does not match the investment that the farmer is putting in terms of the inputs. So there's a balance that has to be attained there, and I do agree that probably some of the prices are quite low in Kenya. We were in Ireland the other day, and animals are on grazing systems, pasture grazing systems. That's a very low cost system. There's research which has been done comparing the three production systems, especially in dairy in Kenya. And the mixed, the semi-intensive and the pasture grazing is actually the cheapest, but we don't have the land. Only 20% of our land is actually arable. So there are a lot of issues that we have to look at in terms of that. I think investing in climate smart technologies and innovations can actually be costly, and that has to be matched with the price that the farmers have to get from the milk for them to continue practicing.
Isana, do you want to respond as well?
Yes, now it's working. Yeah, what I can tell you about the company I'm working for in the Netherlands, Friesland Campina, we're sourcing a lot of milk in developing countries, and we have programs in place there to help farmers become more productive and enhance milk quality. So that's good for the company, that's good for the farmer. But what we've learned from that, because we've been doing that for years, is that it only works if you work on all steps of the chain. So it is about making sure that the milk gets to the milk collection centers, working on breeding, working on the feed quality, working on a good financial payment, and also just the safety in the region, the political situation. Because sometimes you build something somewhere and then it collapses again because there's unrest. So it's really important to work on everything at the same time, not to just run a project on breeding and bring some European cattle, breed them in and think then everything is fixed. It's really much more complicated than that. But we keep on trying, and I hope that everyone in the room actually will do the same.
Any other panelists that would like to respond to that question? Okay, from the audience, please go ahead.
Hello, thank you everyone. My name is Michelle Gorton and I'm the CEO of the Philanthropic Foundation in Australia, and we do a lot in agriculture and livestock particularly. I'm interested to know why the panel has emphasised the need to be very nuanced in the way that we look at the role of livestock around the world, and I completely agree. There hasn't been a lot of nuance around the type of emissions. You know, there's things, the type of emissions, the difference between methane from livestock and fossil fuel emissions. You know, in the mainstream, these things are increasingly conflated as being just as bad as each other. And I'm interested in your thoughts about how we can be a bit more nuanced about the differences between livestock's greenhouse gases and fossil fuel greenhouse gases and the environmental footprint.
Who would like to respond to that question? Melissa?
Can I clarify? Are you saying that you think it maybe is an unfair comparison, thinking of fossil fuel greenhouse gas emissions from livestock emissions method? Yeah, I mean, they're both a product of human consumption, right? You could argue they're both organic. I mean, fossil fuels are cut from earth, right? So I don't, it's hard. In WWF, we're very nuanced because we understand the role livestock play for livelihoods, nutrition, and agriculture for millennia. They've been part of agricultural systems and part of landscapes for millennia. I think what we have not seen is an industrialized and sort of level of production and the numbers that we have today in some parts of the world, right? And I think the extrapolation of the current trends we are on with consumption, we know that if we extrapolate that out to the 9-10 billion people that we'll have in the next few decades, eating at the same levels of consumption according to those trends, we need 7 planets to sustain us. So in some ways it doesn't matter, you know, what it is. It's really a product of our consumption, whether it's energy, our clothes, our food. We have to figure out how to curb our emissions. The gases in the atmosphere are very different. One is a stock gas and one is a flow gas, and have very different, they exist in the atmosphere for different lengths of time, but we treat them all the same. And I think that is one of the reasons that livestock is so maligned, is because the two things are viewed in exactly the same way. There's an oversimplification of the role of those gases in the atmosphere.
I totally recognize that, and I think that the awareness of the difference between methane and CO2 is becoming more known, and that reducing methane emissions will have a short-term effect, whereas once you emit fossil CO2, you're hardly able to ever remove it from the atmosphere again. So that's a very important point indeed.
Yeah. Just add, really look at the Science-Based Targets Initiative, which is science-based and takes into account carbon accounting, translating methane as well as nitrous oxide. You know, and so I think the residence times as well as the impact of the different gases is taken into account in where the emissions reductions needs to come from. So I hear you that you feel, you know, it's different, but I do think the science-based protocols are understanding those differences.
Thank you so so much. I saw two other hands, so let's take the questions one behind you, Reese. Let's take the questions one after the other, and then we'll have a quick response from the panel, and then we'll close.
Hello, my name is Lisa and I'm from Germany. As far as I understand, you are trying to develop a food system that is reliant on grazing. And at the same time, with the climate crisis growing more and more serious, the area which is available for grazing will become less. And you have mentioned you already have problems to provide water for the animals. And at the same time, you are saying you want to increase the number of animals. And another thing is, you have mentioned a cow in Colombia is different than a cow in Kenya or a cow in Europe. However, one thing all cows have in common is that growing them is highly inefficient. 90% of the calories that go into a cow get lost during the process of metabolism, and in the end, only 10% of the former calories, they remain for human consumption. So I quite don't understand how this is a food system not already designed to fail. Why are we not trying to produce food in an efficient way, which is plant-based food? And for those areas where we cannot grow plants, we can make sure that the plants will be important, or just they will be planted in areas where it's possible, and then we will bring them to the other areas. It's just like human collaboration. We've been talking about how the livestock farming needs to be like seasonal and go from one place to another, to another, to another, because it's not possible to do it all year at one place. So you're ready to move animals and cows, but it's not possible to move like plants from the places where they are grown to the places where they are needed. Like from my point of view, this food system relying on animals is designed to fail in the long term.
Thank you for those reflections. Let's have the one in the back, and then we'll go to the panel.
Hello, actually, I was going to say ask the same thing, because somebody mentioned earlier that so plants are available all year round, so people have to eat animals, but I'm wondering what the animals eat. And then if we have the resources, because like raising animals surely takes lots of resources, and they also pollute, not just with greenhouse gases, but like so I'm quite sure logically, I'm wondering how you can, water is so precious, why would you waste it on raising animals when like humans need it? And shouldn't we be focusing on plant farming? Because we're in a methane emergency, and even if we stop fossil fuels right now, animal agriculture is gonna, it's 1.5 degrees right now. So are there any plans of like getting rid of animal agriculture altogether?
Thank you. Thank you for those. Thank you. Hello. Thank you for those comments. So I think we have some great discussion that can come out of this. And I have been asked to, or said that we can go until 2:55, which is great. Is that okay for the closing speaker? Thank you very much. I've been told that catering is here, so after this panel, we will be able to have a little bit to eat. So Felipe wants to respond, and then I think maybe to AJ, if you could talk. Thanks.
Okay, thank you for the first one question. For the first one. Okay, for the now better. Okay. For the first one question, I think the answer is no increase the heads of animals in the system. I think that the answer is improve the all livestock production. Yeah. In this case, for example, in Colombia, we have 29 million heads in 39 million hectares. Is less than one animal per hectare. Yeah, but We have no high productivity system. We have very low rates in reproductive and productive system. So I think if we improve all livestock system, we are making a big difference in greenhouse gases inventory, for example. And the other side, I think that we have to see beyond the animal. We must to see a holistic view, animal and the relationship with the plants, grazing, soil, silvopastoral system, and I think if we have a good balance in those livestock system, I think the carbon footprint is increasing.
I have not heard the second question, the second one. I can respond to the first one. I mean, in the context where we are, we have to attempt a range of actions to survive our humanity. That's the underlying fact. But we have to also see the difference in different localities when we are suggesting a proposal. You have an ecosystem where livestock has been part of the system, and then people have no other option. It's food, it's assets, it's job. So it's so simplistic to suggest something because it's part of those people, and those people will be affected. That's what I want to say. We have to also see livestock and with the land. And in a mixed farming system, livestock provide power, livestock provide manure. It's not only the line of the methane that we see, a lot of interconnected stuff. So yes, solutions are multiple. It's ranging from in to in. There is nothing that we can say no as humanity to survive, but we have to see also the different.
Time is running out. Come on.
Well, welcome back, everybody. We're now in the afternoon here from the COP27 Climate Hub, broadcasting live from the Nature Positive Pavilion, which is great. I wonder if any viewers have noticed a little green car that I have here, which has been sitting around. That's actually given to me by my grandson, Ollie, or Oliver, who lives in Spain. And he gave that to his granddad because he wants him to do something about climate change. And I thought it was highly relevant today because we're going to be talking about decarbonizing production. We need to urgently decarbonize our societies, but decarbonize the way we produce things. How can we transform the way we produce things like big ticket items, like steel and like cement? So steel very much relevant to this little car that I have here in my hand. We are now going to hear from our first speaker for the session, and that is Monica Belgran, who's professor in industrial production management at KTH Royal Institute of Technology in Sweden. And she is coming in to us today with the magic of Zoom. Is she with us? She certainly is. Hello, Monica.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, very good.
You can. Fantastic, Monica. So, Monica, tell us a little bit about your background. Where are you from exactly, and what are you actually doing? What's your work?
Well, I'm a researcher at KTH, as you just mentioned, and I work very much on sustainable production. That's my main focus today. So I've been in the academy for a long time, but also in industry, mainly manufacturing industry, automotive.
Great. Automotive. So my little introduction with a little green car was very relevant from my grandson in Spain. Thank you. Tell us then, what challenges are there in the manufacturing industry to accelerate the transition to carbon neutrality? Where do you see the broad swathes of where these challenges lie at the moment?
I mean, first, I think the general focus is on products, but it's a growing interest on production because also the production's proportion of the impact will increase as the products will get greener. But in general, I think it starts very much with energy, of course, and the resources. And if you look at the energy system, for example, in Sweden, we have quite a green energy system, which helps, of course. So that's the main part, I would say. But the resources is actually the real game changer that we need to transform to become circular. And we have optimized our society, our industry, for linearity for more than 100 years. So that is a big transformation we need to do. And if we look at the industry worldwide today, we have a lot of factories. So we have a lot of brownfield facilities and equipment that we need to transform. So that is, I would say, a really a challenge to us all, how to transform. We know that change management is tough, but this will be even tougher. But also we have another thing to think about, that now as we transform, we build new factories, for example, for batteries, for steel production and so on. And we also need to think about how we design the factories to become green and circular from the very beginning. So we don't invest linear. We need to think green and invest green also.
Right. I mean, I remember years and years ago when I was a journalist on the Times newspaper in London, reporting on something, I think, from the Netherlands at the time, and I'm talking a long way back, where they were talking about cars, and they said, it's all very well the car's getting more fuel efficient, but actually the biggest emissions are from the manufacturer of the car, and actually maybe you should just drive a car for 50 years, like one of those old British Morris Minors, rather than buying a new one, because the emissions were so high in those days from the production. Is that shifting a little bit right now in Europe? Are we getting a bit better with the emissions and the general resource use from the production, not just the product at the end?
I think, as I said, I think that it's a growing attention on production also. And if I just speak for Sweden, there's a very high focus on sustainable production in most Swedish companies. And personally, I work closely with, for example, AstraZeneca and Scania, and they have really aggressive targets for their production. So there's a lot going on. Also, SMEs, smaller companies, are doing a lot, but there is so much that needs to be transformed, and you don't do it within some years only. It takes time, and I think that's the problem. We don't have the time. The most important decade of mankind, and it is a little bit too slow, I think.
Right. I see here that one of the questions I needed to put to you, and I would have put to you anyway, thank goodness, was design, right? Because this thing needs to be designed from the beginning in terms of what this product is going to be, in terms of the way it's made, and then the way it's used, but also the way it comes back as well. And that's very much in the primitive term dismantling, isn't it? How can it be broken down and its components be reused again in a circular fashion? Again, I remember seeing some reports, I think by a think tank in the Netherlands called the Circular Economy just recently, that broadly the world is only 9% circular. So there's a lot of opportunities to actually bring circularity into the manufacturing to decarbonize and also provide other benefits. How do we address the design from the outset, Monica?
Well, I think we know that the resource issue is half of the solution to the climate crisis. So if we could manage the circular transformation, it would mean really a lot. And I think that I've thought a lot about why the attention is more on the design phase of the product rather than on the design phase also of the production. And I think that the core of product development is really the development process. But the core of production is really to produce products out to the customer right time, quality, and so on. It means that the development process of the production is not really number one core. So that means that there's a lot focused on the operations phase. For example, if you take lean production that most of us know about, it's very much in the operations phase. And the opportunity to impact is not that big in operations versus if you design right from the start. So if we could put so much more energy and resources into the design phase of not only our products but our production systems, that we make sure that they are, as you mentioned, for example, designed for remanufacturing from the outset. It's not easy to change that when it's in operations. If you think about the investments and put tough requirements on your equipment suppliers from the outset, that will be really a way going forward. But I think that this is a mindset shift, and we are not really there yet.
Does your work look at all beyond the Nordic region or even the European region? Does your work look at all about what's happening in the developing countries? I only say this because we're broadcasting live here from Egypt in Africa. And I know that on other shows we've sometimes dealt with companies with big global supply chains where they're trying to even, take back products that they may have made in one factory in one place, which have been sold and used in a completely another part of the world, even the developing world or the developed world. Do we need to find some ways of bringing this design, but also the sustainable production concept, the circular economy, into the developing world? And if we have to do that, is that going to come from European ideas, or there are other ideas blossoming in other parts of the world that we can harvest?
Very good question. I think that when you have a shortage of resources, you're also very careful on how you use it. So maybe the developing world has already a mindset closer to what we in the Western world have had, like a very big shopping time for 30 years, as someone said. I think that it's much about the mindset, any decision and activity. But in general, we need to look at our manufacturing footprints. That means where we locate our production facilities. So we have, from the Western world, outsourced a lot the past 20, 30 years. maybe we need to think about where do I produce? I produce close to my market. I source close to my market. Could we drive it further into more local production so we don't need to transport so much, so we can keep it very local? Because if you want to be circular, you also need to be more and more local, or at least regional. We would like to very much reduce the transport globally. Still, we want to do business globally, but I think with a resource perspective, we need to start to think a bit different.
We're running out of time, and this has been a very interesting conversation. We could have a lot longer conversation, actually, but I think the ideas that you're putting forward to the audience need to be said. Let me just ask you one last thing. You need skilled workers as well. You need green designers, you need people that can understand how to green the production process. Circularity needs a green workforce as well. Do we have the skills to actually bring about this revolution of circularity in production, design, and then reuse of the resources?
If I talk for Sweden, there's so much attention on competence supply, on reskilling, upskilling, and so on. So we all understand that we all need to develop our knowledge and competence. But I think also if you think about circularity, circular economy, maybe there's also a lot of opportunities here, because we need to have much more on maintenance, repairing, handicraft. You know, there will be a lot more jobs, I think and hope, that for a lot of people. So it's not only that we automate all the jobs, they are disappearing, but I think we will create a lot of new good jobs also with the transformation to circular economy. So
Good.
That I think will bring a good thing.
Good. That's a positive ending to a very interesting conversation that could be a lot longer for sure. But Monica, thank you very much for your time. Thank you for coming in. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So,
from waste. Could I have the next one? So the story starts with raw materials. So you can see here is the full list of Mendeleev, and all these red ones are basically the raw materials that has been classified as critical for European Union. And if you compare the red and the white, you can see there's quite a lot of it. And so the story starts here. Could I have the next slide? So we have in the pipeline in Ragn-Sells about 4 to 5 big projects, and they are all focused on raw materials. They will produce raw materials from waste, different kinds of waste. So we can produce phosphorus, nitrogen, commodity salts, all of it from waste, and through circular economy, which enables to produce the materials with a very low climate footprint. Could I have the next one? So, but my project, which I mentioned, is located in Estonia. We like to say that we have 600 million opportunities there. We have a lot of oil shale ash deposited over the last 50 years. And that is a great opportunity for us. So we can turn waste into raw materials. Could I have the next one? So what we do is we take the waste from the ash hills. We take CO2 from the stack or from air. We put it together. We can make precipitated calcium carbonate. We do that, all of that, with very low emissions. The previous speaker was talking about new technology, and this is our developed technology. We basically have almost zero emissions. We take in only ash, water, CO2, and energy. And all the materials that are left over, they will find a new place in a supply line. So they will become raw materials for someone else. All the water which is in the process will be totally reused. So we have a zero liquid discharge system. Can I have the next one? So the product, precipitated calcium carbonate, is used pretty much everywhere. You can see it also in this studio, and I guess it's used in polymers, paint, even in vegan milk. And today, I think globally, there's about, the production of calcium carbonate is about 130 million tons per year. So we see a great opportunity and why this example is really good is that our product is quite unique because we use CO2 as a raw material. That means the actual product footprint is, you can say, climate positive or CO2 negative technically. But now I have two videos from our future clients, and I would like to show them to you. And they will talk about where they're using this material and what they're doing. Please, the videos.
At Target, our commitment is to do more with less. It is our mission and our mindset. Every day, our teams take up the challenge to firstly shift from a linear to a circular economy, turning waste into resources, and secondly, to take every opportunity to reduce the carbon footprint of our flooring and sports surfaces. We are very proud of the partnership with Dragonfly. It will help us to accelerate our transformation and at the same time to contribute to clean up the environment. By joining forces and developing synergies, we will build a stronger foundation, one we can all stand firmly on for generations to come. Together, we are building the way to better floors.
Hello, my name is Michel Ziffer. Galan is one of the leading European manufacturers of PVC profile for windows and doors. We started our cooperation with Ragn+Cell to improve the carbon footprint of our profile. We use calcium carbonate in our formulation for PVC profiles. When we found that Ragn+Cell's precipitated chalk comes from oil shale ash, a secondary source, we found that this approach fits perfectly with our sustainable thinking. If this project is a success, we will use a chalk with a negative carbon footprint and help us to achieve global climate target.
So Alaa, this is very interesting. I know a bit about this project, but I think for the audience, what is this massive waste supply in Estonia? How did this waste get there in the first place?
The waste ended up there by using oil shale, which is a brown, dry rock, as a source of energy for power production. And we have done that in Estonia for the last 70 years. We have actually used the oil shale for 100 years, but for energy production for the last 70 years. And so that has accumulated in one place.
So it's very interesting because this was originally a fossil fuel energy production system that we're using oil shale, which Estonia had,
Absolutely.
generating electricity for housing and industry and things like that, created this mountain, and it's just been sitting there, right? And you found a way of taking raw materials out of this waste and bringing it back into productive use.
Absolutely. And the added bonus, so to speak, is that we use CO2 as a raw material. So it's a very good example of how using waste as a raw material can actually be very beneficial also for the climate, to produce new kinds of, or to develop new kinds of technology and produce the products that are actually climate positive.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an amazing story, and I think if viewers even just Google the project, the oil shale project in Estonia, and see, I mean, people were even skiing down this mountain, it was so big, of this waste, yeah?
Yeah, actually, we have about 1 billion tons of all kinds of waste from industrial activities. Yeah. And what Dragonfly is doing is we're leading an initiative together with our environmental ministry to actually map out all those waste hills and to understand what kind of, first of all, critical raw materials we could produce from there, and also where this material is located, how much is in one place, and etc., to kind of endorse more similar projects, because this is not enough to save the world. This is one good example which will lead the way, but we need others to follow because
yeah,
not only in Estonia, also in other countries all over the world.
Yeah.
Because this is for circular economy, such deposits of waste are the perfect opportunity to start, because it's always very difficult for circular economy to get the raw material in one place.
Yeah. Very good point. Is there some other PowerPoint that you want to show us, Alaa, or has that been done?
I have a few slides more about the product and the cooperation and the future plans.
Let's see that, shall we? Yeah, can we get that?
Yeah, we have the next slide is on. So the product itself is climate positive, as I said, so it means that its footprint is, will bound more CO2 than it emits when we produce it. Could I have a next slide? But as I said, this is just the beginning. So in order to make value out of these wastes, you need to start with a certain sequence. We started with calcium, but next you can see here there's magnesium, aluminium, silica, potassium, even iron that you can take out from that ash or the material from what is left over. And that means you can produce pretty much anything, even a car from those materials.
Yeah.
You combine magnesium and aluminium and you have a car. And our next goal is actually, we have already started research on the magnesium. So is for the next year to have a small jar of magnesium salt to show you, maybe on next COP. Because magnesium is a very highly needed material. Right now, 95% of it comes from China.
From China.
Into European Union. So we need to be more self-sustaining, and there's a huge potential for this. For example, the first ash hill, what we're gonna consume, we could, so to speak, supply for Europe for 30 years from that, the whole need. Yeah.
Wow.
Could we have the next slide? So the plan is to have a working demo in 24 and to build a big commercial plant in 28, meaning that then we produce about 500,000 tons of precipitated calcium carbonate by 2028. And in parallel, we can develop other raw materials that we can produce from the leftovers. Can we have the next slide? But we also have challenges. So I think this is a perfect place where to bring it up. One of our challenges is that there is not enough CO2 as a raw material. Sounds ironic, but it seems that the European, especially in the European Commission, the political will and also the regulations are hindering us using the closest CO2 source from energy production. Rather, we would have to ship it in with ships and trucks from other countries. So there's still a lot of work to do, because I've heard yesterday Stockholm Exergi, they're planning to, they have a very awesome project for CO2 capture, and they're saying that, for example, even CO2 transport is difficult. So there's a lot of challenges for circular economy that we need to solve, but this is basically an Excel problems. They're not actual problems. They can be solved by new agreements, by communicating, and that's why we're here. And for my last thing is that we haven't done these awesome things on our own. So we have a pool of partners. We have the R&D part from Estonian universities. We have Target Kealan, who are helping to test the product. We have the ash owner, and we have gotten quite a lot of funding from EU ones. So.
Alaa, great. We're going to have to rush you here now because we need to move on to the next segment, but very interesting. What you're basically saying is we can mine the materials we want in locally from these waste tips rather than huge carbon footprints from virgin materials coming from other parts of the world. Yeah, it's an amazing story and hard maybe for people to grab immediately, but it's really, really important. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alaa. Now we're going to check in, I think, with our hub in Nairobi. Is Patrick Chiari there? Oh, there's certainly some people there. Hello, nice to see you. Okay. Nairobi, hello, habari. We have a sound problem. We can't actually hear you here, and the technicians can't hear you. I think you're not muted. I think there may be a sound problem between the two locations. Any techie people there that could handle that?
Hello.
Now I can hear you. Perfect.
Can you hear me?
Carry on.
All right. All right. Thank you very much, Nick. Again, my name is Robert. I'm checking in from the Nairobi Hub here at Mount Kenya University. We'll be following very keenly the conversation today on decarbonization and building on conversation we've had on the last few days around financing and moving towards green energy with the panelists we've had. But today we also have a very interesting conversation around trees as a form of decarbonizing. And with us, we have Joanne from MITI Alliance, Tree Alliance, and she's going to tell us very quickly in less than 2 minutes about the work she's doing, some amazing work she's doing with children on showing them how to nurture trees for the future. Karibu sana, Joanne.
As he's mentioned, I'm from MITI Alliance, which is an environmental organization that focuses on, we are planting green trees and nurturing them, but most of all, what we are focusing on is a lot of what we're doing is creating an impact to the children. We're informing them on the different species that are there. We're informing them on how to take care of the trees, how to take care of your environment, the importance of doing it, and to create a mindset that this needs to be done, how it's done, and to ensure that this goes on to the next generation.
Yes, so they're doing some very, very interesting work also and around integrating tree planting and within the school company. Would you speak quickly around that?
Yes, we as well. We decide, okay, fine, they have this need for food, sorry, so we do vegetables, and then inside we decide to do fruit trees so that we can able to also cater for their nutritional needs as well. And we are also integrating the current curriculum, which is CBC, into the practical work that they're doing, so that we also capacity build the teachers as well in the process by educating them.
All right, thank you very much, Joanne. I think for Thank you very much, Nick, and I hand it over to you. I'll be checking with you a bit later.
Thank you very much indeed. It's really lovely to see you. Probably the tech crew just told you from Sharm El-Sheikh that when you cut away to the audience, the sound we lose, but when you're live standing on the stage, we get it. So just a little tip. Lovely to meet your wonderful guest, and Kwaheri until we meet again from Sharm El-Sheikh, linking up with Nairobi. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much.
Bye. Great. So now we're going to go from Nairobi across back to Stockholm. We're going to have a panel discussion with Monica Belgram, who we just had on, and with her are going to be Thomas Hornfeld, who's Vice President of Sustainable Business at SSAB, and Klaas Kolberg, CTO and founder at, is it Comvision or Semvision? You can clear that up for us.
Yeah, it's Semvision.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Firstly, Thomas, can you tell us a little bit about your project, Hybrid, that aims to create fossil fuel-free steel? Can we hear a little bit about that?
Absolutely, and not only fossil fuel-free, but fossil-free steel. As a bit of background, steel is by far the most circular material in the world. We recycle more steel every year than aluminum, plastic, glass, wood, paper, and so on combined. The only thing is that that is not enough. We can't recycle the Eiffel Tower just because we need more steel, and the steel consumption is increasing in the world. That is a result of urbanization, of increased standard of living in the world, of an increasing world population and so on. So we need to build a lot of infrastructure, we need to build things. And that means that we need to be able to make steel not only from recycled content, but also from virgin materials in a sustainable way. That's the challenge that we have identified at SSAB. And the problem with that is that the raw material that we're using and the rest of the steel industry is iron ore, which is iron oxide. It's got oxygen in it, and we need to get rid of that in order to get to the iron. And since the traditional blast furnace was invented in 1300 something, that has been done with carbon in the form of coke, and then the carbon sucks the oxygen out of the iron ore and forms CO2, which is kind of an unfortunate side effect. And that is what we're going to get rid of by using hydrogen instead. And when hydrogen sucks the oxygen out of the iron ore, it forms H2O, also known as water, instead of CO2. And that's what we're doing. We're doing it right now. We have a pilot plant up and running for a little more than 2 years. We have already delivered this to some partners and customers. Volvo, for example, issued a press release yesterday that they are now making trucks with fossil-free chassis beams delivered by us, which is quite nice. And we are going to do this on a full commercial scale in 4 years, in 2026, which may sound like a long time, but since we've been doing things the same way for the last 800 years or so, we think that in our little world, it's actually quite fast.
So Klaus, your company is trying to create cement with, or you are creating cement with significantly lower carbon footprints. How is this now possible? What are you exactly doing?
Yeah, to explain that, I need to also explain what is the problem with today's traditional cement, which is Portland cement, it's called. That is the majority of cement is that type of cement, and that is one of the most used material in the world. Concrete, the product that you produce with cement, is the most used material in the world, 30 billion tons per year. So it's huge volumes, really. And when you produce cement, traditional cement, you take virgin limestone, you heat it up very, very high in temperature, and basically you boil out CO2 out of limestone, calcium carbonate, so it becomes calcium, CaO, calcium oxide. And that takes a lot of energy, and you create a lot of CO2 from the raw material by itself. But in order to do that, to generate that heat at the temperature of 1450 centigrades, you need to add a lot of fuels. And traditionally, the fuel that is used in the cement industry is coal, pet coke, and waste, household waste and industrial waste. But most of it is fossil plastic. When we sort the material from our household waste, that is sorted out, and then it's going to a cement kiln and be burnt. So these two CO2 resources, when you produce cement, you can tackle one of them or both of them, and then you can reduce CO2 significantly. And in Vision, we are attacking both of these. And we are innovating with an alternative type of cement, which is not the traditional Portland cement, with significantly lower need for calcium in itself. And since that is the case, we can use waste material from other type of industries, like, for example, SSAB here. Their waste can become our raw material, but also a lot of other industries generate a lot of waste that is piled up globally in the world. And since the CO2 is removed in these type of materials, we need much, much less energy in order to sinter it and produce this new type of cement. And that we plan to do with electricity. So we combine these two technologies, an alternative type of cement, and then use waste as raw material, and we electrify the process. So
we prefer to call it byproducts, but okay.
Yeah.
Monica, do you want to come in at all and on this and ask our two wonderful guests a little bit further about what they're up to?
Well, of course, I think it's fantastic that we have now examples of two fantastic ways of scaling up for process industry, because process industry is very energy consuming and also using fossils for production in many times. So I think that both the examples are fantastic, and what we heard is the critical thing is of course to scale up, and I think that SSAB will scale up very fast, given 800 years definitely. But if we think worldwide, we also need to see how we transform the whole business, and the same is for, of course, for cement, concrete. I mean, there's a huge challenge to scale up. But the examples are, I mean, the examples are really interesting. That where we take technology, this is very much process and production technology. What you are presenting here, but in process industry, process and product is a bit very combined compared to manufacturing. So. Yeah, I just think they're great examples. We need more of this kind, and we need to scale up.
So Monica has asked the magic question: how do you scale up? I mean, clearly there has to be a demand for the products. That's very important. People will want to buy them. That's key. That's one of the areas. But are there other areas that challenge the scaling up? Maybe we can start with steel first.
Well, one of the reasons that we have made a pilot plant first is that we want to test the limit of this process. We want to learn how to run this in an optimum way. We want to almost destroy the process, so we know how far we can push it. And we've really been learning a lot over the last 2 years, and we will continue to learn for the next 3 years or so. But given that fact, I'm really not too worried about this scaling up per se. That is technologically relatively straightforward. But we're talking about large projects here. We're talking about permit processes, we're talking about building practicalities and so on. And that's where I think we need to come together as a society and make sure that we do this in a responsible but also fast way. The other thing that we need is demand from our customers, of course. And there I'm only worried about one thing, and that it's going to be too large, to be honest. There has been an enormous shift in the last 2-3 years where we can see that many companies are establishing very strong and very tangible objectives when it comes to reducing their carbon footprint. We can see that the rings are spreading on the water. You can see some differences. Companies that work with consumer products tend to be more aggressive in their targets because there is a demand from the average consumer. I think maybe the automotive industry is the prime example where we're now slowly getting rid of tailpipe emissions, which means that the carbon footprint of a vehicle really depends on the materials that you're using in it. And you can even see that in the public debate sometimes today that it's being discussed how environmentally friendly are hybrid cars, for example, considering rare earth metals and conflict minerals and that kind of thing. So there we can see a very clear demand. The same thing goes for heavy vehicles that are also now borderline getting rid of tailpipe emissions. The other prime example, I think, is real estate and the construction industry. Buildings today have very little energy consumption in themselves, which means that there is very little environmental impact when you're using a building. The environmental impact really is created when you're constructing the building, when you're actually building it, and it's all down to the materials like concrete and steel, for example. And there we can see a very clear demand for green buildings these days.
Concrete, what's the challenge? What's the challenge with the concrete side of the story? I mean, how do you scale this up? Is it getting sufficient supplies of old concrete from old buildings and structures, or what is the big challenge here?
No, I can say that up till now, 100 years ago, there were a variety of different cement types on the market. And then for different reasons, it was standardized and only one type of cement was involved and all the standards were written to that type of cement. And that's the fact right now as well, that if you want to change and use alternative materials, it's a really challenge on national standards and European standards and other type of standards. But right now, this is what we are open up these type of standards now. So, but there is one challenge now. But for the available raw material, the other thing is that I can say there will not be one solution, one type of cement for the future, like it's been like now. It will be a variety of different raw material or different products. And when we have done the assessment of how much raw material is available as waste or as byproduct, as SSAB call it, yeah, it's up to 25% of the global cement market that we can produce. And the other one must be attacked with other type of cement, and there are popping up a lot of different innovations right now. So I'm quite optimistic. But what I want to say, you know, I'm happy that you included the people from African continent just before us here, because I've been living many years in Tanzania, in Gabon, in Morocco, building cement plants, renovating cement plants, and operating cement plants. And I know that the market, you know, in 2050, there will be living 2.6 billion people in Africa, double the amount of living in India today. And all these people, they need houses, they need bridges, they need roads, they need water purification plants, you know, everything a modern society, a good, healthy life needs. And there are no alternatives known today than concrete to do this. Windmill foundation, you cannot do that without concrete. So the whole society will need this type of material, and especially the growing markets. So we have to innovate new type of cement. This is one type, but there are huge potential with putzolans, you know, material along the Rift Valley, for example, in middle part of Africa, that has huge potential for these kind of countries. And one, you know, there are even standards there that is based on the colonial standard. What is the need for a cement, for example? While 60% of the production go to block manufacturing, you build most of your house in Africa, you build with blocks. And you don't need 32.5 megapascal. You need 4 megapascal, while the standards say something different. So I think there are so much huge potential here and the demand and the market will move in that direction. And the first movers will profit on that one and make money. So I think there's a good opportunity for all these innovative companies that will be forerunners in the sustainability innovation now to make more profit than the olds. So I'm very optimistic about this.
Let me just come on one thing, and then I'll go across to Monica again. But it strikes me that somewhere in this story there has to be some element of the renewable electrification of societies, both in developed countries and developing countries. Do you feel that amazing jump that certainly in Europe and many parts of the world have had with renewables has maybe slowed a bit in recent years? There needs to be a bit more of a pump up of getting that electrification of renewable energy further and faster again to meet the demands of, say, using hydrogen for making, you know, fossil-free steel, probably in the concrete process as well, and other big ticket items. Is renewable energy important in this story?
It is, or at least fossil-free energy. Now we are both in the lucky situation that we are based in Sweden, where we have a virtually CO2-free power grid already today. But it's quite clear that as we move forward, and as not only we, but all industries need to decarbonize, you can pretty much only do two things. You go to electricity or you go to biofuels, or both, and both of which are bottlenecks today. In our case, in the first phase, we are going to need approximately 15-20 terawatt hours of fossil-free electricity to make hydrogen out of water with electrolysis. And that is actually roughly the same amount of energy that is being exported out of Sweden right now. Now, as we all know, energy and power are two different things. We need to have the energy at the right point in time. And this is where our using hydrogen becomes a bit clever, because hydrogen is a commodity that we can actually store and then use as it is needed in our own processes. And that means that already today we have the situation midsummer, when the sun is shining, the wind is blowing, the rivers are full, that we produce more electricity than we can use in this country. And then we can take that excess electricity, produce a lot of hydrogen that we can then store and use as it is needed in our own processes. And vice versa, on a cold, dark winter night, we can take our load off the electricity network and use hydrogen that we have already produced and stored instead. And since we need the hydrogen sooner or later anyway, we can basically do the storage without any additional losses, which is quite clever. So this way, in the future, we can not only make fossil-free steel, but also help to make sure that we can utilize every drop of renewable energy that we have in the system today, which makes me a little proud. And we have actually already made a pilot for this also, where we're storing hydrogen in pressurized underground caverns, approximately 100 feet below the surface.
I was just going to say en passant that we actually had somebody from Kenya on a show yesterday. We were talking about sustainable mobility and electric cars. And she's from Kenya. She said, what people don't realize in Kenya right now is we actually have a surplus of renewable energy, and we don't know what to do with it because we don't have the storage. So in fact, Kenya could be a place where you could do fossil fuel-free steel and maybe the concrete too, because they're desperate for some use for their excess of renewable energy. So I'm just passing that on because sometimes we think of the developing countries as not having the infrastructure to possibly meet the dream of these new products. But in some places, it's starting to happen, and I just mentioned that. Monica, I'm very conscious you're with us, and what's your kind of take so far from what we've heard in this last bit?
Well, I think there are a lot of good news that we hear from both companies, and SSAB as a big company has a lot of muscles and resources to really scale up quickly. And I think also about concrete that there are a lot of innovations that needs to be done. What I'm thinking is still related to scale up, but related to all the facilities, all the factories we already have around the globe that are going to transform. And we see that this transformation, it doesn't go really as quick as we would like it to do, given the climate crisis and 1.5 degree target. So that is what I'm thinking when I'm listening. We have a lot of forerunners here. We have a lot of innovation, not only in these two businesses, but overall. But the whole transforming the whole body of all factories, and that is the real challenge. And we need leadership and that really can manage this transformation. If we think change management is tough, which is it is. Now we need to work with transformation management to make this happen, and much, much quicker than what we see today. So that is what is in my mind when I listen, that fantastic, and this will bring a lot of, the technology will bring solutions to us, but we need to take all the other ones along transforming.
You want to respond to Monica here? Yeah.
Well, I couldn't agree more, and I think that we can help in two ways. I mean, there is a reason that we're both working in what's called hard-to-abate sectors, and there I think we have a responsibility to show that this can be done, which I think that we have done, and secondly, to share this also with the rest of the world. If the entire steel industry could implement this concept globally, we would reduce the CO2 emissions in the world 55 times the total Swedish CO2 emissions. So we're talking about a huge potential here. And we have, by design, we're doing this, I should say, together with two partners, our iron ore supplier, LKAB, and Vattenfall, our electricity provider. But we put all the development activities in a commonly owned company, Hybrid Development, Inc., just in order to be able to handle the IP properties and license this concept also once we have proven that it actually works. We think that the world needs this.
Lars, you want to say something on that?
Yeah, I agree. And on the comment regarding transformation, the good news with our technology is that you can use old plants to do this transformation. You don't need to build new direct reduced iron plants, for example, or DRA. You can use the installation, which is basically, we also have to think about that you cannot tear down an old plant and always build new one. You use the steel structure and the concrete that is invested a long time ago, that can be used for our type. And the other comment regarding biofuel, I must say that I think the potential for Africa, as you mentioned, is huge, because as we see in the future, solar energy will be lower and lower in cost, and the efficiency is going up. And the potential to make hydrogen with that is fantastic. And if you have the energy storage there, you can run this type of equipment in these areas on a very low cost. And regarding the biofuels, you know that solar energy panels, they have an efficiency of 22% now from the solar radiation, while photosynthesis is a fantastic process to put the atoms in the right way to make healthy fatty acids and proteins and so on, so we can eat healthy food. But it's a lousy process to make energy. The efficiency is between 0.6 and 1%. So burn biofuels. Maybe we in Sweden can think about that, but globally that's not a solution for this one. We have to use wind and solar energy for the future. And if we can find like hydrogen for storage or high temperature energy storage, there's a lot of innovation going on there now. And I'm very optimistic that these innovations now will be fitting very well with both of our processes.
Can I mean, we've got about 2 or 3 minutes left, so we're getting very tight towards the end. But of course, governments have a role in this, don't they? They set policy. Business often says we want certainty. We want to know the direction of travel. We want to know what targets we need to hit. I had the pleasure of interviewing yesterday live the new Minister for the Environment in Sweden, who's been in the job like 2 weeks. So that's quite a tough call. But I know in Sweden a lot of the environmentalists are very concerned about what might happen with the next budget. Do you need certainty with your work? Do you need government to make it clear that they will hit the targets that they have set for themselves, so that you know that as you carry on with your amazing journey to achieve this amazing result, i.e. scaling up fossil-free steel and the concrete, as well, that you're not going to be wasting your time, that, 5 or 10 years down the road, the goalposts have changed? Is it important?
I think legislation, policy, yeah, it shouldn't be counterproductive, but we see the demand from our customers already. What we need is transparency, but above all, we need speed. That's what we need from government. Less bureaucracy, more speed, and then we can take care of the rest.
Yeah, and from my point of view, I think this we don't have time. Where we share technology, that's extremely important, and this is where all these COPs should be about. On the higher level, the question is how shall we distribute the cost for transformation, and whose fault is it? And that gives nothing in this. So I would say that, please, politicians, focus on the actions and say who want to develop microalgae big plant. Which countries? Is it Turkey and Morocco? And who want to develop fossil-free steel? Okay, Sweden and the US. And who want to develop fossil-free cement? Indonesia and Tanzania, whatever. And then every year we come together and share the experience. That is what should be discussed in these kind of COP events.
Okay, I think that we're getting close to the end of our session. I just need to just reconnect with the tech team. Could you just confirm how the session is coming to an end? Can you just please confirm that, because I don't understand? Okay, good. Yes, we have come to the end. Just want to confirm that. We have a lot of technological challenges here in COP27. I hope you can understand that. We're in a different country to our normal base. Thank you very much indeed for being with us. Monica, thank you for coming in and your expert comments. I wish the steel and the concrete story every success, and we need it to happen. So thanks a lot for the work you're doing. Bye.
Thanks so much.
So we're now going to go back to Stockholm, again with the magic of Zoom, to hear from Joachim Byström, who is in the Stockholm hub, and he is the CEO of Absolicon Solar Collector AB, where they are developing the best small parabolic trough in the world. Parabolic trough, I don't know what that is. Maybe we need to get that cleared up. When I think of troughs, I think of farmyards, so we need to know what that is, in the world, which they're aiming to rapidly deploy in industries and districts to cut the cost of heating. So, Joachim, you have the floor.
Thank you. Yes, we have one of the solutions here. And I think we need to grasp the size of the challenge that we have. And if we look at the energy supply of the world, we need to cut down the fossil fuel with half every 10 years. But the energy consumption will continue to increase. So this gap we need to fill with renewable energy. And it's actually only solar energy that is abundant on Earth. And we look at this yellow field, there is a common misinterpretation that this is electricity. But if we watch how much energy we are using in the world, heat is actually half. So all those common goods that we are using, that is produced by heat and not by electricity. And I usually have 3 examples on this. If you have a pair of jeans, for example, to produce jeans, you need a little electricity because you do the sewing, but 90% of the energy is actually heat, because the jeans cloth need to be heat treated, it needs to be washed, dyed, washed, and dried. So for every kilo of jeans cloth, you burn fossil fuel that's about the same as 2 kilos of carbon, of coal. And this is the same with all production. If you do beer or if you do medicine, those processes are heat processes, not electric processes. So if we look at the total energy supply of the world, it's only 20% that is electricity. This is data from IRENA. 30% is transport and 50% is heating. So when we are solving this problem, we cannot just solve the electric part, we need to solve also the heating part. And this fantastic development we have with wind power and solar cells, it has only covered this small part on the power side. And all the solar thermal we have in the world is the small part you can see to the right. So if you take a normal factory, like a dairy plant, 1/3 is electricity and 3/3 is the pasteurization of the milk to run the processes. So in a typical industry, 1/4 is electricity and 3/4 is heat. And the electricity you can get, as we heard from the gentlemen before, by using solar cells, for example, with 20% efficiency. And we can store the electricity in batteries. But when it comes to the heat, we can use solar collectors that have 76% efficiency. And we can store the heat in pressurized hot water tanks. So when we have this kind of industries like dairies or breweries or textile industry, their solution is not to electrify their heat processes, because the energy source that they have today, for example, coal or gas or oil, that's an enormous amount of energy that is transported. The natural gas system is in principle 4 times bigger than the electric system. So if we would turn all that into electrification, we would need to build an electric grid 4 times bigger than what we have today. Right now, we have a fantastic opportunity to change this system. And I don't think really we have understood the changes that we have been put at due to the war in Ukraine. But if we look at the energy price, up to 2020, we had an average natural gas price in Europe on 21 euro per megawatt hour. That's 21 euro cents per kilowatt hour, or $21. But the coming 4 or 5 years, we will have an average price that is 6 from the futures. So these are the financial methods telling this. And those jeans we talked about before that required 2 kilos of coal to produce 1 kilo of jeans cloth. In the textile industry, they have had like 3-4% of their total cost has been energy, similar in brewing industry. But now the energy is 5 times more expensive. And this will make a big impact on the balance sheets. So our solution to this is to build parabolic troughs. And those troughs, they are reflectors that focus the light into a narrow line where you can have high temperature. So our solar collectors produce at 76% optical efficiency, heat and steam up to 160 degrees. So this is our product, and this is the kind of solar field that we build. So we have in industries and in district heating, we capture the light from the sun and produce heat and steam, like here on Colgate. But our product, what we sell, that is the robotized production line that can mass produce the solar collector. So this robotized production line that we do together with ABB, it can make one parabolic trough every 6 minutes. And we are building a worldwide net of parabolic trough producers that are buying production lines from us and mass producing the solar collectors. And we mentioned before that it's the consumer goods companies that are most interested. And our target market are the food and beverage companies. And we have been able to sign with Carlsberg a pilot installation in Italy and in Greece, with Peroni, a pilot installation in Italy. We also have signed pilot installations with Argentine and Midlands and with Anheuser-Busch InBev that do Budweiser. So those 4 pilots will demonstrate that brewing industry and food industry can use solar thermal. And we also have work ongoing with PepsiCo making pre-studies. Just the other day we started with Coca-Cola company in. So those consumer companies, they are now looking at building this kind of solar fields to power their processes. And we make them solar steam from the sun with very high efficiency. And if we look at the international energy agencies, IRENA says that to manage the 1.2 pathway, we need to make 1,200 million square meters of solar collectors. That's 1,000 breweries and factories installing solar thermal, 200 billion investments, and 500 robotic production lines working for 10 years, 24/7. When we make those solar collectors, it's important that the production of the collectors doesn't destroy the world. But what we can show is that we have this yellow small footprint compared to the brownish, blackish of gas and oil. So this is really one of the solutions to handle this crisis. And the crisis is actually a heat crisis, not an electric crisis. And if we look at the gas from Russia, for example, we had 45% of all the gas in Europe came from Russia. And it is used to 90% to produce heat and only 10% to use electricity. So the gas is burnt in buildings, in industries, and in district heating. In Sweden, we have many small district heating plants burning wood fuel to power the cities with heat. And what we have now in the solar sector are very cheap heat storages. So systems developed in Denmark can store the solar heat from summer to winter. So this is the Danish city of Dronninglund that gets half of its heat from solar thermal and is storing the heat from summer to winter. And this is the same in Toftlund in Denmark. So by using those solar thermal systems, we can actually provide heat not only summer, but all year round. And the International Energy Agency, we have this project to combine solar thermal with heat storages and heat pumps to provide cities with heat all year round. And compared to using electric systems or hydrogen systems, storing heat in those seasonal storage costs a small fraction. So a part of the solution is like this. We can produce heat for breweries and light industries with parabolic troughs that make steam up to 160 degrees or even hotter. And due to that heat is half of the challenge, this is a very important solution. So I encourage you to visit us here at the Absolicon on the web. And if you want a copy of those slides, because you got them really quickly now, you can find my LinkedIn page and write me a message and I will send you the slides. And I think that what you have seen here, that heat is half of the global energy consumption, and we can solve a big part of that with solar thermal that have 76% efficiency. And when you can mass produce the solar collectors very easily and with a very low environmental impact, that will be one of the big solutions for the climate change.
So thanks very much. Sounds very exciting indeed. And we have just a short time here. So some of the concepts you're mentioning have been around for some time. Is there something about the technology you're describing, or is it the ability to mass produce at scale very quickly that is the secret weapon here? Well, I think it's both. We have achieved the highest efficiency ever. But
as long as they are produced in small scale, it can never outcompete fossil fuel. We need this mass production in robotized production lines. So that was one of the insights when we started Absolicon.
And you showed us some companies, and so some people are actually piloting your technology in these very locations. How long has that been going on, and when do you think it'll go to scale?
Well, solar thermal has been around for 30 years, so there's a lot of installations. But those with, for example, Carlsbad in Greece, they are just about to go online, and to be able to people from all over the world to come to see those installations. Because I think that's our experience, that people can learn intellectually what change we need to do, but it's first when they come and touch and see the equipment that they really get in their heart that this is a possible way of solving the climate change.
Well, look, that's really amazing. Congratulations. I hope that more people investigate what you have and the potential for being a significant contributor to the renewable energy story that is absolutely crucial to the future of humanity, for sure.
Yes, as heat is half.
Yes. Did you say heat is hot?
Heat is half.
Oh, I thought you said heat is hot. Certainly a hot topic, right?
Yeah, so electricity, you know, when you talk about that, you need to remember that's only 20% of the energy mix.
Okay, well, I hope the audience in Sweden enjoyed that. Thank you very much for your time. And as I say, best of luck. And I hope companies are listening out there to what you presented and come pounding on your door for this solution, for sure. Thank you very much indeed. So, our next guest will be Patrick Lundström, who's the CEO of Resell in Scandinavia, in Sweden, with some really fantastic work that's going on right now that's really significant for the fashion industry. Before we actually say hi to Patrick, we're going to see a short film about this new factory that's actually recycling clothing in the most extraordinary way. Hi, Patrick. Renewcell.
Hello.
Nice to see you here in Sharm El-Sheikh. You're over there in Stockholm. Fantastic. Look, for those that don't know anything about Renewcell, but they do know about fast fashion, and they do know that we need to do something about it. Tell us what this factory is, why it's special, and why it gives everybody a good feeling that maybe we might be cracking one of the big problems. Just like concrete, just like steel that we had on before, now we're talking about fashion. Over to you.
Right, well, the fashion industry normally consists, and actually the whole textile industry consists of mainly three big fibers in the world. It's cotton, and it's polyesters, and it's viscose. Cotton is, of course, nice to wear, but it's not a very nice crop for the environment. For example, the Aral Sea is gone because of the agriculturing of cotton. We also have the polyester, is pumping of oil, and you're making synthetic fibers. And that is, in the end, contributing, of course, to the carbon dioxide equivalents that we have in the world. And then the third one is viscose, where a lot of the viscose is being produced from chopping down trees all over the world, but also in Asian forests and so forth. What we do, and the other problem is that we create all those fibers and we run them through the value chain one time, and then in the end we put it on landfill or incinerate it. So the fashion industry today is a linear value chain. What we do is we create circularity in that value chain. So we are taking in old textiles, your old jeans, my old jeans. We buy that from the market, and we are then putting that into our process, and we're producing a dissolving pulp. That dissolving pulp that we call, our brand name is Circulose on that, and that Circulose is then sold to viscose producers throughout the world. And that is a drop-in product directly into their process of making man-made cellulosic fibers, which is like viscose, lyocell, modals, and these type of fibers. And with that, then we can make new clothes that we can wear with a clear conscience. So that is what we do at Renewcell. Our mission is to make fashion circular.
So Patrick, I mean, there might be some people watching this show. I mean, we've got about 5 or 6 million viewers in 160 countries, and they might be saying, oh, but this is terrible. You know, when I've worn my jeans once, I take them along to the clothes banking place, and I'm hoping they go to poor people in Ghana or other parts of the world. And now this man is destroying them and producing new fibers. What do you say to those people? Do people really understand what's actually happening to their clothes that they're giving away, they think, very charitably? It's not a good idea, unfortunately, is it?
No, and unfortunately, it's only less than 1% of all textiles and all clothes that are being recycled. So it's a very, very small fraction that actually goes into secondhand and being used again. The majority is going on landfill or being incinerated. And of course, it's crazy that we actually are using the resources of our Earth, and we're just running it through the value chain one time and then burning it and putting it on landfill. And that's what we want to avoid. But I also want to point out that how important it is that we actually use our clothes longer, and when we don't like them anymore, we give them for second hand so they get a second life. And then when clothes are so worn out or that nobody wants it, and instead of putting it on landfill or incinerated, we would be able to pick them up and make new clothes out of it, instead of actually having to pump up oil and grow all these new fibers and so forth. And I think, you know, we need to create circularity in all our product flows, and what we're trying to do is to do it for the fashion industry.
Patrick, one small thing, it's not small, but it's just a small comment, but an important comment. This factory is in Sundsvall, I think it's in Stockholm or near Stockholm, I'm not sure.
It's about 3 hours north of Stockholm.
Okay, fine. And I'm British, I'm sorry about that. But you have taken, I think, an old paper factory, and you basically reuse the equipment. So there's a circularity in the factory, and maybe there's even some circularity in the jobs of the people working there. Just quickly briefly tell us about that.
Yes, of course. I mean, if you look at what's happening in the world today, we are reading a lot more from computers and iPads and so forth. So the printed paper industry is going down with about 5 to 8% per year. So we actually recycled also a part of a printed paper plant north of Sweden. With that plant, we don't need to chop down, trees and so forth and put up new concrete, which is also a big contributor to the carbon dioxide effects. But moreover, we were able to build this plant in record speed because we actually did that. So at the plant, we already have wastewater treatment, we have electricity from Swedish hydropower, so green electricity. We also have all the buildings and so forth. Plus, even more importantly, when the company actually that owned that plant were downsizing, we got access of very, very skilled workers and operators. In Sweden, we are still the pulp and paper industry is the foundation of our nation's economy. So we have a lot of both scientists, but also a lot of skilled operators. And we were able to give about 100 of them a new job within a green industry that is, the forefront of science and also in making fashion circular. So I think, we're not only recycling textiles, but also an old paper mill.
How do you think it's going to change the way the fashion industry operates and how waste streams operate in relation to fashion? You've got one factory there. I know it's a big one, but can you bring the solution to everywhere in the world, or do we still have to keep the pressure up on the fashion industry not to promote single-use clothing, if I can put it that way? Or I don't know how we manage this, but you might have some thoughts.
Yeah, there's a big task actually to transform the whole textile industry. Today we're producing about 110 million tons of textiles every year. It's growing to 160 million tons throughout this decade. And the reason is that we're actually lifting people out of poverty into middle class, which is fantastic, of course. But these people, they also want to clothe themselves like you and me. They want to have several pair of trousers, jeans, dresses, t-shirts and shirts and so forth. So that is an immense task, but the solution is there. The fashion industry sees that they need to move. We also have consumers. We want to eat sustainably. We want to travel sustainably. We want to have buildings that are sustainably built. But we also want to clothe ourselves sustainably. And the way we dress is a very important factor in our communication. We communicate with words, we communicate with intonation of voice and body language, but we also communicate a lot with the way we dress. You dress differently if you're in the office or on your leisure time. If you're on golf course or if you're on a banquet, you even dress differently depending on what kind of music you like. So us humans, we are communicating with the way we dress, and I think it's an important factor to recognize. So what we need to do is to lower the thresholds for people to be able to communicate. And here, we see that we can do this, but we need to move a lot of industry. If we have 360,000 tons, which is what we have committed to have at least by 2030, and you compare that to the 60 million tons that we talked about just a second ago, that is 0.2% of the world market. So that's 2 per mil of the world market. So yes, you're correct. We need to build a lot. We can build here in Sweden some more, but I think also eventually we need to build plants like Renewcell 1, which is the plant that you saw that we just had an inauguration of yesterday. We need to build those plants also in Americas, in Asia, and also in Africa eventually. So there is a lot to be built in order to create a dent into the textile industry.
Okay. Patrick, you almost said a magical phrase to me, because you said, we can do this. But we're running a campaign called We Can Do It. We Can Do It. I don't know if you've seen on stage, we've got, I don't know if you can see Rosie. She's, that sort of Second World War woman that said, we can win it. We just need to roll our sleeves up. A lot of people are joining this campaign. I wondered whether we could ask you, I haven't asked every guest, to perhaps show your muscle there and say, we can do it.
Of course. We can do it.
All right. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Bye. So that was Patrick from Renewcell. Really interesting stuff, right? Dealing with the whole kind of value chain problems of fast fashion. It's now my pleasure to welcome Andrea Fuda on stage. There she is. Andrea holds the position of Chief Purchasing Officer of Volvo Group and is a member of the Volvo Group Executive Board. Fantastic. The purchasing team drives diversity as an enabler of sustainability and as a prerequisite, focusing currently on net zero greenhouse gas supply network for 2040. Well, that was quite a long sentence, actually. I had a bit of a problem getting all the way through that. I do apologize. Andrea, this is really brilliant. So tell us a bit about the sustainability strategy at the Volvo Group.
First of all, it's great to be here, Nick.
Yeah.
Our strategy is built on 3 legs. It is about protecting the people, it's about protecting resources, and it's protecting climate. And of course, protecting climate, decarbonization, right? Protecting resources, this is about recycling, remanufacturing, repurposing, and of course, protecting people. This is about human rights. This is about giving everyone in our value chain really the opportunity to grow and to live in a safe and healthy environment.
Right. You sound like a company with purpose.
Absolutely.
So, and how long has this strategy been around?
It's 3-4 years,
Yeah.
quite a while. Yep.
Okay, okay. So, I see from my notes here, so I'm being a bit parrot-fed with some of these, so I hope I get it all right.
Okay.
But I may ask you some things which are not on the script as you speak, because it's quite nice. Science-Based Targets Initiative and Net Zero Targets. We actually had the head of the Science-Based Targets Initiative on the show, I think it was yesterday, which was really interesting to hear how that's evolving. What is the importance of having such a kind of third party with lots of other parties underneath, like CDP and all the others that have been in this game for a long time? How important is that third party evaluation for you? And yeah, how do we get companies to kind of join in? Because this is also about supply chains as well, yeah, for
Absolutely. You know, we have committed to a clear ambition. We want to have a greenhouse gas neutral value chain 2040. But this is easy said.
Yeah.
I can say it easy. Where will I be 2040? No clue. Hopefully somewhere in a nice area on the beach, you know, relaxed. And to apply for the Science-Based Targets Initiative, making clear targets which are transparent, which can be followed as interim targets 2030. This makes you coming into action, because you cannot hide anyway. You cannot say, oh, it will work out 2040, la la la. But 2030, clear targets, and we have to report year by year our progress. This really brings a company into clear actions. And therefore, I think it is excellent when companies follow and sign up for the Science-Based Targets Initiative, as one example.
Yeah. It was interesting to hear from, I think he's called Luis, who's now the head of it, and he said since COP26, they've seen a big lift up in it, and in other parts of the world, still need to more efforts in the United States, which was interesting, because it's often the case, right? That the US does a lot, but it doesn't like signing up to too many initiatives, so yeah. But it's certainly growing, and you're a part of it, and that's good. Okay. How do we decarbonize across the 3 different scopes? And I think there are some viewers out there that have never heard of Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. Why would they, right? But we know there's 3. Maybe you can tell me what 1, 2, and 3 are.
Okay.
But also, how do we decarbonize across those 3 areas? And the other thing is the majority of Volvo Group's total emission is in the use phase. That's nearly 95%, it says here. How is Volvo addressing this? So first, the 3 different scopes of the science-based targets. What are those scopes?
Okay. So the scope 1 is actually your own carbon footprint. Right. This is the carbon footprint you have when we add all the emissions from offices, plants. But we, for example, have also included our dealer network.
Aha.
So this is, of course, what is perhaps easier to measure and what you can follow up. Then the scope 2 is the indirect emissions from energy you buy. So, of course, here you are motivated to use only renewable energy, right? So this is scope 1 and 2. And to be honest, perhaps this is the easiest part.
Right.
Because this is something you can control. But then we come to scope 3. Scope 3 is the whole value chain, meaning carbon footprint of your products when they are used by your customers. And you can imagine, we producing trucks and buses and construction equipment and engines, this is, of course, at the moment by far the biggest portion of our carbon footprint. When our products in the hand of our customers, what comes out of the tailpipe?
Right.
This is by far more than 90%. And therefore, of course, to decarbonize that, we are investing heavily in technologies like battery electric, fuel cell electric, but also still in combustion engine, but of course then not run by fossil fuels. Then it's of course about biofuels or even hydrogen. So this is from enormous importance that we are really good in these technologies. And we are heavily investing in this.
Right.
What you also have in the scope 3 is also all the carbon emission which is coming from your supply network. And this is at the moment, of course, compared to what our customers produce using our products, small portion. But the point is, of course, in relation, it will just grow as more successful. We have new technology products in the market. And moving, for example, to battery electric trucks, the footprint of our supply network will increase because the carbon footprint, for example, of a battery electric truck is 3 times higher than of a combustion-driven truck. And it's, of course, super complex. Therefore, we have to start now, and this is what we are already doing in full speed.
Right. So in other words, you
Was
have
this
to
clear
know what
now?
happens. Yes, it was. So
Scope
you have
1,
to
2,
know.
3?
No. I mean, people never know. If people just say scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3, what chance have they got? They're like, what are they talking about? Are they talking about looking at the stars?
I really tried to keep it simple.
No, I think it's very good. So to reach net zero by 2040, how important is it to work closely with your supply partners and entire ecosystem? You partly answered that, but I'm kind of interested. I mean, how long and where are these wonderful supply chains ripping around the world? I mean,
so to just start with, it's massive.
Yeah.
Just to give you a little bit an idea, we have 50,000 supply partners who really directly deliver to us. So when we talk about the whole supply network, you can imagine going down tier 2, tier 3, you talk about millions of companies, right? So now you can be shocked and say, oh, this is not possible. But we took a very pragmatic approach. We said, okay, forget at the moment all the details. Let's look how our vehicles are are set up with different materials. So how much steel, die casting parts we have on our trucks, how much aluminium, how much polymers, how much rubber, tires, etc. So we made it from a complete different angle. And then when we saw how much raw material we have on a truck, what is the carbon footprint from each material? And then, of course, it was clear we have so much steel and die casting on our trucks. This is by far the biggest portion. And therefore, we started there. So we said we have, first of all, we have to invest with partners into fossil-free steel. And this is why, and I don't know, Nick, if you have heard about it, we went into a partnership with the Swedish steel producer SSAB.
we had a representative on just
here,
earlier
right?
from Sweden.
Yeah, Thomas was here, a great guy. Yeah, I saw it on the program. And together, we managed to, from last year May to this year June, we were ready to hand the world's first articulated hauler made from fossil-free steel to a customer, and now it's run in operation.
Fantastic. Where is that customer? I want to go and see them, yeah? I have a little car here, but it's not fossil-free
No,
steel, unfortunately. It's from my grandson.
But you would not recognize it as well. So.
Very interesting. I think we're getting very close to the end, but so we're quite interested in the fact that we are in Africa, and it's important to reflect that we are in Egypt, but we are in North Africa, and there's, of course, Sub-Saharan Africa. Things are finally starting to happen in Europe, yeah? So I think we can see there is movement on this, and this is really exciting. But when will we see the first electric Volvo truck recharging its batteries at a supercharger station along the Alexandria Desert Road here in Egypt and along other motorways in Africa?
So if I would have
good question.
If I would have a crystal ball, I'm pretty sure I could tell you, but I don't have that. And of course, this will depend from many things. This is really where you need a good public and private partnership, because we talk about infrastructure, right? Where, of course, the country has to take care. The product will be ready, and we should remind ourselves, we are a global company, we are working in all the continents, and we don't do something specifically for Europe or specifically for Africa or US. All our technology we use around the globe. It doesn't matter if the infrastructure will be there, because even if at this point in time we do not have the electric infrastructure and we can not have the battery electric trucks on the road, then we could still have trucks with combustion engines on the road, but also driven with hydrogen, green hydrogen, or with biofuels. So, and therefore we continue to invest in all technologies, and we really only can recommend to motivate the companies to stay technology open and do not close any road, because all three technologies, battery electric, fuel cell electric, and combustion driven with fossil-free fuels, can be a solution depending on the situation.
Absolutely. And I think obviously Africa is evolving very fast, some places faster than others. I don't know if you were here earlier, but I mentioned that we had a guest on yesterday from Kenya who is at the UN Environment Programme and very interested in African mobility. And she was saying it's a bit of a myth, actually, because in Kenya, we have a surplus of renewable energy right now, and we don't know what to do with it because they can't store it. So who knows? That might not be Alexandria that we're talking about. It could be Nairobi, where the first truck.
But it doesn't matter what technology will come. We have then, and we are doing this as well, we have then to skill our technicians, our mechanics, our driver in this country to really deal with the new technology, and we are doing this actively.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you, because I'm asking not every guest, but the occasional guest here, to just reflect on this new campaign we've got called We Can Do It. I don't know if, I mean, we can do it means we can solve climate change, basically. We can contribute to it, we can do it. The idea being, and you can see lots of people have been doing the campaign, the idea being that unless you think you can do it, it won't happen. You know, if you swim the river, you have to know, you have to be determined that you're going to get to the other side, not I might get to the other side. So I'm wondering whether you want to join with Rosie and myself in saying we can do it.
Absolutely.
Okay, I think you've got bigger muscles than me, so I'm a bit nervous
now. No one will see it. It's in a jacket. Okay, we can do it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrea. Thanks for being here. So let's have a check-in with Washington, D.C. Yeah, Washington, D.C. I can see Simon there. Simon, hi. Good morning to you and good afternoon from Sharm El-Sheikh.
Good morning, Nick. Good to see you. And thank you for some really great programming. We really enjoyed it. Had my morning coffee here in D.C., learning more about a lot of different solutions to decarbonization. And from my personal perspective, really enjoyed hearing more about the Science-Based Target Network and all the work, and the Science-Based Target Initiative, of course, and all the work they're doing. And I just had an idea too, thinking about what if we were able to create the same kind of third-party valuation when it comes to greenwashing, because especially now around COP27, and we see all these global companies doing different marketing stunts and competing about who can market themselves as being the most climate-friendly company. So I'm wondering if there ever is a possibility to create a kind of similar initiative, but for marketing. I'd love to hear if you have any thoughts on that, Nick.
Yeah. Just you were asking me a question there, were you, Simon? Sorry, the volume was a little bit low for my old ears.
Yeah, no.
The final question.
No, yeah, I'll repeat it. Yeah, so I was, after watching the initiative on the science-based targets and how they use third-party valuation, and since we didn't have time as a communications platform, I'm curious to hear your thoughts. Do you think it's ever possible to create a similar third-party valuation function for marketing when it comes to climate?
Yeah, I mean, maybe it can be, because basically, I mean, the Science-Based Targets Initiative is evolving all the time, and I think that finance can, or finance houses can set a science-based target. The main challenge there is that they can certainly decarbonize their buildings and their operations and their products, because their products are generally online or pretty, with low carbon footprints. The question is, how do they decarbonize down their supply chains to their customers? In other words, if you're Barclays Bank or if you're JP Morgan and you make a loan to some company in China or in Africa or in Latin America or in the US or Europe, right? Are you required under a science-based target to actually make sure that the loan goes to a company that also will help you cut your emissions in a kind of supply chain structure? I'm not sure I know the answer to that, and I think it may be that it's just happening, or it may be that it's being thought about, and that's something we should check up on, because I think that's very important. As for if a finance house is lending money to renewable energy, but on the other side is lending money to a fossil fuel company, well, I think that requires calling out. I'm not sure that the science-based targets would say no, because the target is a certain emission reduction in line with the Paris Agreement. So maybe they're allowed to invest a little bit in fossil fuels, but surely not too much, So maybe we could all dig a little bit deeper into the Science-Based Targets Initiative. I think it's a wonderful initiative. But some of those questions still remain a little bit open, and I think they're always trying to recalibrate, in a sense, how to make them even tougher. Good question, though.
Definitely agree. Yeah, thank you.
Good question, Simon. I tell you, I was really excited. I'm still really excited about RenewCell and them taking all that fashion that was going to be dumped either in an incinerator in Europe or, even worse, shipped to Ghana and then eventually incinerated there because they can't handle the volume of stuff. I think that was, I think to get them off the ground is just such a fantastic achievement. Yeah, maybe we have to lobby in the United States to get a factory there.
Yeah, I'm only a 10-minute walk from Capitol Hill here, so I'll see if I can walk over during the lunch break and talk to some Congress people and tell them about the RenewCell and all the opportunities. I also thought it was really interesting to listen and hear more about Absilicon and kind of how they use their solar capture.
Parabolic solar, collectors or whatever,
It's a tricky word, but that was really interesting, and especially heard the speaker say that 90% of Russian gas is used to produce heat. So if we were able to put this technology on all our roofs, for example, we would be able to not really have to rely on Russian gas in the same way we do today. So I thought that was very, very interesting. And then I also loved hearing about Hybrid in Sweden, of course, and how they are working with fossil-free steel. And I thought it was an interesting question you posed, if they have thought about putting those plants in the developing world, in countries like Kenya that you said has a surplus of renewable energy.
So, I mean, Simon, you're Swedish. I mean, is it that Sweden is the most creative startup country in the entire planet? Or is it because we work for a Swedish company and maybe we get a TV company, we get a disproportionate number of Swedish companies on it that we think that? I haven't quite worked this one out yet, because I'm always astounded about how all the ideas are pouring out of Sweden.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think I'm very, very biased as a patriotic Swede when it comes to climate startups. I don't know if I'm the right person, but I would say, I mean, and you've seen the statistics too when it comes to not climate startups, but startups in general, that Sweden is the kind of second startup capital of the world. So I think it's only Silicon Valley that has more startups than Stockholm across the world. So I do think there's some truth to it. And I do think a big reason to why Sweden are able to have so many different innovative startups is kind of the welfare system we have in Sweden, which is like, if you have an idea and you try it and you fail, it's not really end of the world. You're not gonna end up having to sell your house or something. While in a lot of other countries, like in the US, for example, where the welfare system is a bit different, for better or worse, I think it makes it much more difficult to try and take those risks. So I think that's a big reason why Sweden are able to provide these startups. But I have a question for you, Nick, if I may.
Oh yeah.
So
who is my favorite football team?
I know that already. No, I'm more interested to hear, since we always talk about we can do it. What solution when it comes to decarbonization is the solution that makes you feel really we can do it? Like, what's the most promising solution that you are most excited about?
I think it's just staring us in the face, and I just cannot believe that the world has got so far with renewable energy and then not taken that second leap to just make it everywhere. How many problems would be solved with this climate crisis if the entire world was electrified with renewable energy? And I think some of this is financing for the developing countries. We're charging too much in loans to access loans. I also think that, we've still got the fossil fuel industry kind of slowing things down. I think I even saw some reports that they were positively rubbing their hands in relation to the way the energy prices were going up when the Ukraine war started. I mean, the fact is, renewable energy, if it was everywhere, would be a bridgehead to achieving the Paris Agreement, and everything else could flow from it. The decarbonization of steel, the decarbonization of buildings and their huge carbon footprint. I mean, just the buildings we live and work in, yeah? Everything is relying, actually, to a large extent, on how fast we can scale renewable energy to everybody everywhere. And I think once that happens, other things will move and come into place. But right now, this is an emergency. We've got 7 years to halve our emissions. We should be treating that emergency like an emergency, and we should be in crisis mode to get renewable energy everywhere. I really do.
I agree. I agree 100%. And I think also when you see our fossil fuel subsidy count there, that kind of obviously in some ways.
Yeah, the fossil fuel subsidies are the pot of gold, right?
Yeah, but it makes you feel hopeful, because like a policymaker could just sign one document and suddenly we could move all of those subsidies towards renewables. And it's good to think about what an incredible impact that could have. So I feel that kind of makes me feel a little bit like we can do it. So I hope people will listen to Frankie the Dino, and maybe the policymakers here on Capitol Hill will change their minds.
Frankie the Dinosaur is like a head of state. Wherever he goes, he's followed by loads of cameras and people. I keep thinking the Queen, not the Queen of England, because she's unfortunately gone, but the King of England's going by. But no, it's Frankie the Dinosaur. Simon, we have to wrap up here. Thank you very much indeed. We'll check in with the hubs soon. I don't know when, but not too long from now. Okay, thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you. Looking forward to it.
Great, so we've now ended decarbonizing production from that segment to a new one called Defugo and Friends. And I'm very delighted to have with me David Coleman, who's the chairman of Defugo Technologies, who's going to share with us what the Decarbonizing of Agriculture series is all about. First with a PowerPoint and then perhaps a video. So David, lovely to see you. You're based in Singapore. You're Australian. You've been involved in agriculture for a long time, I think.
Over 20 years now.
About 20 years now, right. And in fact, did your family have a farm?
Well, yeah, if you put that into it, it's a lot longer.
It's a lot longer than that, yeah.
That'd be done for child labour, so I don't want to dob him in.
So, David, talk us through this, because you have a very fascinating technology, and we think it's really important in this story of how to make agriculture less climate impactful in a sense. I'm going to hand the floor over to you, and if you can deliver your keynote.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nick. And thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this afternoon. I'm going to pick up on the theme that we had at Stockholm 50, where I introduced to Nick the Universal Processing Plant, or the UP, as we call it internally in Defugo. Next slide. The UPP, as we introduced in Stockholm, has two main factors to it. One is to use everything, waste nothing. Two is to be able to process any type of biomass. Why is that important? Well, not only can we utilise all of the biomass, which obviously has a higher economic output, what we're also able to do is make the asset sweat harder and beat the agricultural boom-bust cycle by being able to process 365 days a year any type of biomass. And that's very important. Next slide. The UPP then allows Defugo, or the operator, to take a more holistic view of biomass. And that holistic view of biomass then allows us to take a view of the waste and how we convert that waste into food. In the case of apples, we've got 30% of waste. In the case of something like citrus, 50%, and sugarcane, 90%. The UPP allows us to either convert all of the biomass to food, such as the apple and the citrus, or a combination of food and energy, such as sugarcane, where we process the sucrose, the dietary fibres to food, and then the woody biomass to energy. Next slide. What does that look like on a global scale? Well, 60 million is the amount of tonnes of citrus peel that we throw out every year. That's food. 1 billion is the tonnes of sugarcane bagasse that we burn every year. That's both food and energy. 1.3 billion is the amount of food that we grow, transport, and then throw out and never consume. The statistic you see on the right indicates that this is not just a third world problem. This is a problem that every single nation on the face of the earth needs to address, and address it now. Next slide. The Brazilian paradox is a term that was coined by both Defugo and PricewaterhouseCoopers in their recent joint white paper on biomass to energy. The paradox refers to the decision a Brazilian cane grower has to make on how much sugar or how much ethanol that they produce. Of course, this would be great if it was 50-50, but it's never 50-50. It's more likely 80-20, and it can swing both ways. That swing can put tens of millions of tonnes into the supply chain of sugar or take it out. This has huge impacts to the global cost of food. Another indicator of the price of sugar is the price of oil. At $60 a barrel and over, ethanol is a more economic value for running your car. So at this point, the demand on ethanol goes up, the price of sugar goes up, and world food goes up as well. 36% is the amount of corn and soy that the American market takes and makes biofuel. The $369 billion is the recent Biden administration budget that was put forward to take more of the food and create it into biofuels. This absolutely will cause the debate to rage around land, food, or energy. Next slide, please. So from a land point of view, if we look at the world, only 29% of it is available as land. Of that 29%, 38% is available for agricultural use. Unfortunately, we've already destroyed 33% of that 38%, and that land is no longer able to support agricultural outcomes. The 2.5 billion, the 8 billion, and the 10.4 billion you see there reflect our population in 1950 our population in 2022 and the projected population at 2100. You can see the problem the numbers have here. We've got declining arable land and a rapidly rising population. We're going to have a problem. That problem is going to look like an extra 1.4 billion hungry mouths to feed by the turn of the century. Next slide. So answering the food to energy debate is going to take some very, very big planning. But it's also going to have to be bold in its ambition and be realistic enough to understand that we cannot keep doing what we're doing now and expect a different result, because that is absolutely the definition of insanity. Next slide. So Defugo's come up with a big plan. We call it the Big Saving the Planet Plan. This plan is so big and audacious that we want to be able to feed 50 billion people on this planet and do it sustainably. Next slide. So looking at that billion tonnes of sugarcane bagasse that we burn every year, well, that contributes 400 million metric tonnes of greenhouse gas emissions annually. The irony is that it's this very bagasse that contains 30% of the sucrose, 100% of the dietary fibre, 100% of the polyphenols, minerals, and the woody fibres that we would convert to energy. So why is it so? Why do we create these mountains of bagasse? The simple reason is we still crush sugarcane. Next slide. The Defugo process does not crush anything. It does not superheat. Instead, we don't even burn the sugarcane. We want to process green cane. The reason is when you burn it, you destroy all the goodies in there. Instead of crushing, we separate the cane into three very distinct parts: the hurd, the bark, and the bast. In the hurd, you've got all of the sucrose and all of the dietary fibre. In the bark, you've got some goodies in there like polyphenols. In the bast, you've got what we convert into energy. Next slide, please. The visual comparison between a crushed sugarcane and the bagasse and the hurd from the Defugo process is obvious. Bagasse is a brown, black, sticky mess where everything is pushed together, all the impurities through the crushing process, and makes it nearly impossible to recover those goodies. So all we do is burn it. The hurd that is processed through the Defugo UPP, when the sugarcane is processed, the sugar juice comes out clear as water, not black as coffee as it does in the traditional process. The upside of this is all of the polyphenols that are prevalent in sugarcane remain intact. And the sugar that is produced from this hurd is low glycemic index sugar. That has a huge impact to the global food supply chain and the health impact. How did we find this out? Well, we looked at traditional medicine, and we found in traditional medicine the cure to diabetes was to chew sugarcane. And it was a polyphenol called trypsin that allows this low glycemic reaction. Once the sugar is extracted, the dietary fibres are beautiful and white. They don't need any bleaching, which makes them product ready. Next slide, please. The remaining 18% of woody fibres we convert into energy. This can take the form of renewable diesel, SAF, ethanol, and also hydrogen. The co-products to this process are biochar, urea, and water, because we do extract the water from the biomass, which is why we don't want to burn it. We clean that water and put it back into the environment for the next crop rotation. Next slide. Next slide. So what does the rejuvenation of the sugar industry look like from an ESG point of view? Well, on the E, we don't just have environment. We absolutely need to have the economics that come into it, because there's no such thing as sustainable environmental impact without long-term sustainable profitability. From a jobs point of view, if we were to take the UPP to the sugar industry of a country like Indonesia, where the average farmer earns $1,300 a year and owns 2 hectares of land, we'd be able to raise that average income to up to $5,000. And in doing so, we'd take 30-40% of the Indonesian population and raise them out of poverty. That's 80 to 100 million people. So it's not insignificant. From a Western context, if governments are serious about fixing our healthcare systems, they absolutely need to invest in our food supply chain. 84% of Americans over 65 have 2 or more chronic diseases. Children as young as 9 are developing type 2 diabetes and first stage of heart disease. This all comes at a cost to healthcare of $1.4 trillion annually, or 19.7% of GDP. This is not a case of we can't do it. This is a case that we can afford not to do it. From a government's point of view, it's absolutely imperative to the Defugo process of fair work for fair pay. As such, we've digitised the whole process. We've enabled that onto the blockchain to create a completely transparent system that analyses, records and reports on every single kilogram that is processed by Defugo UPP. The UP then is able to provide the data that provides fair value for the biomass, the food produced, the energy produced, the carbon sequestered, and will allow us to track our pathway to 1.5 degrees and hopefully get in front of that curve. Next slide. 150, not a bad number. Next slide. But that 150 refers to the 150 biomasses that we've actually tested the UP on. This means that every single commercial crop that is grown anywhere in the world is applicable to this process. And every crop rotation provides the ability to feed and energize the human race, no matter where that crop is grown on the planet. Next slide, please. So some big numbers. Just if we change the sugarcane industry on this planet, there'd be 50 million tonnes more sugar produced. Don't worry, we're not all going to get fat because it's low glycemic Defugo sugar, so it's all good. 400 million tonnes of carbon would be stopped from being emitted to the atmosphere because we're not burning the cane. Of the 1.9 billion tonnes of sugarcane processed every year, the 18% of woody fibre would convert to over 100 billion litres of renewable fuels. The 628 million tonnes of carbon is the 400 million tonnes plus the 228 million tonnes of atmospheric carbon that the biomass sequesters down into our soils and locks away for centuries. The farmer, well, they get another $150 a tonne in the 30% extra sucrose that they produce. If they sold the dietary fibre for just $1 a kilo, there'd be another $800 a tonne of income. That's $950 on top of the original price they were getting for their sugar, and that's not including the energy and the fertilisers that they'll most likely use in their own process. 300 million tonnes of organic fertiliser is created, and at the same time, a further 300 million tonnes of water is recovered, cleaned, it's potable, it can be consumed by humans or put back into our environment for the next crop rotation. And finally, 50 million tonnes of solid organic fertiliser will be created in the form of biochar. And biochar is the key to how we recover that 33% of lost arable land, because biochar is a regenerator. Its ability to hold moisture, hold nutrients, and sequester millions of tonnes of carbon into our soil and hold it there for centuries is going to be the key to regenerative farming. Next slide. What does this look like from an energy opportunity? Well, we use about 23 terawatt hours at the moment as a population, but unfortunately, the demand is actually 84. So that means there's a lot of people right here, right now, on this planet that are suffering from energy insecurity. We'd need to add 2 terawatts every single year forever to try and bridge this gap. What is apparent, that biomass does offer one of the solutions to bridging this gap and providing energy to everyone on the face of the planet, and ending energy insecurity. Next slide. From an economic point of view, it's not bad. The $5 trillion that would go into investing in new biomass energy outlays is investments that has a great return. The simple reason is renewable energy goes down in cost over time, unlike fossil fuels that go up in cost as they become rarer. But most importantly, the millions of jobs and the millions of people that would be retrained and reskilled that currently work in the old fossil fuel industry would create a situation of fair transition and make sure that nobody is left behind in the renewables. Defugo's goal is to create this generation, our generation, as the first generation since human began farming to realistically hand on to the next generation the earth in a better condition than what we got it. Next slide, please. But unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, everything I've presented to you today is not enough. We fundamentally need to change our attitude to food and what that food is made from. Next slide. So luckily, Defugo's been doing just that. And Botanical Proteins has developed a new biomass that will not only feed, clothe, and provide energy, but it will do it for 50 million people on this planet. And I look forward to tomorrow introducing you to Botanical Proteins and showing you how we're going to do that sustainably.
Interesting, David. I mean, it's such a huge swathe of issues that you went through there. I mean, some people might go, this sounds so fantastic, I don't believe it. It's just so amazing, right? It's like too good to believe, right? How do you deal with that kind of question?
We get that question a lot, Nick. It is like a magic wand in some sort of ways. It does sound too good to be true. But what is great about the Ute is it's so simple. The one thing that everyone comes when they actually physically see one operating, they go, I was expecting it to be different. But it's not. It's a very simple process, and it's that simplicity that actually allows us to scale it. And when we talk about something like sugarcane, that's doing 20,000 tonnes a day. That's large scale. The UPP is able to handle that type of scale because it's simple.
Good. Let's see the Brazilian paradox video, shall we?
Great
and
idea.
Then we can come back for a little bit of chat after that.
Land versus food versus energy, or the Brazilian paradox, as was coined by Defugo and PricewaterhouseCoopers in their joint Biomass to Energy white paper. The paradox, of course, refers to the idea that a country or a business has to choose between food or energy when processing their biomass and selling it to the market. On a global scale, this decision on how to best use their ever-shrinking available arable land is not just a Brazilian problem, as was highlighted by the tortilla riots in Mexico, and the fact that the USA allocates up to 36% of corn and soy to the production of biofuels. Who is right and who is wrong? It's hard to argue some of the more alarming facts of 2022, such as the UN World Food Organization announcing it's the hungriest year on record, meaning never have there been so many people around the world facing food insecurity and famine as right now. The world has experienced rapid-fire inflation, with food and energy costs skyrocketing on the back of war in Europe, labor shortages, and a global supply chain that remains crippled, if not broken, from the pandemic. But why does it have to be this way? Food versus energy. The simple reason is businesses continually look at the problem through the same old tired lens. This thinking, as Henry Ford famously put it, if he had asked the people what they wanted, they would have said a faster horse. What is needed here is a paradigm shift in thinking. Like old Henry viewed the horse versus the car. We need to have a moon leap in thinking to achieve meaningful change. Biomass needs to be viewed in a holistic way, instead of as a single point of value. Like how much sucrose or oil can we squeeze out, if and the rest going to waste? We need to look at what the entire plant represents in value. And once we've understood that, how do we recover this value? The current processes that we use to process biomass, crushing it, has been only incrementally improved since our granddaddies did it, and his granddaddy did it before him. With this process, we created huge amounts of waste. With sugarcane, we burn over 1 billion tons a year of waste bagasse, and that's after we already burnt the cane in the field, so it's easier to harvest and process. We say we don't burn it, but we do. Yes, that's a real photo of a real sign, and those fires drop ash rain on residents of Florida every year. To answer this problem, the team at Defugo has developed what's called the Universal Processing Plant, or UPP for short. Instead of crushing, the UPP process separates the biomass at a cellular level, allowing 100% of the biomass to be retained and used. First, it extracts the food in the form of sugars, oils, water, and dietary fibers. The remaining hard, uneatable, or woody parts of the plant are then processed into energy, such as renewable diesel, ethanol, sustainable aviation fuel, and even hydrogen. The co-products in this zero-waste process are solid and liquid renewable organic fertilizers and pesticides, ready to help the next crop grow, chemical-free. In the case of sugarcane, that's 1 billion more tons of food and energy. Finally, we're getting somewhere. Now that Defugo and the UPP have answered the Brazilian paradox and have every hectare of arable land producing both food on the table and fuel in the tank, with zero waste and plenty of organic fertilizers to replace the chemicals, our big Save the Planet plan needs another game changer. Something that's going to do more with less. Feed billions of people, 50 billion preferably, and allow our generation to be the first generation since the Industrial Revolution to hold true on the oath of handing the planet on to the next, in better shape than we got it. That game changer is botanical proteins and the symphony effect. To be continued.
So, David, I mean, when you think about the United Nations Food and Agricultural Organization, the UN Environment Programme, bringing out reports that we waste as a global community perhaps 1/3 of all our food, and that might be like 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions as well, or it might well be that if food waste was a country, it would be the biggest emitter of greenhouse gases. You've just added a new layer of interest and perhaps even complexity to these equations, because you're actually talking about the waste of the food that we actually produce on the farm before it's even got into supply chains and been wasted in households, right? You're talking about the waste of plant-based materials that could either be used as food or used as renewable energy, for example. So is the waste much bigger than we think?
The waste in food is quadruple what we think it is. And simple reason for that is all of the metrics that we use today, we focus on one part of the biomass. So in sugarcane, just the sucrose. But remember, 90% of that biomass is thrown away. That is not counted as food waste, where we know that's over 1 billion tons a year. In that bagasse, as we discussed in the presentation today, is large amounts of food, dietary fiber, more sucrose, and also the energy. So yeah, the stats are very skewed if you apply a new lens to it.
And I mean, why has nobody really talked about this before? Why is it a surprise perhaps to the viewers, was a surprise to me? And it's not just sugarcane, right? Oh. You mentioned fruit, citrus fruits, apples. Why? Is it because some of the waste does get used a bit like to pigs or something like that? Or it's probably quite dynamic in terms of...
Well, look, I think the main issue, as the example in the video sort of said, is everyone just keeps trying to press things harder. That's our view of how we extract more from biomass. Where actually it's the complete opposite to that. By looking at that holistic view of the value of the biomass and then separating it at a molecular level, so we put all of the different things in different buckets in their purity, we're then able to recover all of that biomass's value. And so the issue with today's view of biomass, and it doesn't matter whether we're talking apples or bananas or sugarcane, is we view to crush it. And that is simply the thing we need to stop doing. We need to view them more as a molecular structure and what value that has. And that's what the Defugo Universal Processing Plant does.
I mean, we'll learn a bit more about different kinds of materials in the next episode. But how is this, you know, what you're actually discussing, how is it going down with farmers? Because they're important, right? How's it going down with governments? What about scientists, other people? Do people say, yeah, absolutely, this is right? Or some a bit skeptical? Have some farmers been trying it? It's not that it's just a theoretical thing. You have this yoop, which must be quite hard for some people to say. It's hard enough in English, right? Yoop. How's it going down, this story?
Look, I'd like to say governments are reacting to it a little faster than what they are. And unfortunately, the Australian government has been really slow in reacting. And as we go through massive climate change in Australia, we've had the huge fires, now we're going through floods. That's causing millions of tonnes of biomass, in this case fruit, vegetables, just to be dumped in paddocks because it doesn't look right. And the supermarkets won't take it. Had they implemented the UPP, like we proposed to the Australian government 4 years ago, all of that material, all of those oranges, all those apples, all of those vegetables that are getting dumped right now would be converted into food. Food that would be bringing down the inflationary costs that we're all experiencing, not just in Australia, but everywhere around the world. And that's the frustration, I think. When you talk to farmers, they get it. Farmers are great at using everything. You go on any farm, something's been used 100 times and they don't throw anything out because we might be able to use it someday. So the farmers fundamentally understand that. They see the produce that is left in the orchard that never even makes it on a truck. They pay for the stuff that is sent back by the supermarkets and dumped in paddocks. So they get to see this every single day. And they have paid money to grow that. That is not recovered by these poor
Fertilizers. Maybe in some places water is a restricting thing, and they have to pay for that. Yeah, they're paying out lots of money to grow things, a large percentage of which is never used or is used in a suboptimal way. Yeah.
It's unfortunately our obsession with perfection. And that's where the attitudes, as we raised in the presentation, people need to take a very, very different look at food and where that food is coming from. And to be honest with you, we've got to get over the icky factor.
Yeah. So, as I say at the beginning, you're Australian. You also have operations in Singapore. Are some of these machines out there in the fields of Singapore, for example, or somewhere close by, Indonesia?
I would love to say that they were deployed in Singapore, but no, Singapore agriculture is a little bit small scale. But where we are deployed, and we're deploying right now in America, over in Washington State, in a little town called Yakima, which is going to be our first large-scale apple processing facility there. And that is going to directly result in 100,000 tonnes of apple being processed and 30,000 tonnes of avoided landfill.
Good. We're right at the end of the show, but we'll have David back on the next episode of Defugo and Friends, so tune in for that next episode. Thanks very much, David. Great to see you.
Thank you, Nick.
Okay.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you. Okay, so we need to solve climate change. We need lots and lots and lots of renewable energy. We need lots and lots of other actions too. And we need to unlock and move to a higher level of ambition with energy efficiency. We're going to have a keynote and a Q&A right now with Brian Motherway, who's head of energy efficiency at the International Energy Agency. He's joining us via the miracle of Zoom, and he'll be delivering a keynote on why energy efficiency is more important than ever before. Brian, I can see you've got a nice fancy set of headphones on there. So good to see you. Brian, over to you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, Nick. Well, I'd want to leave plenty of time for discussion, but just first of all, thank you very much for inviting me to join you this afternoon at this very important topic. And I think it's great to see energy efficiency given space in these discussions. It's such an important time. We find ourselves here in 2022. First of all, you know, since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, there's a humanitarian crisis. There's a lot of suffering going on directly, but this has caused an energy crisis, not just in Europe, but a first truly global energy crisis, where right across the world, whether it's in relation to oil or in particular gas, and more widely, people are suffering from challenges relating to the cost and affordability of energy, and of course the security of supply. It's really put a focus back on the importance of energy policy in terms of understanding our resilience. And you know, in the last few years with COVID, with all of the challenges we've been facing, we have a much better understanding of the concept of being resilient, being, you know, ready for shocks, being ready to resist perturbations like we're seeing today. And of course, the energy crisis sits in a much bigger, much wider climate crisis. And it's very important that we don't forget that. And we think about what are the actions of government and industry and citizens that are required right now. Our job in the International Energy Agency is to work with governments around the world, help them understand how to make the best policy to address these questions around the security of energy, its climate impacts, and of course, questions around affordability, jobs, protections of citizens. And while at different times governments have different priorities, maybe in different time horizons, I think here in 2022, we've never seen greater alignment of all of the challenges and imperatives around energy focused on one thing. We must accelerate our clean energy transitions. We must move faster to get out of our dependence on expensive, unreliable fossil fuels in every part of the world. Now, as you say, Nick, we often think about, you know, what are the other ways we can get energy? And we think about renewables, we think about other forms of clean energy. We're seeing some great progress there. We're seeing the price of wind energy, solar energy coming way down. We're seeing great growth, particularly in the penetration of renewables in our electricity sectors. But it's imperative that we don't forget the demand side. We don't forget to think about energy efficiency. There are huge opportunities for us all in terms of how much energy we use, how much it costs us, how much carbon it emits, and then what opportunities there are to do better in that regard. All of us waste an awful lot of energy when we look around us in our homes, in our workplaces, in our societies. We think about how we're wasting energy. And each year, through government policy, through better action by industry, through great innovations in technology, we are becoming more efficient. We're gradually becoming much better at extracting economic and social value out of the energy we use, but not nearly fast enough. We could literally be doing twice as much each year. We could be making twice as much progress in our energy efficiency. And particularly in this decade, looking to 2030, if we are to have any chance of delivering on our global net zero ambition that so many governments and societies have signed up to, we have to lead with energy efficiency. We have to lead with stronger action in terms of how we all use energy, how we build our homes and offices, what appliances we buy and how we use them, how we get around our cities and countrysides, how we travel, how we work our industry and businesses across the world. All of these are amenable to much higher levels of energy efficiency. And the good news, I think, is governments are really getting that, particularly here and now in 2022, with such a focus on energy security and energy price. Governments and industry and citizens realize that if they can become smarter and more effective in how they use energy, they can reduce their bills, reduce their dependency, and of course, reduce their emissions. So I think now is a great moment where we see countries around the world thinking about how they can accelerate progress towards better insulating homes, better building new buildings, encouraging people to buy more efficient vehicles, encouraging people to buy more efficient lighting and appliances, encouraging industry to really make deep cuts in their energy demand through much more advanced and modern ways of tackling energy management, energy optimization, and energy efficiency. So it's a great moment, I think, to be looking at the alignment of these issues in the context of the really deep and challenging issues that societies face and the pressures many of us face as energy consumers in our businesses, in our workplaces. It creates an opportunity to really align our policy, energy efficiency first. It's the cheapest and cleanest energy is the energy we don't use, which is why at the IEA we always call energy efficiency the first fuel, and we always call on governments to really focus on becoming more efficient and putting the right policies in place for societies to achieve that. Thank you, Nick.
Well, thanks very much, Brian. You call it the first fuel. When I used to work at the UN Environment Programme, I used to call it the Cinderella fuel, because it seems to be the one that wasn't really being paid full attention, you know, was sort of left in the kitchen cleaning the dishes whilst the renewable energy sisters went out to the ball to try and find the prince. But it's nice to hear from you that you think that the governments are starting to really get it in this year. Because it clearly is, it's got to go hand in hand, hasn't it? And yeah, we need a renewable energy badly, and we've got to really scale that up. But it really has to go in hand, clean energy and energy efficiency.
I'm in this business long enough, Nick, to think I'm not sure I'll ever get a prince to fall in love with energy efficiency, but it's just never going to be as sexy and dynamic and even just kind of relatable to as a solar panel or a wind farm or something that's more tangible and physical than me trying to get somebody excited about the energy they don't use and a piece of back office kit that is hard enough to understand without saying, look, this one's much more efficient than another one. But you're right, here in 2022, if not now, then when do we really understand if we can extract more value from every unit of energy we use? There are so many benefits in doing that.
Yeah. I suppose the problem in the past, I mean, maybe less with industry and more with homes, has always been the sheer scale of the numbers, and sometimes governments are a bit terrified about the politics of, you know, doing this. But if only, say, for example, you sound like you come from Ireland, I come from Britain. If only the government there had actually banged in proper, you know, energy efficiency in the UK ages ago, like 10 years ago, they wouldn't be hurting so much as they have been doing with the steep rise in energy prices as a result of the Ukraine war. And I think people keep forgetting to look after energy efficiency in the domestic setting, but also in industry as well. And I think we keep paying the price for that mistake. Yeah.
I think that's true. And if we look across Europe, we see that the countries that have invested in energy efficiency over recent decades are more resilient to the current crisis, and citizens have lower bills, businesses have lower bills. And I think there's a real lesson for that for the next phase too.
Yeah, exactly. Look, Brian, thanks very much indeed for finding the time to join us here in Sharm El-Sheikh.
Thank you, Nick.
We're going to now go to a panel, but first we have what's known as a bumper. We have to say bye-bye to you, Brian. Thanks very much indeed. Bye. This is a bumper coming right now. Bumper playing. Yes, it is. What's happening? We're back. We lost the connection, did we? The Wi-Fi here in Sharm El-Sheikh is something else, yeah. We're live now. So, welcome everybody out there to the next part of our show, where we've got some really excellent speakers. We thank Brian, of course, from the International Energy Agency before, but we have Morten Virod, who's President of Electrification, a business area for ABB, and he's going to be sharing some examples of energy efficiency from several companies as well. Also on stage is Thomas Müller, who's President of the Energy Division for Alfa Laval. I've said Müller because I live in Germany, and I kind of see that, and I think it must be Müller. Was I right?
It's Danish, and it's Müller.
Oh, my God, you see, they're so complicated.
Well, you were close, you were close.
Okay, do apologize, but anyway, it's part of the fun. The division is responsible for the end-to-end process for the products and technologies sold in the energy and process industries. And we're also delighted to have Michelle Billig-Patron, who's Senior Director of Global Sustainability Policy at Microsoft. Okay, great. Michelle is an energy policy expert who currently serves as the Director of Sustainability Policy at Microsoft. From 2013 to 2015, she served in the White House as Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director for Energy and Climate Change on the US National Security Staff. Welcome, everybody. There we go. It was a bit of a marathon intro, wasn't that? And I think was it Special Assistant to the President, or was it a Special Assistant to the President and Senior Director? The President of the USA? That's absolutely unbelievably good. All right, okay, well done. So let's have a little chat here. Tell us a little bit what is actually going on in this area. I mean, from ABB's perspective, how are you bringing energy efficiency into this game?
Now, today, energy efficiency, it's become, as I say, energy efficiency is a must when I talk with customers these days, and kind of the attention it gets. Also, before it was a way to save money. Today, it's one of the first tools in the toolbox, as Brian was saying, also on their sustainability journey, where most of our customers and also suppliers are signing on and committing to their carbon neutral operations. And therefore, energy efficiency is core of being able to do that. So that's why I say that I don't kind of promote energy efficiency as a topic in the same way anymore. It's more about what can we do now? How can we get this implemented? And there is where customer is asking for help and partnership to explain us what actions do we have to take? What can we do after we've shown them the opportunity, the need is there, and then it's all about getting going.
Thomas, let's hear some comments from you on this.
Sorry, once again, Nick, I couldn't hear.
Well, tell us, what is Alfa Laval doing in this energy efficiency area?
So I think.
Remember, there are viewers out there that have maybe never heard of Alfa Laval. I know it's hard to believe, but there's an audience of maybe 5 million in 160 different countries. What is Alfa Laval? What is it doing about energy efficiency?
Yeah. It's hard to believe that they don't know it, but
I know,
there might be a few.
There might be a few.
Might be a few. So, no, I mean, if we start with energy efficiency in general, we have speaking about this for many years now, how important it is. And if it was important a year ago, it's even more important now because we are behind the net zero race and the 2030 targets on energy efficiency, which has to be the main contributor in the coming years because everything is ready. We have the technologies today. But it's not all bad. I mean, if we look at the electrification in Europe of homes with all the heat pumps that are being deployed, it's millions today instead of gas and oil boilers. And this is where we fit in. And I have if you don't know what Alfa Laval is, this is one model of heat exchangers. So, and we sell millions of these every year. And they are giving the energy efficiency side. So with all the units we are putting out every year, they are equal to 100 gigawatt of energy savings.
Right.
And 100 gigawatt, that's more than the wind turbines being deployed in a year. But it's a well-kept secret. It's, of course, easier, more fancy to talk about the windmills, and we also need those. But this is even more, 100 gigawatt.
That little one, or a few more
This is a model.
Okay, I thought for a second that individual one was more than the total installation.
The smallest can be double size of this, and then you can have some that are 300 tons.
I think we had one on the stage at Stockholm Plus 50, didn't we?
Yeah.
Was that right? We had a huge one.
Let's put it here then.
Okay,
So
let's put it here. You can put it next to my little green car as well.
And you
because
can touch it. You have a fossil-free steel in it.
Is that made all from fossil fuel steel? Or
Yeah. Is that the first time you touch fossil-free steel?
Feels very nice. I almost want to eat it. It looks very nice, and the colors are beautiful too. Okay, I stand it next to the little green car. There we go. Okay, so from the Microsoft point of view, Michelle, is this a story of Microsoft bringing energy efficiency to society, or does Microsoft need energy efficiency itself as well? Or is it both?
Well, it's actually all three. It's our own sustainability, Microsoft sustainability, it's our customers' sustainability, and it's the world's sustainability. So as a technology company, we clearly believe in the power of technology to solve big problems like climate change. And so technology is essential in really driving greater energy efficiency. And so a few examples and the dimensions that we're thinking about is how do we drive more energy efficiency in our own operations and how we operate our clouds and how we build our data centers in order to be able to meet our commitment to be carbon negative by 2030. The second piece is how do we work with our customers and our partners to be able to help them make their products and their offerings more energy efficient? Is it through using our cloud, but also through being able to help support solutions that optimize the grid, solutions that help see what's going on in a campus of buildings to be able to adjust the energy use. And then the third part is how we build our own devices that customers use. If it's our Surface devices, Xbox, to be as efficient as possible and provide tools. So recently, one example is called Carbon Aware, where we're providing information to anyone that uses Windows when to update their Windows in order to minimize the energy usage of it through how much renewable energy is on the grid at any point in time. I recognize that's more about the energy utilization and not the efficiency, but those are the types of tools that we're thinking about because it's going to take working at all levels to be able to address this.
You're talking about Windows on buildings or Windows on your computer?
Windows on your computer.
Okay, sorry, just for a second I wasn't sure which one it was. Okay, I'm glad I checked on that.
A few people might know about Windows.
They may know that. Some people might be using Windows, but they also might be using Windows in buildings too. So, yeah, exactly. So I'm still trying to dig a little bit deep into the ABB story. I mean, you were on earlier, and it was great to have you. Electrification was the thing. Is it about how we can make electrification more energy efficient? Is this the story? And fewer losses, yeah? Fewer losses.
And I talked about, I mean, much we're taking about what this Alfa Laval is doing, and I hope, I'm not sure, probably everybody doesn't know what ABB is doing as well, but that, and you don't, because you don't see it always, but it's about sitting often behind a door, what we call a switchboard room or switchgear room. There it's in there, you have electrical equipment that makes those data centers work, all Microsoft and others around the world. It is powering and propulsion system for ferries, for trains, for everything that moves today, where you need electric propulsion, which is more and more in not just in cars, but also trains and ferries. And it's all over buildings, from the power utility and all the way to that brings electricity down to the sockets and the lighting switches. All that equipment that sits between the high voltage, the transformer station, and down to your power socket outlet. That's ABB all the way. So you don't always see it, but without it, it will be a very dark place.
Right. And so, in a sense, you're all three of you connected in some shape or form on this story. Do all three of you have science-based targets? And therefore, do all three of you, your companies, have to do something to make sure the other company has a chance of meeting their science-based targets on climate change? I love this supply chain thing with science-based target. I never realized how exciting it was.
But if I can start, it's all about that everyone has to clean your own house. And in our opinion at ABB, we say we need to clean our own house first. Then we can help others and in their houses and gardens. And I think that is why we have committed to our science-based targets of carbon neutrality in our own operations by 2030. And we have therefore what we call a Mission to Zero program that we take our own operations and look at and there is the great thing now with all our digital tools, also coming from us in ABB, we're able to see where is energy being consumed across your plant, across your operations, because having better data insights also enables you to make better decisions. So when we know where the energy is consumed or used, we also can come up with actions on how we reduce it. And I'm happy to say that we already have 3 factories in ABB which are net zero. That means we have been able to implement everything from solar panel on the roof to district heating or cooling, but also using all the energy that is used within that facility, being able to absorb that or put it back into our energy chain so we don't waste any energy. So it is possible, and now it's about taking those great examples, multiplying it to every of our own sites, but also with our suppliers and our customers and helping it. So we have some of the technology, but we're not doing this alone. It's really about a team play where we are working about, for instance, like with Microsoft on their cloud solutions, where we get all the data and helping us with tools there on the software side. And of course, also with Alfa Laval, you will having the same topic where you are solving some of the problems in our factories and vice versa, where we helping Alfa Laval in their operations. So it's really a team play between all of us and with all customers how to get there.
Is there another team player out there called governments? Do they have a role to play in advancing this, setting standards for energy efficiency? Maybe they're very high in Sweden, but maybe they're not so high somewhere else where they could be. Is policy important in this story? Sorry, maybe I jumped in too quickly there, Michelle, but no, carry on.
Sure. No, look, policy is essential here to make sure that there are common standards and those standards are high quality. It's also important to make sure that there are the right incentives to make sure that they're rewarding the efficiency investments. I heard the previous panelist said that the energy that you don't use, right, is the cheapest. It's also the easiest to abate, right? It's the easiest to reduce if you're not using it. So making sure that energy efficiency is on the same level of policy importance that all of the other energy issues, if it's renewable energy, and obviously building the grids, we also need those grids to be as efficient as possible in carrying electricity from the power plant to the user. So policy plays a critical role.
Yeah.
And maybe I can continue on that one, because we would talk about electrification, and that is super important. We're also part of that. But another element of this is also the heat sites and the industrial sector. I think there's been more legislations and policies, incentives coming on the consumer side, on the building construction side, but the industry sector, there is half of the energy efficiency potential actually sits with the industries. And I saw a report recently where almost 2/3 of the energy being produced in US, as an example, 2/3 of that is never being used or goes to waste. And I think this is the opportunity to recover the waste heat and use it as a feed to somebody else. But here also we come into examples that industry can in some cases use that themselves, but it's also about intersector coupling. So that you can maybe recover waste heat in an industry and use it in district heating, for example. And their policies and governments, municipalities, are playing a key role to get that going. Yeah. And of course, data centers is a great example of that, where today 90% of the energy being used is going out as waste heat. And if we look at 2030 and we took all the energy from data centers as waste heat and used it as district heating, it would equal 300 million European homes. So it has an enormous potential. And I think that's what we need to get going as well, the heat side.
No, I think you're going to say something. I just think this is such an important topic, right? Because everywhere we go, everywhere we walk, everything we do, we are constantly going through hot and cold, hot and cold. This conference being a classic example. Sometimes we're in one room and it's cold, the same room's very hot later. Something is not being evened out. That's digitalization. Maybe they don't have one of these babies and they need one of those. Who knows? But you're quite right. The world is full of loss of energy in ways that people have no imagination is going on, and we could do something more about it. You wanted to come in on this a little bit, on policy, I think.
Yeah, because I believe that we need to kind of dare to make bolder decisions also with policies and regulations, because we see today still a pretty slow adaptation rate. And we do know when we can make a business case for an industrial application, which is easier to do because customers and businesses, who runs a business, they will make those decisions. But we see that the same if you take the example of home appliances. There has been higher regulation, and you see some of the marking what you do on your refrigerator door when you buy one, from the A to the E rating. And what does that cost over a lifetime? And I think that is something where we need to also dare to make some bolder decision when it comes to even not allowing some of the, let's say, worst technology that will not take us forward. So there is technology available today. Using an example from our industry, for instance, electric motors. There it's before in the, let's say, old days in the 70s and before that we talked about I1. We moved out to the I2. These are energy efficiency levels of electric motors. And today I2 is used still many places in the world. But we have now in Europe what we call the Eco Design Directive that last summer implemented that said now the minimum level of I3, which is about 20% better than the previous. Next summer, the I4 level will take place. And then you can say that, well, Europe will not save the world by the rest of the world, which is true. But the good thing that happens when the European Union implemented the eco design, China followed suit just 6 months later. and Saudi Arabia, the Emirates did so as well. Now, of course, we in the industry is pushing hard for India, but also for US to follow the same legislation and the same guidelines. So I think here we need to be bold, and there is for still where, let's say, the center of gravity of technology where does that sit? And those who have that leadership needs to take those bolder decisions. So that is the way we can change also the whole.
That's so important what you say. I'm so bored with people going, well, if we do it, you know, we're going to be out in front, but it's going to cost us a lot of money, and you know, other people will ignore it, and then we'll have invested all this money, and then we'll have all this great stuff. But we can't save the world anyway, and nobody's going to follow. You're absolutely right, because in fact, if you do set a new benchmark for, you know, ambition, and the technology is really interesting, and it saves money as well, and all the other things that go with it, others are going to follow. It's happened with renewable energy, with Germany first, then China came along. We always had Denmark with Vestas doing a fantastic job. There were a few pockets of leaders that moved the game forward very fast.
2 points on that. I mean, once Europe moves on something, it becomes the default benchmark for the United States, whether there's regulation or not. It just is how it ends up happening. The other thing that's...
Michelle, put the microphone just as close as you can to your mouth.
Okay.
That's great.
Once Europe does something, it becomes the default benchmark for the United States, whether there's formal legislation or not. The other thing that's been really interesting at COP27 is that a few months ago, there was a very large piece of legislation passed in the United States called the Inflation Reduction Act.
Yes.
That had $367 billion of incentives, but very newly designed incentives to really jumpstart the market on a whole host of new industries outside of not just energy, but all these new carbon industries. And the one thing I've picked up from walking around here is just the competitive pressure that's created for other governments to say, now what are we going to do to help jumpstart the market in other places? So you're beginning to see that just knock-on effect, whether it's the lead that a company takes or that a policy maker takes.
Talking about energy efficiency, so does that new amazing piece of legislation from the Biden administration, which I'm sure he's talking about right now if he's here, I think he is here today, isn't he? And probably feeling quite good about the midterms. Does it include energy efficiency? Is that part of the package?
It is part of the package, and one of the interesting things has been this migration away from technology-specific solutions to actually outcome-based goals. So reducing carbon and figuring out different ways to do that within different sectors. So energy efficiency is obviously an important technology in reducing carbon in many different ways.
Okay, after that,
maybe,
I've got another question, because
maybe
you're
I
now
can.
exciting me.
Is it okay to continue?
No.
Okay.
You carry on. But I've got another one
because now we talk a lot about energy efficiency on the current applications, but also it's very much about energy efficiency also in the new energy landscape, that we get the systems right from the very beginning. And I think here the Inflation Act is speaking about energy storage. There is a lot of thermal management that has to be optimized and being right from the very beginning. We have the carbon capture processes, the green hydrogen, a lot of heating and cooling in those. So we cannot have a lot of technology conversion going on there in year 2 or 3 or 4. We have to get the thermal management right from the very beginning, and the electrification management as well, of course.
So I was going to, I think I've completely forgotten the question I was going to ask, because that's absolutely classic, isn't it? Oh yeah, it was more a question, maybe Brian will answer this more clearly, but what is the potential of energy efficiency? I mean, how do we frame it to a public or an audience? Why we should do that? Is it just a little bit here, or could it be a 30% of the solution, 20%, etc.? I don't know.
And there is not one answer with the decimal accuracy here. But if you look at different applications or different examples, you can take one where you, for instance, use in our industry, when you're running an electric motor, when you're running adding a variable speed drive to it, which is a device, electronic device that is controlling the speed and the torque of that motor, so it doesn't run full speed and then use a brake. so that it runs, you know, if you want to, so it's like running a car with full speed, but then braking at the same time. Here you can use a device called a variable speed divider, a frequency converter, that makes that motor run at the exact right speed. And with that, you can save up to 30 and even up to 50% in any application. So there are a lot of these examples where you can make good energy saving. I would also coming back to my example of using the latest technology. If we would upgrade the industrial motors running around the world, just in industries, I'm not talking all motors, but just the ones sitting in industrial plants around the world, if we would use the IE4 motor as the higher efficiency motor compared to what is being used today, we could save 10% of all the world's electricity, just in all the industry. And that's just one example. So the opportunity is definitely there, but it needs to take many steps to make it.
Yeah.
Maybe to give another example of that, and actually a partnership between Microsoft and Alphaval. With all the heat exchangers installed in the world, not just the Alphaval, but all the heat exchangers, if they were cleaned at the right time and running in the right conditions, it equals 2.5% of the world's CO2 emission. So it has a mega impact. But to do that, we need to have the data, we need to have the insights, we need to have artificial intelligence, we need to have monitoring and collection. We can also have thermal imaging and so on. So all that we are working together with Microsoft on to really enable that to happen. But it is things we have, we just need to connect the dots between companies, and then we can deploy it right away.
So it is as sexy as renewable energy when you get down to it. Now you're talking artificial intelligence, all these other wonderful technologies. I mean, do you get a sense of frustration that some people don't get that actually there are small and large, savings to be had? That means that they don't have to, panic about their, I must build a nuclear power station because I don't know how I'm going to keep the lights on in the next 25 years. I mean, do you get really frustrated with the energy efficiency story not surfacing much better?
Yeah, and if I can say, I think let's say, the positive element of the crisis we face in Europe right now, the positive element or outcome, I think, over time will be more focus on energy efficiency. We see that already this year with booming energy prices. The interest and the willingness to invest in energy efficiency is there, both for private individuals, it's for companies, and even governments supporting many of those. So I think it's much better today to invest in energy efficiency instead of subsidizing waste of energy, which we are still doing in many countries. So that is kind of, again, a call to action to do that. But I do see a bigger interest now when the payback is better. But still, so it has here to be a business case. I always say that you need to connect the brain, the heart, and the wallet. All three need to work here together, that it needs to be the right way of thinking, it's the right thing to do, and it also pays off. And we need, I think, all these three boxes needs to be ticked off.
The one you didn't mention was the topic we had on with Frankie the dinosaur. I don't know if you've seen Frankie the dinosaur walking around, but that was on fossil fuel subsidies. And we're running this campaign with the UN Development Programme, as you may know. As you know, fossil fuel subsidies are 580 billion, according to the IMF, International Monetary Fund, and now they're even higher, according to the latest numbers. And that doesn't include the damage they cause, which might be $6 trillion. And in fact, actually, we've got, that's how much is the world has spent on fossil fuel subsidies since the start of COP26. And that's like, $11 million a minute. Now, if that money was spent on the twin brothers and sisters of renewable energy and energy efficiency, we'd all be laughing right now in terms of this energy spike, because it would be so less damaging. So we can't let it happen again, can we? I mean, another crisis happens in the world and the energy price goes up.
But this is, as always, isn't it, that it's expensive to be poor, and that is what we see a bit today. We don't make the right choices because some of the incentives is not in place, that the people who it's going to pay the cost later by buying inefficient technology or inefficient equipment today, you will pay for it over the lifetime. And sometimes it's awareness that people don't know, And sometimes it is also that, and in my opinion, we should have more of legislation or rules. Some of that equipment should not be allowed anymore. We have to move on. It's the only way also to dare to use legislation to set some rules of minimum standards, because today we have so much technology available, so the competition and the options and the choice of consumers is already there, but we need there also. So it's a balance of people making better choices, but also governments to dare to make some choices on overall behalves.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the human creativity right now to deal with climate change is unbelievable, and some of it's unrecognized properly by the governments, we've got Brian back from the International Energy Agency. Presumably, Brian, you're in Paris, is that right?
I'm in Paris, Nick. It's a cold, wintry afternoon here. I think you're probably doing better on the weather front there.
We're certainly doing better on the weather front, but sometimes it's a bit cold in here because the air conditioning system is a bit inefficient. It sometimes goes over the top. And then, so that was a little segue into saying hi to you again to talk about energy efficiency. We've also been joined by Matthias Frumery, who is Sweden's chief climate negotiator and head of delegation to the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. Nice to see you again, Matthias. Let's just quickly go back to Brian. Brian, you can stay with this debate for a few more minutes, is that right?
Sure, yeah.
So we've gone through, a lot on the energy efficiency story, and I was asking the question, how much could it bridge the climate change action gap, or how much might it get us faster towards halving our emissions by 2030, hitting 1.5 or net zero in 2050? Is there a number knocking around?
Well, different countries will choose different pathways, Nick. But in broad terms, if you look at the IEA's net zero roadmap to 2050, 30 to 40% of the total emission savings come from energy efficiencies. It's the single biggest area of savings, particularly in the early years where it's ready to deploy now, it's cost effective and it can move. But as well as that, of course, it makes everything else cheaper and easier. The more efficient you are, the fewer wind turbines you need to build, the fewer transmission lines you need to build, the fewer other technologies you need to deploy. So it's big in itself, but it's also an enabler for everything else.
Right, and this is not just applicable to developed countries with lots and lots of infrastructure. This is highly applicable to developing countries too, yeah?
Even more so, because of course they're the ones which are building more infrastructure, more roads, more buildings, at much faster rate than advanced economies. So I think in some ways the opportunities to really drive efficiency are easier, but also more pressing in developing countries.
Matthias, does energy efficiency come up in the negotiations? Do you ever hear this word, the double E word?
Well, maybe not as much as we should do. I mean, there is work within something called the Climate Center, the Technology Network, the CTCN, where there have been reports on energy efficiency, and maybe those should be highlighted even further. But I mean, having said that, I mean, I think it's also fair to say that we don't actually speak so much about the measures that countries should be taking, rather about the goals that they should be setting. So I mean, that's predominantly what we do within the UNFCCC.
Yeah.
And then, of course, it's up to countries themselves to translate those goals into action, including when it comes to energy efficiency. But also, I think might be worth highlighting all these various initiatives we're seeing. I mean, at COP26, for example, the Glasgow Breakthroughs, the Methane Pledge, and so forth. A number of those initiatives which were sort of accelerating climate action also in various countries. So maybe that should be, there's a space there also for those kind of initiatives when it comes to energy efficiency.
I must say, so I used to be the Director of Communications of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, so I had a little hand in the Paris Agreement of 2015. I was always a bit struck in the National Climate Action Plans of Nations, the NDCs as they call them, that there was this very little on digitalization and that whole area. And if I pass my mind back a bit, I don't think there was a lot on energy efficiency. Some countries had it, but it seemed like those were two areas. There was a lot on renewable energy, a lot on forests, of course, in the relevant nations. We obviously need to step up a little bit more with these climate action plans, a conscious understanding in them that these are two areas that need to be ramped up much further. Please, if you can come in here, maybe Brian can come in a little bit later on this.
Yeah, I think the whole awareness on energy efficiency has to be lifted. And I think ABB took the initiative last year to start the energy efficiency movement, where we were, Alfa Val were the first joiner into this, because it's a great initiative. And now, a year later, I think yesterday I looked, we had 150 members, correct, Morten, right? Probably today is 152, 153. So it goes really fast now. And I think it's these kind of things that we need to have a strong voice on it, and also be, for example, a strong speaking partner with IEA, where we are a lot of companies together covering the whole value chain, upstream, downstream, and so on, and also to politicians. But I must say, during the last year, I've heard many more politicians speaking about energy efficiency than we have done the last 10 years. So,
Michelle, I mean, do you feel that digitalization is perhaps overlooked in the formal process a bit too much? I mean, it's there, people are aware of it, they go yes, but then in the actual plans, they don't quite make the connection sometimes.
I definitely think it's evolving since 2015, and so it was very much not on the radar. But the fact of the matter is technology has evolved so much, and you talked about how in the time you've been at COP, you have all these new members. I mean, in the time we've been at COP, there's probably even new solutions that have been developed. I mean, the ability to process massive amounts of information and make very quick insights from it, and then quickly automate that. So whether you're optimizing how a wind turbine operates, understanding what the renewable energy map looks like, how we're talking about optimizing the grid or optimizing a heating system across an entire country. There's just tremendous opportunities. I think governments are becoming more focused on it, and I imagine in the next round of NDCs, you'll probably see a lot more.
Brian, is the International Energy Agency pushing this hard now, but probably have for years, but really going for this at COPs and other fora around the world, G20, G7? Is it something that's energy in the system right now?
I think, as the colleagues there have said, there's a lot more focus on the demand side because it's in everybody's minds at the moment. Can we afford energy? You know, what happens when we can't afford it? And I do think when you look at our net zero roadmaps, you look at individual countries' net zero targets, it's becoming patently clear that it's impossible to meet the ambition we have set ourselves for net zero without a lead from energy efficiency. It just can't be done in terms of the scale, the investment costs, and the pace. And governments are starting to realize that. But let's admit that energy efficiency can be hard to do in the ground. That's what we're talking about here. We all get frustrated because maybe the policies aren't strong enough, the actions we all take aren't strong enough. That's because it is complicated, it is technical, it is messy. And Nick, I'm really pleased we're talking about digitalization too, because I think it really makes a difference now as we're starting to, see much more electric vehicles, electrification of heat in homes, the use of heat pumps. Controlling our electricity systems, which are going to grow, become much more significant, is really important. And digitalization is opening so many opportunities for better control, better optimization. And back to the start of our conversation, Nick, making energy efficiency a much more positive thing. Energy efficiency is no more about, I'll turn the lights down, I'll put on a jumper. It's now, I'll control the energy via my phone. I can have a different temperature in every room. My house knows I'm coming home because I got a message from my car, et cetera, et cetera. So it's a much more positive way of thinking about control and optimization and efficiency.
So Michelle from Microsoft has actually made energy efficiency more sexy. Okay, we can all agree on that. All right. I have to wrap up here, everybody. We've come to the end of the session. Thank you very much indeed. I think it's a valuable story. I'm sure we didn't cover everything in great detail, but we have a very eclectic audience out there, ranging from all kinds of different people. And I think maybe they learned something about that, and they may be influencers in their own societies to make a difference in terms of getting more energy efficiency. So thanks very much, Brian, for coming in by the magic of Zoom. Thanks to everybody here. I have one last favor. One last favor. Did I ask any favors before? No, I have a favor. Can you see Brian and everybody else? Can you see Rosie? Have you seen Rosie? So Rosie is the new face of a campaign we have called We Can Do It. It's about if you don't believe that you can swim across the river, then you're not going to get to the other side. But we believe we can deal with climate change. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here. So we just want everybody to maybe put their fists up like this, like Rosie, and say, we can do it.
We can do it.
We can do it.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. And it's a good exercise at the end of sitting there for ages, yeah? Okay, thank you very much indeed. And now we close this part of the show and we go to a short break, I believe.
Comments and thoughts by Johan may be very much welcome. And I open the floor to the room, and I see the hand going up here, and I take 2-3 questions in a row, and then we bring them back to the panelists. So can you pass over the microphone to this gentleman?
Two?
Yeah, the gentleman here. You over there and the lady over there. So we take them 3 in a row. Go ahead, sir.
Alistair Thompson from Scoop Media. I'm a journalist. The question relates to Global Gateway and the announcement by the American government of a significant package of investment for Africa. I think it's 200 million from Africa and 300 million billion, sorry, from billion, 200 billion from the US and 300 billion in Gateway from Europe, which the European funding seems to be MDB funding as far as I can tell, although clarification on that would be helpful. But what sort of impact would that could those investments have, does the panel think, in terms of speeding this up? And secondly, has any movement been seen on either of them? Because when I asked the EU negotiator about them, he seemed to be almost unaware of Global Gateway, and clearly in Africa 150 billion, which has been essentially of investment, which has been announced for Africa, is a significant amount of money, but I mean nothing is flowing yet that I know of.
Thank you very much. Can you give the microphone to the gentleman there, please? So I note, and I'm turning to the panelists, the Global Gateway, and the related questions, you know, how and will the money be spent? You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm Colin Nolden from the University of Oxford. What role could Article 6 play in integrating these carbon markets and eventually creating a more unified price of carbon? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. On Article 6, and the lady over there. Yeah.
As the woman, the panelist from the IMF was speaking, I was thinking back to a speech that the former managing director of the IMF, Michel Kamandousis, made in 1997, 25 years ago. He spoke out against the unproductive nature of military spending, and I was just thinking that the 30 member states of NATO, since the Paris Agreement, have increased their military spending annually, collectively, by $200 billion. So the 30 NATO countries are spending $1.2 trillion on their militaries, and it's going up because of the 2% target. I am wondering if the possibility of reducing military spending for climate financing, because it's so unproductive, fighter jets, warships, wars, military training, we don't need these things. We need investment in the climate catastrophe. Developing countries need this investment. So I'm wondering if you're looking at this issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the question about military expenditure is added to the list. Who would like to start? Johan, you start?
Yeah, thanks. I will pass on very quickly to my fellow panelists here, because I don't have the expertise on either these Global Gateway issue. And I think on the military spending, you have a very good point. I mean, this is a valid point right across the whole transformation, that we know that the world economy is powered by energy. There is a straight line between energy consumption and global GDP. but we're not factoring in the damage it's causing, but we're using that energy to spend in many sectors that are high consuming of our capital, and military spending is one of them. And the geopolitical instability we have in the world today is a double-edged sword, which is both exponentially rising energy prices, fertilizer prices, thereby food prices, but at the same time causing the negative impacts downstream due to the very operations of conflict and war. As far as I know, we don't have any discussions at these negotiations on making that connection, but I would very strongly welcome that. I think Article 6 is definitely something that should be connected with the CBAM discussions. I think CBAM is a hot political issue, as pointed out by Simone, but I think it's also a necessity, because when we have differentiated carbon prices rising, with very varying levels, as Simone pointed out, it's absolutely necessary to have any kind of even competitiveness on the markets, to have some form of trade-based carbon evening, and the Article 6 could potentially be used for that. And I'm interested to hear what my fellow panelists think on this.
Okay, thank you, Johan. Dora?
Thank you, and thank you for the questions. So let me try to address some of them. So first, maybe on the need and impact of investment. So the first point I'd like to make is that I think we need clarity on the numbers, and we need clarity on the definitions and on the concepts. So I think there are a lot of numbers going around, people having their own estimations, but I think it's important to keep in mind that recognizing that the investment needs will be tremendous, they will be really large. I think a lot of the estimations are relying on gross numbers, whereas in reality, a lot of the investment would happen maybe in another form, but they would happen in clean energy. So I think the net numbers that we're thinking about are probably much smaller than these several trillions that we are hearing. I also tried to explain in my talk that I think domestic revenue mobilization, public revenues, resources will be a really important source of financing. Similarly, assistance or financing coming from more developed countries is also going to be a really important source of financing. At the same time, I think it's really important to recognize that without the private sector, we will not be able to find the source of all these investments. So I think we should think about how to mobilize private funding and private investment, including for the emerging countries and lower income countries. How can we have these countries unlock some of the private investment that would be available out there? Maybe on the military spending, I don't want to comment on the military spending as such. But again, maybe putting climate in this broader context of the composition of spending. I think for many of the emerging and low-income countries, we know that they're already faced with a really huge spending need related to their sustainable development. So, there is a lot of discussion about SDGs, and we know that they already have a huge financing need related to that. Now, again, I think it's important to understand the context and how different aspects of spending can be interrelated. So climate and development is really important that we consider them together. And maybe if you do that, then the magnitude that is needed will be again come to a different context. Maybe you want me to hand over. Thank you.
Thank you. We will have more time. So I would like to ask Sylvie to come in on one or the three questions in particular on the Global Gateway. And I saw you nodding on several things that were said. Sylvie, may I pass the floor to you?
Yeah, although there is not so much I can add on the Global Gateway, I am not aware of the details and which kind of funding is made available. I think what I mentioned before is it's important that we do not only provide funding for concrete investments, but we also provide in particular public funding for the regulatory environment to cover costs and to finance the overall the preparatory part of this transformation, and then also ask the private sector to come in. We see quite, in particular for Africa, quite high level of commitments with limited levels of deployments. This in particular refers also to investments in energy access, and we need to make sure that we target the primary gap, and often the primary financing gap is the one for capacity building, for the creation of regulatory frameworks, and this requires simply, in most cases, some grant financing and not investments.
Thank you. I think that's a very important comment related to the build-up of the governance that you need in order to get the transformation going. I would like to ask Stefano to any comments that you may have on the questions. Stefano.
Thank you, and I'll pick up on the Article 6 question and also on what Jonas already said. I mean, to me, in a way, Article 6 is the flip side of CBAM, if you think about it. I mean, CBAM is a tool to make up for a price differential between different regions. Article 6 can be a way to actually reduce that price differential and get to a more uniform carbon price. And that is because Article 6 really speaks to the international dimension of emission trading systems. As we all know, emission trading systems are mainly domestic in nature, but they do have potentially international components. One is linking of emission trading systems, and the other component is the use of international credits. And effectively what Article 6 does is that it puts in place a framework under the Paris Agreement that can account for ETS linkage, and that can also be a way for jurisdictions that want to do so to allow for the use of international credits in their domestic systems and account for that. So those are the main two international components of ETS, and that is where Article 6 intersect domestic emission trading systems. Article 6 can obviously also do much more than that, but those are the areas of interaction with domestic ETS.
Thank you very much, Stefano. And if I may add to what Stefano said, I think integrity is required in keeping up higher prices on carbon markets, and higher prices will see spontaneously a convergence. I think what we are seeing now is that in some constituency we have very, very low, if not irrelevant prices, while in other constituencies we see reasonable prices. So integrity may increase the price level, and that may lead to a narrower span. I turn to Simone, because you did a lot of research on how to link several carbon markets. Simone?
Well, yes, and the more I know, the more difficult I find it, to be honest. But honestly, I would say that Article 6 is the right framework. On this, I fully agree with Stefano. I also have to say that linking is a long process. So I'm very much in favor of it, and I think it's a precious tool that we have at disposal. It's not the only one. We cannot rely on it because there are urgent problems to address, and I see that the diplomatic nature of linking requires time. By definition, in a way, because linking requires mutual trust. And trust is something that you build up over time. So there is a sort of tension between what we can do and what we can do fast. If I may take advantage of having the mic, I would like to add one word on the military expenditure, because I think that's a really important question. And in economic terms, I would say there is a clear trade-off between what we spend in military terms and what we can spend for climate. And this is actually a research line that with a colleague of mine we want to investigate in the future. And I would also like to stress one point that sometimes is ignored, that the war brings damages, environmental damages, that are not accounted for. we do not have an accounting of the emissions involved in the process of the war. And I am afraid this will emerge only in the future. So there are damages in environmental terms that are somehow like a black economy, like a black environmental economy that is not yet there. And finally, we will need to rebuild. And the future rebuilding of Ukraine, in this case, will also bring emissions. So let's try to consider this aspect, and let's hope that the war ends soon, even for this reason, apart from obvious humanitarian reasons.
Thank you very much, Simone. I was wondering whether there were more questions in the room. I have one, 3, 4. I will have to limit there. I have the microphone, and I suggest that we start with the gentleman over there, and then we come back to you. You had already an opportunity, and first you, sir.
Thank you. My question is for Dora. I really very much agree with your perspectives around needing to catalyze private sector finance. And I think, also in agreement with Sylvia, I think that a lot of the grant finance does need to go in terms of assistance in terms of structuring. But one of the things that very much concerns me, so I'm from South Africa, and I'm also a former state employee, so understand where it is that I'm coming from when I say this. But today we signed a deal with France and with Germany for a 20-year just transition finance deal for 300 million euros each, which is at a lovely rate. It's at 3.3%. Whereas if we had borrowed that ourselves, it would have been 8.9%. In theory, that's obviously helping us to transition, making a nice just transition situation. However, the reality is that the actual loan agreement is general budget support. Our country is notoriously and ridiculously corrupt. We steal everything that's not nailed down. So, what ends up happening is that we pass this money over into the national fiscus as opposed to having a scenario where we have a credit enhancement mechanism that can be put in place that would really catalyze private sector investment. And that's really where it is that the private sector needs to be engaged. And if we could have something at an IMF level, for example, where we could start to have support for businesses at less of an extreme IRR, which we currently pay, that would be very much appreciated.
Thank you. I had a gentleman there, and then we come back to,
Thank you. This is a question for Dora. I believe you mentioned about having like a global carbon floor price. I was wondering if you can offer your thoughts on what that price range could be, thinking that you mentioned that the price right now is not what we are expecting. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a question here. Here, yeah.
Thanks for the interesting panel. I'm Ian Mitchell from the Centre for Global Development. I also want to ask Dora a question. I'm very interested in these minimum carbon price floor and taxes on fossil fuels. I wondered if there are any examples of policy mechanisms where, as carbon prices and fossil fuel costs fall, taxes rise, automatically, and whether that's whether anyone's aware of those examples being implemented. Thank you.
Thank you. And then we have the gentleman here on my right, and then I would like to ask the panelists to prepare for a brief reply and a concluding thought before we hand over to Johan for conclusions. Sir, you have.
So just firstly, on Global Gateway, it is funding education and health as well as climate. So those are the three focuses of it. And I mean, as a question related to that, I'm very surprised that as Europeans, no one seems to be aware of the details of this very large European project. Secondly, a question for Simone about ETS. I mean, your figures were very dramatic in terms of the rise of ETS revenues. However, if those ETS revenues are just being stolen, they really do not do any good, I mean, for the countries that they're going to. So is there any data about the effectiveness of the recipients and the use of the ETS revenues? Because you're now talking about huge amounts of money.
Thank you. So I start with the other way around. I start with Simone. Choose your question, Simone. You had a particular question and a concluding thought.
Okay, well, concerning the mechanism, whether there is a mechanism that may compensate a reduction in carbon prices with an increase in taxes, what I can say is that such mechanisms are, let's say, theoretically working, but not implemented enough so far. I would like to add that in the project that I was talking about, and this relates also to the discussion of carbon floor, we were suggesting to have a price corridor rather than a floor and a ceiling. And such a mechanism that you were describing would help keeping within the corridor. And the corridor, in my view, would help linking ETSs because it would give more certainty for the future, to the jurisdictions involved. But I can say more. And this is also somehow related to the right price range. I cannot tell an exact number, but I think that the corridor would help going towards the price range, which is in the end the social cost of carbon. That's the price we should aim at in the long run. And to conclude, I disagree, if I may. I don't think that it's not huge, the amount of money we are talking about. I think it's a huge amount of money, talking about the ETS revenues. In terms of effectiveness, this is to be proved, I must admit. We have some proof of the effectiveness of the ETS, but your question was more specific. Did this money, were this money used in an effective way? Then this is another question, and I think this is food for thought for the future.
Thank you, Simone. Stefano?
Yeah, I'll be really, really brief, and I just wanted to respond, broadly speaking, to the points that the other two gentlemen raised. I think, one really crucial aspect of ETS and what really, like, in most cases, like, determines like the successfulness of an ETS is the governance of it, and it tends to be often overlooked as an aspect. I mean, when we talk about emission trading systems, we focus on sectors covered, cap, prices, and all of that. But the governance of a system is what really determines the success of the instrument. And I mean, Joss will also be able to testify from his experience in the European Commission. But getting the governance right is essential. It can prevent fraud. It can prevent misbehavior. It can prevent wrongdoing, as you were describing. And like any other aspect related to emission trading systems, there's no single recipe for how a government has to design the governance of it. It has to be tailored to what the system looks like. It has to be tailored to the political set out of every country. And as Simone was pointing out, emission trading systems to a large extent are a test as you go kind of exercise. Things are being tested, things are being proved, and then as we go by, we also learn what works and what doesn't. And governance, the same principles applies, and in that respect, it's quite important to look at the lessons learned and the experiences made in Europe and in other countries that went through that process already.
Thank you, Stefano. May I ask Sylvie whether you would like to come in? Yeah.
I can come in and take the question on South Africa. So my understanding is, yes, it is to a certain level general budget support, but in my understanding is that it's linked to policy reform. So that's what we call policy-based lending. So the availability of funding and the availability of next tranches is linked to concrete progress milestones in terms of policy implementation and progress in the transformation. But yes, to a certain extent, we feel that general budget support is really what we also need to provide more flexibility and to finance also this capacity and institutional capacity building we need. Maybe I can add 2 sentences as a conclusion. I think we all agree that climate pathways need to be development pathways for our partner countries. I think that's clear. Policy packages are most efficient. This is also what's pretty proven, and this also applies to the finance part. We are under immense time pressure, and we need to address a really broad range of barriers. So need to facilitate and catalyze progress at very different levels and maximize synergies. And this includes carbon pricing, but this should not limit interventions to carbon pricing. Thank you.
Thank you, Sylvie. Dora?
Thank you. So on the South Africa question and the Just Economic Transition Program, so we are not closely included or involved in that, so I cannot comment on the specific program. But I agree that the quality of institution and the strength of institutions is a really important aspect of development. And so we at the IMF, we assign a really high importance to this. So in our own capacity development and program conditionality, this is something that we think is really important, and we always put a really high weight on this. So we provide assistance to countries to have them improve their institutions, doing structural reforms to improve the business climate and those kind of things. But this is not specific to South Africa. I think this is a general concern for many countries that the institutions or the quality of spending is not necessarily as efficient as they could be. On the international carbon price floor, so we recommend an international carbon price floor that would start with an agreement or collaboration of a small number of countries. I don't think we should be the ones telling the exact level of carbon price. I think it's up to the parties to agree and negotiate on the carbon price that would be applied to different levels of development of countries. We have some illustrative scenarios where we say, well, if we assume $75 per ton for the most advanced economies, maybe the emerging markets should have something like $50 per ton, and the lowest income countries something like 25. But this is really just an illustrative scenario. So this is not a recommendation. I think it's really important that the parties internalize the whole process and they agree on what they think is desirable. I think that leads nicely to the third question. So I don't think the level of carbon pricing should be linked to energy prices. In fact, I think it's really important, as I mentioned, that we have a credible and predictable path for the carbon price increase. It would be important to start at some level as soon as possible, let's say introducing something close to a $10 global average already this year, and have a credible path for every single individual country on how they're going to raise the carbon price over the next 8 to 10 years, what is going to be the exact increase. So we have a predictable, credible path that the investors and private sector can take into account. But we do have examples from the tax literature on different types of taxes that are linked to some price movements. As I said, I don't think that's the way forward on carbon pricing, but if you think about natural resources, for example, like resource rent taxes are typically ones that would vary depending on the level of profits or level of prices, or if you think about well-designed windfall taxes, those can also be good examples. Thank you.
Thank you, Dora. And I take only 2 observations away from this discussion before I hand over to Johan. Governance matters, and it pays off to have grant money contributed to it. To the carbon price, what we saw in Europe is as soon as the ambition level is raised, the carbon price is being raised. So if the NDCs become more ambitious, then we will see also price levels going up. I think that's a very important element that was brought forward by Dora. Johan, you have the concluding thoughts.
Yeah, thanks Jos, and thanks everyone for this incredibly, not only rich, but also in my mind, very strategic and very relevant discussion that has so many connections to what's happening in Sharm El-Sheikh during the negotiations here. And let me just give you a few reflections of some sensitive key policy issues. One is that we have been discussing today the financing of all forms of carbon, which is oil, coal, and natural gas. But we have a clear discussion also on the voluntary carbon markets, which is about the carbon pricing and the value of carbon in investing in nature as a carbon sink for helping us to handle the fact that we're lagging behind on the mitigation pathways. This has to be handled with care in the discussions, because we scientifically know very well that we cannot allow a slowdown on reduction or reducing emissions from coal, oil, and natural gas, and offset this with carbon markets, which gives carbon credits on nature climate solutions. We need both. We need additionality, and this is fundamental in the finance space. The second is that I think we've had a lot of proof in this discussion that nothing less than a deep financial reform and scaling of carbon pricing is absolutely necessary, but it will not be delivering the Paris Agreement on its own. And it's quite interesting that I think there's more and more evidence emerging that a portfolio of climate policies will be required, combining a 1.5 degrees Celsius limit, a budget and mitigation pathways, end dates on fossil fuel use and internal combustion engines to put really red lines in the sand at different scales, and then use a price on carbon as a way of avoiding rebound effects that we shove the impacts of the remaining fossil fuel consumption and production over to other parts of the markets in the world. This is why I think we should never allow the whole endeavor of letting a price on carbon gradually scale up to the global level, as has been pointed out, particularly by Simon, but others here as well, to be our target. And I would finally say that, of course, we have problems with corruption, but we should never allow, in my mind, corruption and difficulties of governance to hinder us from having very ambitious aims on carbon pricing. So with that, it's been incredibly rich to do this together, Jos, and institutionally we've had this as a EUI and PIC hosted event, and thanks for attending this. We were joking before that we're competing with President Biden's talk here, so you chose the right session. This was where the real content was. Joking, of course, there was some important messages over there as well, I'm sure. But thank you for that, and Jos, if you have any final words.
Well, thank you very much. I can just echo the good cooperation that we are commonly doing in our institutions, and that was brought forward through the panelists. So many thanks to the panelists from different perspectives. I learned a lot in this discussion, and I hope you did so as well. Thank you very much and good night.
hello. Hello, yeah. Hi, everybody. We are about to start, so please, if you can take seats. Thank you. Okay. Well, thank you for what I think is the last session of the day, at least in this room. Thank you also for the energy to stay until the end. My name is Juan Pablo Solís. I'm from Fairtrade International, and I'm delighted to welcome you all to the session that we have entitled Business a Fair Carbon Food System, How Food Can Tackle Emissions for Low Carbon Tomorrow. And with me, I have Deborah Osei Mensah. She's a cocoa producer from Ghana, but also our fair trade ambassador. Also, we have Ines Saidi. She's part of a company in Tunisia, a Tunisian company that is also fair trade certified, producing vegetables in an amazing way that she will explain. Also, I have Nera van der Rest. Nera is from Fair Climate Fund, one of the lead organizations in the Netherlands that are developing initiatives to support a low carbon food system. And Dr. Olivia Henke from the Alliance for Development Climate in Germany that is also going to share with us today her messages regarding how to build sustainability, but also co-benefits and include the private sector perspective into that conversation. Let me start very briefly, next one please, by explaining why from fair trade we work on carbon markets and what is our, let's say, aspiration here. Next one, please. Fair trade, climate and environmental strategy have one ultimate goal, and is to support producers and workers to increase their capacity. Therefore, they can cope with environmental risks and strengthen their climate resilience. We see in the carbon markets still work to be done to make the carbon market more fair. I think in the session before ours, there was a reference to, let's say, building a resilience carbon credit kind of. These are ideas that we think are relevant for empowering producers to cope with environmental risks. It's about promoting greener fairness, inclusiveness, but also human and environmental rights in the core of the discussions of the carbon market. Next one, please. In that sense, in 2015, we launched in COP in Paris our first climate standard. The standard offered several, let's say, unique selling points, like, for instance, democratic and transparency, local empowerment of those that are generating these carbon credits, a minimum fair trade price, a standardized practice in all fair trade certified products, and finance for adaptation, what we call a climate premium that is used for adaptation. And also through our producer networks, we provide capacity building to
Time is running future generations level up. If our planet dies, how will you console me? We don't have time to ignore the signs. We don't have time. No
Welcome to the We Don't Have Time Climate Dialogue Live. On the We Don't Have Time platform, we can share warnings, give climate love, and also share climate ideas. And the purpose of this is, of course, to push further solutions to the climate crisis. And today, here at the Nature Pavilion at the We Don't Have Time studio, we are going to do a climate dialogue live. And we're very happy to have with us here, of course, Ingmar Rentzhog, the founder of We Don't Have Time, but also Anders Elgerud, who is CEO of Stockholm Exergi. A warm welcome to you, Anders. And Stockholm Exergi is a big energy company in the capital of Sweden. And we also have with us Johan Falk, who's CEO and one of the founders of Exponential Roadmap Initiative. So the purpose, again, of the climate dialogue is to open up discussions so that we can understand further how we solve the climate crisis together. So, Ingmar Rentzhog, please give us the background to why we're all here today, why we have a climate dialogue with Stockholm Exergi.
Yes, so the reason why we have invited Stockholm Exergi here is actually most of the reason why we invite people to the stage is that our community give climate love. Stockholm Exergi have received a lot of climate love on the We Don't Have Time platform, but not for what we're going to talk about today. And the background is that we have this energy crisis in Europe and in Sweden. We have had very, very high electric prices. So it's a difficult time. And you could act on this crisis on several ways. And the reason why I was very frustrated was that I read in the Swedish newspaper, Dagens Nyheter, an appeal from Stockholm Exergi that they wanted to help out in this energy crisis by starting burning oil. And that got me a little bit very disappointed, I would say, because Stockholm Exergi has been a favorite energy company for me before I read that in Dagens Nyheter. I actually have done a lot of research before I installed district heating in my own house, and I found out that Stockholm Exergi is the absolute best choice. I think that it's really important that we acknowledge the power of our voice. It's not just about what companies are doing, what leaders are doing. It's very much about how they communicate. We need companies that push for climate action, not push for doing the opposite, push to be allowed to burn oil. I understand that we have an energy crisis, and by starting burning oil in Stockholm, we will, what was in that article, will have increased the electricity output in Stockholm with 5%. But we can also save energy with 5%, and that will have the same effect on the electricity prices. So you could do two ways. This is not the only way to do it, and I don't think it's climate leaders' job to tell the politicians to step down from climate ambition, and especially if you have very, very high bar on your own climate ambition to help Stockholm be net zero in 2025. We don't have the time to start burning oil. We need to move forward. We don't have time to go too backwards. It's my opinion. So I'm really glad that Stockholm Exergi had the courage to come live and talk about this.
Anders, we have a film that explains what you do. This is a good time to show it. Or would you like to reply to Ingmar first? Because we have the video ready.
I can reply after the video if you...
Yeah, that's better, I think. Because you're doing a fantastic job in Stockholm. So let's watch the video, and then we go to see what Anders has to say about the input that Ingmar just gave. Let's watch the video.
The world's emissions of carbon dioxide must be reduced in order to mitigate climate change, but that alone is not enough. According to the UN's Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, negative emissions also need to be created to counter what cannot be reduced. Negative emissions reduce the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and are a key factor if we are to succeed in reaching the 1.5-degree target in the Paris Agreement. This is why Stockholm Exergi is working to establish the first large-scale facility in Europe for bioenergy, with carbon dioxide capture and storage, BECCS. BECCS is a key technology for creating negative emissions. When biofuel is incinerated in a combined heat and power plant, a CHP plant, fitted with a CCS plant, up to 90% of the carbon dioxide is captured and can then be transported and stored permanently. Carbon dioxide that the forest has previously absorbed and bound through photosynthesis, and negative emissions are thereby created. Thanks to its modern district heating system, Stockholm Exergi can combine BECCS with district heating, which allows for an energy-efficient process. Sweden has a long tradition of sustainable forestry and a well-established infrastructure for biofuels. The preconditions for BECCS are therefore very good. The potential for creating negative emissions through BECCS is great. In the Swedish capital Stockholm alone, 2 million tonnes of carbon dioxide can currently be captured annually, and calculations made by the Swedish Energy Agency show that the potential for the whole of Sweden is over 30 million tonnes per year. This is a technology that can be put in place in just a few years and can thus quickly contribute to mitigating global climate change. Stockholm Exergi's project will help to speed up the rate of change in the energy system, and the project's technology can be used at more facilities. Stockholm Exergi is at the forefront of the development of BECCS, and is a catalyst for creating an international market for negative emissions through carbon removal certificates, CRCs, that will be an important part of the financing of large-scale facilities. Since 2019, the company has been operating a research facility in Stockholm, while at the same time, work is underway to establish a large-scale facility. Once in place, it will be able to capture up to 800,000 tons of carbon dioxide each year. These are negative emissions that the society and the climate need.
Very impressive and interesting technique, and this has received support from the EU Innovation Fund to scale. Of course, there is a promise, a hope that this could be implemented in other industries or other energy industries all over Europe and also in other parts of the world. But coming back to Ingmar's warning here that was put out on the platform, what are your reflections? What does this mean to you?
First of all, I'm extremely happy to be here and having this dialogue with Ingemar and Johan. And I think, let me put this a little bit in the perspective also. Our main project in our roadmap is actually what you recently saw in this video, and I'm extremely happy that you show this video, because this is a fact. This is why we also are here at COPE. We are actually trying now to establish the framework that is necessary, so that we also can make sure that both public and private funding will be possible for these kind of projects, and then we can scale it up to the potential which you saw in this program. Secondly, I can say, then coming back to this question, we can come back to that later. We have done a journey where we have done the reduction as fast as we more or less have been able to do. We have phased out, for instance, the fossil fuel 12 years earlier than what was expected. But then we are also driving a large-scale project for securing this energy of supply in Stockholm, the electricity mainly. And then we are investing close to 2 billion Swedish crowns into facilities. Will be also possible to run only on bio-oils. And they will be finalized 2024. But these plants are already possible to utilize, but then they can only utilize bio-oil to a certain amount. And then we received actually a request from the government through the Swedish transmission company, how much capacity can you put available in Stockholm in order actually to support the energy crisis and the situation in Stockholm? And our answer is quite clear. We can run this plant, but then we can plan them partially on bio-oil. And if you would like to have them on full capacity, then we need to utilize fossil oil this season. That is not a long-term solution. It's even not a short-term solution. But I think what I'm happy for is that your reaction and other also reactions, because that also starts a dialogue of what is it possible to do in Sweden and how can we actually mitigate in more ways. One way is actually to decrease the consumption. We have been working with that also. And now we can clearly see that the consumption is actually lower. And what actually the Swedish transmission company is aiming for now is actually to decrease the consumption instead of increasing the production. And I think that's a pathway which is better. And I think also that also make us more relieved, and we can actually continue to only focus on our journey, which are now to actually establish this carbon capture and storage and start the removal journey in a way which is necessary for Stockholm, for Europe, and the rest of the world. And that is maybe the main reason why we are here today also, or in COPE, sorry.
But I guess to a point you could not have been very surprised that there was a strong reaction from the article.
I would say surprised is not the right word. If you look at what the discussion has been in Sweden, it has been a discussion about the fuel prices for diesel is too high, the gas oil price is too high, the electricity prices is too high. So I was actually positively surprised that there still were reactions that if the costs are high, we must bear that burden. That is not the public sentiment. If you talk to many consumers in Sweden, they would like to have cheap energy, cheap electricity, cheap fossil oil, and cheap. And I think that we need also to have a dialogue that if we should save the climate, there is a cost also, maybe definitely in an energy crisis. The energy crisis hits us, but the war is in Ukraine, and the consequences are extremely there. So I'm actually happy that we have this debate here today.
It is indeed very important to talk about this topic. So Johan Falk, you are our scientist representation here in this panel. Also, you're connected in this role to the We Don't Have Time organization. You worked closely with Professor Johan Rockström. The scientist perspective on this discussion and what the path forward, what could you share with us?
Well, we know that science is clear. We need to halve emissions every decade, and we are basically off track. We need to halve emissions every decade, but we also need to start to store carbon over time. So it's not sufficient just to cut emissions. We need to protect nature and store carbon as well. So that's the background. We also know that we're going in the wrong directions. We're in a very, very difficult situation. We know that. We're working closely with a number of leading companies and building up that basically momentum to show that it's achievable to rapidly cut emissions and also scale climate solutions. But part of that strategy as well is, of course, that the companies need to become much more active in actually demanding stronger policies, stronger regulations, that we phase out all fossil. It will be incredibly important because traditionally, and that's something we're putting really high pressure on from UN next year, UN Race to Zero and Exponential Roadmap Initiative, actually that every company need to align their public affairs and policy influencing with a 1.5 ambition. So I think that is the background. What you're doing is a very strong contribution to that roadmap, and particularly there is an opportunity to where you can go in the front line with your technology to contribute to the global scaling. So that's excellent, and that means also you have many supporters. So I just reacted that many of these supporters got really disappointed when they saw that article. You know, it created disappointment among the people where it's really important to sort of raise their motivation and raise their hope, so it has some impact. So therefore, yeah, we think it's so essential actually to also support your supporters. You see what I mean? So therefore, the reaction, I think, of the article as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So Anders, your thoughts, please.
Thanks, Johan, and also thanks, Ingemar. First of all, thanks for that, what you're saying now. Of course, I can understand also your reactions, especially if you put it into that context. And I would just want to emphasize that our journey, what the journey we have started, you don't have to be worried that we are not going into that roadmap where we will create these carbon removals if we can do it. And we are spending all our means into that and try to see how we can accelerate it and how we also can take it the next step after we have actually taken the first step and built the first full-scale plan. So from that perspective, I apologize if many people have seen this as an example that we are going to leave our roadmap and going back to a fossil oil trend. That's definitely nothing about our trend. And also, as I told you, we are actually doing it for the future. If there in the future should be crisis or other energy crisis, we will actually have established even more capacity in Stockholm, which will have the capability to be run on renewables. And that, I think, is definitely necessary. So we need to make sure also that the transition makes it clear that we have energy of supply in every moment, and that will be renewable based. And that's why we're also spending, parallel with this project of the carbon removal, close to 200 million euros then on increasing the capacity, which will be future-proof bio-oil based.
Thank you, Anders. Going back to you, Ingmar, and just to touch upon what both of you discussed here, and the responsibility that you have when you are a front runner. It's sort of a burden to be a front runner, but it's also exciting, and you are a front runner. So Ingmar, what is your perspective on the importance of the front runners really showcasing and keeping their high standards?
I think we must realize here that Anders had a really good point when he talked about that most people, they just want cheap energy. They don't care about if it's from fossil or not fossil. They just want to pay less. The world is run by money. But this system is a very bad system, because the reason why we have low fossil energy prices are because of the fossil fuel subsidies that, according to IMF, we're talking about $11 million per minute in fossil fuel subsidies. If we take away those fossil fuel subsidies, there's no energy company that wants to burn oil in the first place, because it will be too expensive. So the reason why this is so important is that we will not solve the climate crisis by just doing great climate action in our own organization. Stockholm Exergi could be the leader in the world, doing everything perfect, capturing all the carbon, have a zero carbon footprint. But we will still fail on the climate crisis, because the governments will push fossil fuel subsidies, and all the other energy companies that are not the leaders, they will do the bad thing. So we will end in a total failure. This is why it's so important that we that are leading the transition, I'm saying we here, we must also not just walk the talk, but we need to talk the walk. There's no time I mean, this article, it was an article that asked for, please give us the permission to burn oil. It was not an article that said, okay, we can burn oil if you really needs us to do it, but we don't want to burn oil. It didn't say that. So it said that, please give us the approval to burn oil. Maybe it wasn't that way that you meant, but that was the message in that article. So I think we must realize this, and I want you to realize that you are a leader. And when you're a leader, it's very, very important to lead others in the right direction. Stockholm Exergi has a lot more to do in doing leading, no matter what kind of governments we have, no matter if we have an energy crisis or not. It's all about how we are acting on everything. Of course, we can have a strategy to save energy instead of producing more cheap fossil energy. I think that's important.
Thank you, Ingmar. Anders. And then we're going to see if we had some questions on the platform, see if any of them are relevant, because we cleared some stuff out already.
I think that all the interpretation of the article maybe is not 100% what we are aiming for to get through in the media. But I also think that it is important to also put things into perspective. What we have been struggling with this spring and summer is actually to accelerate the program so we can actually utilize bio-oils much more also for capacity needs. That is not possible even for us today to even purchase more bio-oils. And then we have secured, so if there should be a demand from the government, we will run bio-oil firstly, and that will be for a long period. So I don't expect even that we will be requested today, but I also think that we have done a very thorough work with actually purchasing so much bio-oils that we can. So we have large stories of that at the moment. But then coming to being a leader, and I'm really happy for that discussion, Ingmar, because I think we have struggled through decades now to reduce the fossil dependency, and now we're so close, and we are really taking the next step. We realize that we can't stop just reduce our own emissions. We have the possibilities in our sector, in our business, to actually contribute more, and then we can go for removals. And then, of course, we need to be extremely careful, and that's I also think that we will listen very humble on what you're saying to see, okay, how will our communication be going forward? How important it is that we are accurate and that we are also very clear about where are we aiming and where are we today. Both walk the talk and talk the walk. So I take that with me.
Thank you, Anders. We had some questions here on the platform. I think we cleared most of them out. There is actually one that I think is interesting because it plays into what we're just mentioning here. It says, how can the climate movement continue this dialogue with you? Because this is important, what you're doing to support it and to also understand that the impact that you could have if you really succeed what you're planning on the BECCS is huge. So how could we continue this dialogue with the climate movement, and in any way, is there anything we could help with, maybe?
We need all our help we can. We have been here now for a couple of days in COPE just to understand how will the framework on a global level be interpreted. How will Article 6 be? Will it open up for negative emission and trading with carbon removal certificates? How will net zero be measured? Will it be possible for a company with residuals to purchase permanent removals for the residuals? All those areas we need all support and dialogue with organizations like yours who are a forefront regarding setting ambitions and also making clear for everyone what is needed. Then, of course, we need more companies who are willing to pay for carbon removal certificates. And we need to ramp that industry up now. We can't wait until 2045. We need to have it now 2025.
Well, thank you, Anders. Johan, you're holding a small book here with a big, important content. Could you hold it up to the camera, please? It's the 1.5 Business Playbook. This is, of course, the Exponential Roadmap Initiative book. Could you please just walk us through in 2 or 3 minutes the 4 pillars that are in it? Because I think it connects very well with what you're trying to do at Stockholm Exergi.
Yeah, we actually talked about that before. The model that we really leading companies should aim for to be aligned with the 1.5 ambition is across these 4 pillars. And these to take a holistic approach in regards to climate and nature as well. So the first is, of course, take care of your own emissions, what we call scope 1 and 2 emissions. And most companies might have, well, some just have 5% or 2% of the companies we work with, but it's still extremely important because you need to be credible. You need to do your own, take care of your buildings, your vehicles, your processes, and so on. And the second pillar is about your value chain. So, the upstream, the products you're buying, your supply, transportation, business travel, and so on. And the downstream, which is the use of your products. So, as a responsible company, you need to look at your complete value chain. Talk about scope 3, but the complete value chain and how you actually set the target to what we're saying, halve emissions every decade, which requires really strong collaboration with your suppliers as well as your customers. But then we have the third pillar. What is that? That's basically to start to do solutions which contribute to avoid emissions, which we call climate solutions, which has a significant impact either on avoiding emissions or removing emissions, what we call climate solutions. And more companies need to focus on actually scaling up these solutions because we can't succeed if we just focus on cutting emissions. We need a lot of companies scaling these solutions exponentially and much faster. And the fourth pillar is really about how the companies contribute to the global net zero. Outside your own value chain, how can you actually influence 10 other companies or 100 other companies or 1,000 companies so you can actually spread your best possible example to the rest of the world. So that is true leadership. And so we're working through our initiative to develop these best practices and then trying to spread it together with Race to Zero and other bigger organizations. So we represent maybe 1% of the global economy, but the idea is to influence the other 10% and so on. Yeah.
And do you have energy companies that are part of the Exponential Roadmap initiative?
We have a few, like Ørsted, for example, is one example of a company which has gone through a quite interesting transformation from a fossil company, but now completely focused on, the renewable energy acceleration, which is quite exciting. Yes.
Thank you very much, Johan Falk. Anders, any reflections on the 4 pillars and what the Exponential Roadmap initiative does?
Yeah, and let me first say then that I've just heard Johan talk about them very shortly here now, so that my reflection will need to be based on that. But I think this holistic perspective which you are actually taking with these 4 pillars is needed to be there, because otherwise we will fail. So all these pillars is needed at the same time. That's why we also need to talk about there is one trajectory for reducing, there's one trajectory for removal, there is one trajectory for circular economy. And only if we combine these, and then you have that's the only way to solve this, and then it will go much, much faster. And I'm sometimes worried that we are putting some of these pieces of puzzles against each other, and instead of seeing that we need them all, and we need to do it more rapidly with all of them, and they are not contradictory.
Thank you, Anders. Do you have any concluding remarks, Ingmar Renzo, before we wrap this climate dialogue up?
I totally agree. And don't forget the 4th pillar. When you do all the 3, you need to inspire all the rest. The policymakers, your competitors, and everyone else in the field to take after the action. And that's why it's so important how you use your public affairs department and give them clear signal that the future is fossil-free. I would like to, I think it's awesome that you take this dialogue and you understand what we're saying here. And I think it's very needed that we're never going to do everything perfect. The only way forward is to listen to each other and change things and be very humble and open for new ideas. So I would like to give you actually a climate love for that. I hope to see you here again with a climate love as a start. But before we go, I need to do some advertising for our new campaign here that we're launching at COP.
Yes.
It's called We Can Do It. And you can read about this on wecandoit.tech. We are gathering over 420 business leaders representing today $82 billion. This is growing every day. And it's basically businesses and business leaders, investors, entrepreneurs from all industries, from 42 countries and counting. And what they sign up to is 2 messaging. Number 1 is that we need to end the doom and gloom because we can do this. We need to have a vision that we will fix this. And number 2, besides doing everything we can ourselves, we also need to push for better climate regulations. And one very important thing in our campaign is all companies that sign this campaign wants to end the fossil fuel subsidies. If you really would like to walk the leadership, I would love to see you signing our campaign, but you maybe need to read it first.
I guess I will read it, and I hope it. I'm quite sure that we most likely will join it also.
So terrific, Anders. There's a wonderful little picture booth outside. So read it through, and then you can flex the both biceps out there and post a nice picture the CEO of Stockholm Exergi signing up for the We Can Do It, because I don't think you'll disapprove of anything that's in this statement. It's very much aligned with what you're trying to do.
Sounds perfect.
Well, thanks so much, Anders Elgerud, for coming here, and thank you very much, Johan Falk, from Exponential Roadmap Initiative, and of course, Ingmar Renshaug for initiating this session. Best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Hello, we're back, and this time we're talking about the Dragonfly's Den. This is the fourth Dragonfly's Den here on We Don't Have Time here in COP27. And the idea is to push forward and present great climate solutions in short pitches. And we have companies from all over the world, organizations that have been pitching. We started this in Stockholm Plus 50, where we had fantastic pitches, and 3 of the pitches there were directly qualified, those that got the most climate loves, to the final here that will take place on the 16th here at COP27. So tonight we have more wonderful contestants, and don't forget that you can also vote on our platform, on our app. Share climate hearts. You can give from 1 to 5 hearts, and of course the 5th heart goes to the best pitch, and the idea that you find the most interesting and has the best solutions. So let me now turn to the jurors we have tonight. We have David Coleman from Defugo Friends. You've been on every jury, so you're really holding out here. It's fantastic to have you. And also we have a new juror here tonight, Nika Girona, and you are a climate reality leader for the Philippines, and you're also an official COP delegate. And Johan Falk, Exponential Roadmap CEO and co-founder, and Ingmar Renshaug, of course, for We Don't Have Time. So, are you all in on this? 5-minute pitches and 7-minute dialogue with the contestants, and then you vote with as many hearts as you like, between 1 and 5. All right. So let's get this show on the road. We will start. The first pitch comes from Ahmad Karnama. He's founder and CEO of Spiritu, and that's right, you're here. I'm going to look at you in this camera because it's actually better television than we're facing forward, all the jurors and me. It feels a bit awkward because he's actually bigger behind us than in front, but that's the way we're going to do it. So welcome to this broadcast, and you have your 5 minutes of fame here, so just fire away.
Thanks a lot. So I see myself there on the big screen, so glad to be here. My name is Ahmad Karnama, and I'm the founder and CEO of Spiritu. I tell you, we provide energy traceability as a service. So now I tell you 3 reasons that we need energy traceability. I bought this honey from the local farm near to my house, and I know exactly where does it come from. But when I turn this lamp on, I don't know where is the source of the electricity being consumed by this lamp for me. On the other hand, we have huge amount of corporates, they want to go carbon free. And the fact is that there is not enough renewables for everyone that they can consume renewables. And that's caused a greenwashing a challenge for our industry. It doesn't mean that greenwashing someone on purpose wants to make greenwashing, but it means that we don't have the right structures and energy traceability in place to trace that and make sure that everyone who claims to have green electricity, it is actually having green electricity. And the third point is that, do you really know that if you can legally claim that you're using solar electricity on Christmas night in Sweden when there is no ray of sun on the sky? And that's, we are talking about the product that is the main responsible for the climate change. And we have that level of traceability that is pretty, I can say, poor. That's why we developed Spiritu, which is the energy traceability as a service platform that we are increasing the quality of the existing certificates by 9,000 times. Not only that, we are trying to reduce the energy procurement costs for those certificates as well through our platform. The market size is currently around 10 billion euros that people pay for those low quality certificates, and it's only for renewables because we have certificates only for renewables, and why not? We would have certificates for non-renewables. If it is coal, then still we have better coal than the others. Or if it is nuclear, then we need to have a clarity, what is the source of that electricity being consumed? So the market size can be like 10 times of the existing sort of market size that we are discussing about. We do have competition in the market. The biggest search engine in the world is entering to that area because the quality of data centers is defined by the quality of energy consumed. And then we are developing a platform that we are not only much better than them in tracing and then have the auditability engine on top of our service. So it is auditable. You understand exactly the source of electricity being consumed. I am the former of the Director of Sustainability at Ericsson. I did my PhD between MIT in the US and Portuguese universities on sustainable energy systems. I wrote 2 books on this area, and one of them is available in Amazon. And I am leading the business together with my co-founder, who is the ex-Spotify developer, senior developer, that he is excellent in developing tools and bringing systems live. We've been working together long time. We have developed a system, and we are right now doing pilots with number of customers that they want to increase the traceability and even decrease the cost of the service for their systems. The traction is pretty high. I mean, we are member of the UN 24/7 carbon-free energy. There is a global compact on that. We are partnered with them, and we support that sort of market to be shifted to the time that we see the 24/7 carbon-free energy is a reality in the market. We are in the start. We need all to work together to make that happen. And then we believe that we are bringing our 2 cents into that picture, and we enable more and more energy traceable type of products in the market. Our vision, we want to make energy a truly traceable product. And we believe that we are the foundation of the energy transition, because if you want to transition to something greener or something better, the first step is to understand what are you consuming and what is the source that you are consuming. And without having that, with having unclarity about that, whatever transition is transitioning to something even more back. And we believe we are the foundation. And then I invite you all to join us to make energy a truly traceable product. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much, Ahmad. And let's turn to the jury here. I think we have time for 2 jurors to reflect and comment, because you ran a little bit over your 5 minutes, so we have a total of 5 minutes plus 7. So I'm going to turn to David for some questions or remarks to Ahmad.
Thank you very much. My first question, actually, is this going to be open to B2B or B2C or both?
We are B2B service. Our main customer groups are the large energy consumers. We have 5 segments of customers. I mean, there are normally large energy consumers that it can be a corporate customer or it can be a utility that they are provider and supplier of energy to their end customer. So answering your question, we are mainly, or 99%, we are B2B business. We are strong in matching the energy consumption with generation and then make the auditability as a service on top of that. And we provide that as a B2B service to whoever wants to use that sort of trusted data in providing service to end sort of B2C customers that they have, that they are environmentally conscious, or they have the sort of the eagerness to understand, or it is their right to understand their sort of product, where does it come from.
Thank you. Anybody else would like to pose a question or a remark before we go to a vote? Johan?
I think you're addressing an extremely important point, so I completely agree on that. And it seems like you have a very strong background as well with your people and so on. But I don't really, from my perspective, I would need to understand sort of the technical implementation, how it would be implemented. I'm not sure if you can do that quickly. You know, will it be like a cloud service, and how would you actually be able to implement it practically?
Exactly.
Thank
That's
you.
a very good question. We are collecting a lot of generation data for whatever generation units in the EU that is generating electricity. So there are APIs that we are collecting the sort of the generation side. Then whatever customer wants to onboard to our platform, we get their consumption data. So what is it that they consume and what is their supplier? We bring the data to our platform. We have a strong matching engine that you match the generation with the consumption data. We put the label of the traceability on top of that, meaning that the whole process of the IT is traceable with whoever wants to audit that process. And then the sort of the end data is just for each kilowatt hour of the electricity consumed, we say exactly what is the sort of level of traceability and what is the exact carbon content of the consumed electricity for that specific customer with that sort of a specific consumption data.
Thank you, Ahmad. We need to go to a vote now. I'm starting with Ingmar on this side here. How many hearts?
I think this is a very important solution. We need to know the source of everything, energy and material, and also the people have been treated in a good way when they have produced stuff, etc., etc. So I think you're in a future market. However, I think you will have a challenge because someone needs to pay for your service. So the need is very big, but I really hope that governance will put some regulation that behind this, that everyone needs to disclose their source. So that is something I think you should have a strategy to help make happen. Anyway, I will give a 4, Love.
4 hearts. You want how many hearts?
Yeah, I would like to understand what I was missing.
I think we just need to go to a vote now because the clock is ticking. So how many hearts,
I will
please?
give 4.
4 hearts. Nika?
Well, for me, I'll give 5 because I'd like to see this in households, not just like in businesses, like B2B. I want it to be like B2C, so it would be like more accessible for customers to get this innovation in their homes.
Thank you, Nika. And David, how many hearts?
Look, data is the key to transparency. 5 hearts from me.
5 hearts. Well, thank you very much, Ahmad. And we're
Yes,
moving on now to the next contestant here is Alexandre Marc. He's from France, and he's CTO of a company that I'm not sure if I'm going to pronounce in English or in French, so I'm and we're going to do it in English. So it's H2YAM, and I understand here from a person in my ear saying that you also have a guest to present with you. And also the information I've gotten is that we have a total of 10 minutes, so 5 minutes pitch and 5-minute jury interaction. So please, you have your 5 minutes.
Muted. There we go. Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I am Alex Mark, technical lead and co-founder with my friend Hervé of our startup project, HIAM. Hervé and I both grew up with one foot in the water, and our mission is to help maritime communities across the world like ours. Help them establish a sustainable balance with their ecosystems, thanks to the only affordable and scalable means of decarbonizing maritime mobility that's available now. And fully deployed, this solution will save more than 420 million tons of CO2 equivalents per year. Today, maritime communities and ecosystems are suffering the full force of climate change. And this is particularly true for artisanal operations like those of Nolwenn and Jérôme, pictured to the right of the screen, both oyster farmers on France's Atlantic coast. Increasing water temperature, acidity, and pollution have caused changes in shellfish reproductive cycles and mortality rates, progressively reducing yields and productivity. What's worse, high gasoline prices had already made them dependent on subsidies to keep operations viable. The current economic and energy crises have only worsened the situation, leaving both wondering how they can possibly make ends meet. And of course, they're not alone. Across the world, communities like theirs are placing environmental issues at the heart of their concerns because it conditions their professions and thus their ability to live decently. This is why the search for an affordable and sustainable engine has been a central focus of theirs for almost a decade. Take Jerome's professional trade union. They've been experimenting with electric mobility, both battery and hydrogen fuel cell technologies, since 2015. Experimenting, but nothing more, because they found them to be too expensive and unable to meet needs that are operational. And that's where we come in. Our deal is simple and straightforward. We sell engine conversions in the form of retrofit kits and installation services to small-scale ship operators, taking them from fossil fuel combustion to hydrogen gas combustion at a price that is less than what they're paying right now. We also provide maintenance and training services, generating recurring revenue, but more importantly, preserving the local expertise and operational independence of these professionals. And this is possible because our engine conversion is equivalent in complexity to standard maintenance. Based on a proprietary technology, we're merely swapping out a limited number of parts to make engines compatible with burning hydrogen gas. And thanks to the simplicity of this operation, we can convert boat engines to go green in a day, but not any day. Today, as our technology has already passed qualification testing and is scheduled for a first vehicle integration this very month. Our solution can provide total decarbonization for ships across the globe, with each engine conversion equivalent to taking at least 3 cars off the road. And what's more, you can say goodbye to particulate air pollution and water pollution while saying hello to resource sobriety. Simply said, what we're offering is a technology our users already master that respects the environment from which they earn their living at a price point that is less than what they pay right now. Our beachhead market is professional fisher folk and shellfish farmers in France, where we have local representation and partnerships to secure the supply of green hydrogen. To date, we've already obtained several letters of interest, sponsorship from 4 municipalities, and we're in discussions with several trade unions demonstrating strong interest in our offer. Nonetheless, we will and must expand this offer to include not only boating and tourism, but also offshore maintenance and logistics in all countries actively decarbonizing their fleets. We're targeting motors from 150 to 500 horsepower across all of these markets, which represents upwards of 35 million boats and more than 51 billion euros in annual revenue. For ship operators in all our target markets, our solution is simply the quickest, the easiest, the cheapest way to drop carbon emissions to zero, period. Deploying this solution globally is no small feat, so we're actively looking to establish international partnerships and franchises, including in Egypt. That's not enough. We also need you, the global community of eco-warriors and investors. We're looking for 2.5 million euros to finance the delivery of our first engines next year and to get us to our first profits in 2025. So if you'd like to see our solution deployed on your waterways, find us online, search H2YAM, and help us get the word out. I'm sure you and our organizers will agree, we simply don't have the time. So together, I am making maritime mobility sustainable, not by 2050, nor by 2030, but today. No. I thank you all for both your time and attention.
Well, thank you very much, Alexandre. Let's go to Nika here for the Philippines.
Well, thank you for that. That was a very interesting project. And for my question, are you planning to introduce this to other countries? And if so, how would you ensure that the price would not increase, especially if there's no green hydrogen available in that country, or when there is no technology available to produce green energy in that country locally?
Thank you very much, Nika. Great question.
Yeah, thank you, Nika, for that question. Effectively, the viability of this solution depends on the availability of a decarbonized energy source. It could be green hydrogen. We're also compatible with biofuels, but one of those needs to be present. If they're not, as was the case in our pilot project ecosystem, we have to come with partners that are capable of implementing and developing those solutions. Mm-hmm. And we have them locally in Europe. We would have to find them in Southeast Asia, for example, in the Philippines.
Thank you. Let's go to Ingmar Rensog for a quick comment or question.
I actually had the exact same question. How you make sure that it's powered by green energy? But you answered that question.
So let's give
but
David
I can
a
say
shot.
like
Okay,
this.
no,
I
no,
can
no,
just
okay.
say a comment. I actually sold my own fossil fuel powered boat a couple of years ago because I wanted to buy a fossil free, and I haven't found one. They are super expensive, and I think it's a huge market for boats, not just.
They're not expensive anymore.
That's perfect. Maybe we can talk more after this.
All right. So let's go to a vote. Let's start with you. Keep the microphone,
Okay.
Ingmar. Yes.
So because of this, I give this a 5. This is an industry, a sector where we need fossil-free alternatives, and we need it now, not in 10 years. So I really hope that you can scale this.
Great. Johan Falk, your vote, please.
I think it's a great market and something that needs to be captured immediately. So I completely agree on that. But I would give you a 4 because I would need to understand more how you can scale, because it's so enormous market, which means that you need to scale incredibly fast. Maybe there could be a 5, but there would be a 4 today.
Thank you. Nika?
I would also like to give 5 because I'd like to see this also available in developing countries, especially like catering to fishers, small fisher folks whose main livelihood is fishing.
Thank you. And David, there was actually time for a reflection also. I'm looking at so if you have a little bit more of a reflection, it's good.
Well, I love the scale of this and the opportunity this technology presents. Also, the fact that it can be retrofitted into existing craft means the barriers to entry are very, very low. So that is very, very exciting. One of the things that you might want to look at from the renewable energy space is the idea of, in fish farming, high ammonia levels are great for transferring into hydrogen. And there's some great technology coming along now. So there could be a very good closed loop opportunity there, especially with your coastal communities. So keep an eye on that.
Terrific. And your vote is?
Of course, the score. It's a very solid 5. I think this is a great opportunity.
Well, congratulations at the team in France. It's a good score.
Can I bounce off of Yua's comment about scalability?
Now, actually, we have to move on to the next contestant. So
All right. Thank you very
luck.
much, everyone.
Best of luck.
Thanks so much.
Terrific having you on board. On board. That was a joke, since we're talking about boats here. So let's move to the next contestant, Hazel Akini from Kenya, presenting Vault E Global. So let's see if we have this person here on Zoom. Yes.
Yeah.
Wonderful, Hazel. Well, you have your 5
Yeah.
minutes. Go ahead. We're all ears.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity to present at Climate Hub. So our company at Volt E Global, we are developing 48 volts direct current electricity infrastructure. And we're using that as a conduit to build strong communities. And strong communities for us are communities that are healthy, they have clean water, they are communities that have strong economies. So what basically we are doing is it's not all about technology, but how can we use technology to improve lives, especially to the underserved communities. So what I know is that we will not be able to fight or address climate change unless we are able to improve the living conditions of those who are living in the underserved communities. And even at the moment, there are, there's drought, there's floods, there's famine, and, it's just now at this moment that governments and organizations are running, helter-skelter to help people that are suffering in these communities. But, Volti Global, we are here to tell them that, you don't have to wait for that time. We can be able to build communities that are, that are strong in the economies, that are better right now, and not be able to wait for a disaster to happen. So Volti Global has various programs And one of them is the Forgotten Mile initiative. So here we provide resources, opportunities, and infrastructure for people that are living in underserved communities. So the first one is that we provide electricity infrastructure. And as you all know, that electricity is at the backbone or at the center of sustainable development. And we may not be able to achieve the sustainable development goals until everyone has access to electricity. So by providing electricity to these people in the Forgotten Mile, they can be able to use it, you know, to do other things that involve the economy. So this infrastructure that we have, it's a do-it-yourself infrastructure. That means that the community is able to build their own infrastructure without the foreign help. And therefore, that makes it very, very scalable. Last month, I was able to conduct our first pilot at Sindarma village in Sierra County. And we built the infrastructure system together with the villagers. We had our 48-volt direct current electricity infrastructure. We had the appliances, and the community was able to come together and build it. And now, you know, conversing with the community, they're able to say things like, you know, we need to, what can we do in order to afford electricity? We need to engage in economic activities that can be able to provide us money so that we can afford electricity. And not only that, but we can be able to afford clean water. We can be able to have better healthcare systems, services. I mean, we can be able to have education, better education, and all that. So Volti right now has water pumps, you know, that can be able to help these communities to be able to do agriculture. We are also planning to build like a village center whereby the community can be able to have access to clean water. They can be able to have access to better healthcare system and also a resource center. So basically, Policy Global is about the total solution. So we have a lot of companies that we are collaborating with to be able to help these communities totally, to give them a total solution, to be able to address, you know, the problems that they experience and be able to give them opportunities that they can be able to access not only in their villages, but also in a global scale. Yeah, so I'm here and my main aim is that we are seeking for collaborations, and also we are seeking for, you know, investments for our infrastructure, for electricity, for the Forgotten Mile, and also we are seeking for investment for the clean water for these people. So it's not only Sindarma that we want to be able to put up this solution, but we want to be able to put this solution to every other village in Africa. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'll be welcoming questions.
Well, thank you very, very much indeed, Hazel. Let's see, who would like to ask a question first here? Let's just raise your hand. Nika.
Hi, I just have a question. Since this is a do-it-yourself device or infrastructure, how would you ensure that, like, are you going to organize workshops to the people who will be using this device, or like how would you capacitate them?
Okay, so capacity building question, yes.
Okay, so our plan is that we will have like a representative from every village, and we can be able to train them, you know, build their capacity, because we want the villagers to be able to manage all these things by themselves, like have control of their own lives, their whole system and everything, and take it as their own. So we'll have one person that will empower, and that one person from every village that we'll be working with, and then they can be able to engage the community. So there'll be like our contact point to the communities.
Thank you for clarifying this, Hazel. So who else would like to comment or ask a question? Ingmar is deep in thought, I see. Hand him the microphone, please.
So, can you just give me a little bit more information about how your revenue stream look like? Who is paying you, and what exactly are you giving them?
Thank you, Ingmar.
Okay. Okay, so, first of all, we need an investor who will invest like in the electricity infrastructure that we're putting up in the village, together with the appliances. And the villagers can be able to pay like a fee monthly. And from our calculation, the ROI is between 2 to 3 years of payback. So I think it's not bad for a community and also for the investor.
So 2 to 3 years in payback aspects.
Yes.
So.
Yes.
Well, thank you, Hazel. David, what would you like to reflect here? I know you're good at scaling stuff, so.
Well, look, I think microgrids and the whole idea of the grassroots up approach, especially for Africa, is absolutely on song. So I'd like to congratulate you for that. I definitely think working on the business model to understand where the ROI is going to come from, so you can communicate that better to the villagers so they don't feel that they're getting in too far over their heads, I think is a great way of doing it. And just sort of also showing the benefits that can happen around that access to medical and so forth, as you were mentioning before. So I think that is great. I think the struggle you will have is change. People tend to do what they do because they've always done that. So getting out in front of that education and showing people how change will benefit them will be key to the success of your business. But I applaud you for what you've done.
Thank you very much, David. Let's go to a vote. How many hearts, David?
Look, obviously I'm into this space. I love the idea of microgrids. I think it's a solid 4, and I look forward to seeing it being a 5 when you've answered some of those questions.
Thank you. Over to you, Nika.
Yeah, I also would like to give 4 for the project because it still needs improvement. Yeah.
Thank you. And Johan Falk?
I give a 4 as well.
And Ingmar is taking notes here. I think you took on the role as a head of the jury. Terrific. You're writing down the score.
Actually, I will give a 3. I think I love the solution, but if I give too high score, there's no room for improvement. And what I would like you to improve is the way you communicate what you do. You need to be much more jump on the problem and the exact solution you have. You did it a little bit too long. So improve how you present this in a shorter way, and you will get more people that will like what you do, and it will be easier for you to get through. I will also give a tip regarding the finance. It seems fantastic. It's only take 2 to 3 years to pay back. There's a lot of microfinancing sites out there that are lending money, crowd lending money, and check them out. There's one Swedish platform called Trine that is doing lending to solar installations. Maybe they can do it for this as well.
Trine. So look them up. I think that's a great suggestion, Ingmar. Trine. Great solution to finance what you're doing. Well, thanks so much, Hazel, for coming to us and bringing your story to the world. And let's hope somebody picks up your idea here and helps you with financing, and that you can also do some of that work, of course, on your own. And, well, I could just see those villages in front of me, what you described at the end of your pitch, with better healthcare, electricity, and better infrastructure in general. So, terrific. Thanks so much. And now we're moving on to Michelle Lee. She's founder of a company called Clever Carbon. So let's see if we have Michelle with us. And there she is. Wonderful to see you, Michelle. So please fire away. You have your 5 minutes.
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. My name is Michelle, and my carbon footprint is 22.1 tons. The average in the US is 17.5. I'm based in New York, and I come from the tech world. I work for Salesforce and DocuSign for many years, but today I'm the founder of Clever Carbon, where we teach people about carbon footprint in a really hip and fun way. Among the many resources we have a carbon footprint quiz. It's just a minute to complete. It's available in 9 different languages. 30,000 people have taken it so far, and we have 3 brands that have actually white labeled our quiz, with a 4th in discussion today. And I believe that carbon literacy underpins our 1.5 degrees Celsius path and is crucial to help us get to net zero and to decarbonize at scale. If we want to go on a diet, we need to know where we want to start and where we want to end, how much sugar we should take, how much protein we should take. We are going net zero and we don't have time. A carbon literate society is one that will accelerate climate action and climate solutions. We need a carbon literate society that contains carbon literate policymakers, leaders, and citizens. We can retrofit buildings by 2050. We can do an energy transition by 2050, but we can create a carbon literate society today. It's not rocket science, it's carbon literacy. So over the next couple of minutes, I'm going to take you through the 7 attributes of a carbon literate individual. So the first attribute is a carbon literate individual knows what their personal carbon footprint is, but also the average carbon footprint in different countries. In the US, the average is 17.5. In the UK, it's 8.3. In Vietnam, it's 2.1. And one flight from New York to Tokyo is 1.8 tons of CO2. Second attribute of a carbon literate individual is that we use data to make decisions. We know that a vegetarian meal is on average 600 grams of CO2. A serving of chicken is 1,300 grams. A serving of beef is around 7,700 grams. And we know this data for our diets, how we commute, and our energy consumption. The third attribute is that where there is no data available, a carbon literate individual can tell what has a higher carbon footprint. Is it the wired headphones or the wireless headphones? Is it radio or is it streaming? Is it a plastic jar or is it a glass jar? Attribute number 4, a carbon literate individual knows that carbon footprint is important not because of these daily actions, but also the bigger picture. Before the 1900s, the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere was under 300 parts per million. Today, it is at 420 parts per million because of all the fossil fuels we put into the atmosphere. And experts say that if we surpass 450 parts per million, we're going to surpass 1.5 degrees Celsius. We need to be at 350 or below 350 parts per million to have a livable planet. The 6th attribute of a carbon literate society is that they know annually global emissions are around 35 to 40 gigatons annually. So as we look to 2050, they can see data and understand if it's realistic or not. The 7th attribute is that a carbon literate individual knows that through 2050, we need to remove 10 gigatons of CO2 annually. We need solutions that can scale in a short amount of time, that's not resource intensive, and we can act on today. The 7th attribute is that a carbon literate individual lives in a carbon literate country, has carbon literate policymakers, leaders that can help take their city, their company to net zero. We're Clever Carbon, and we make carbon literacy fun, easy, and relatable so we can reach net zero and decarbonize at scale. It's not rocket science, it's carbon literacy. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Michelle. I'm turning now to the jurors. Who would like to go first? Johan Falk, take the microphone, please.
Yeah, I would like to, great presentation. I'd like to understand a little bit more about your service and the actual solution. Can you explain that, how it works?
Yeah. So today we create content that is shared on social media, on our Instagram, on our LinkedIn account. We have videos on YouTube, and our carbon footprint quiz is web-based. You don't need to download an app. You don't need to sign up. You don't need to provide any personal information, and it can be done under 1 minute. We also produce really fun resources. For example, the coffee menu. It's an 8.5 by 11 that literally is a menu, but instead of having the price or the calories, it has a carbon footprint of each of the items. So someone can see, oh, coffee's 50 grams. Wait, why is cappuccino 250 grams? And hey, how come dairy milk and plant-based milk have a different carbon footprint? And oops, a cup and a lid, they all have carbon footprints too. So all of that information is on this really simple resource, and it's displayed in over 20 different shops across London, New York, Toronto.
Thank you, Michelle. Ingmar Renzo, please.
Yes, I have a question. Do you know what kind of company that invented the carbon calculator?
Yeah, sure. People like to point it to the oil and gas companies.
Why do you think they did that?
Well, I don't know, but if someone were to tell you, that Coke invented calories and all that stuff, like, does that really matter? At the end of the day, carbon footprint is data, it's science. It doesn't matter who put it out there. Sure, they wanted to maybe make the consumers guilty and whatnot, but at the end of the day, it's data. It's just facts.
I'm using a carbon calculator myself. I think it's good to know your carbon footprint, but I'm being a little bit skeptical when you mention the difference between using wired headphones and wireless headphones. It really doesn't matter. We need to focus on the big carbon, not the details, but maybe it's just a way to show it in a concrete way what you do. I have one question here, and that is, besides helping people measure and reducing carbon, or you also encourage them to do any policy outspoken to change the system? Because we can't solve the climate crisis by only changing as individuals. We must change the system as well. So are you doing anything in that direction in your software?
Thank you, Ingmar. Michelle?
I love that question. Yes, I love that question. And what we do is we actually advocate for consumers to ask for carbon labels. So there are brands out there today that already have a carbon label that share the emissions of the manufacturing, the shipping, the product use, and the end of life and disposal. And if every single brand carbon labels, imagine the type of accountability and the innovation that's going to be poured in to reduce the carbon footprint of these products.
Thank you, Michelle. Let's move on to any of the other jurors here who would like to add or question or reflect. Would you like to add, Nika?
Well, for me, I don't have any question anymore, but I'd like to see it in mobile applications, because I think web-based is not really that convenient, especially we're in a fast-paced world and we need data as quickly as possible. So I think it will be better if it is also available in mobile applications.
Thank you, Michelle. Did I understand it correctly that you have the web-based solution for the questionnaire, and then the app is for using the Clever Carbon? Is that correct?
So we don't believe in a mobile app, because who is going to download this app today? You have to really care to actually download. So the reason our quiz is web-based is because it's easy. You don't have to download anything. And you really have to care to go in there every day. And our goal is to just help people get started, give people information data through our website, our content. We are not interested in daily engagement.
Okay, so it is only web-based. There's nothing to download at all. Okay, good to have that clarified. David.
Look, I'm all for education. I look at people like my parents who are concerned. They want to do something about their carbon, but they don't understand anything about it. So I think that's a really, really good place to be. I also think the idea of how you eat an elephant is one mouthful at a time. So taking some of the small steps that you're talking about, if we all do it, will make a big difference. So I'd like to commend you on that. I certainly think you're going to face some pushback from certain brands who don't want their carbon footprints to be exposed, and that's fair enough. But I also do see how things like the Heart Foundation tick of approval and calories and so forth has picked up, and you can go to any fast food chain now and they have to show their calorie count. And legislation may be something that could help you in that, and working with your local politicians, and certainly from a grassroots up, local council through to state, through to federal, maybe that's the way to go. So well done on the little things.
And your vote, let's go to your vote.
Yeah, look, I'm going to go with 3 on this, just because I think there's some scalability issues that are going to come out there, but I think you've got a pathway to improve on that, and it could be a 5 quickly.
And Nika?
It's also a 5 for me.
It's a 5?
Yeah.
He was a 3, but you're a 5. Okay, great. And Johan Falk, please.
I will give a 3.
A 3 for Johan. And Ingmar taking notes.
I will give it a 3, and I will give it a 5 when you do more of this change systematically, encourage people to ask for carbon label. That's great. The next level is to ask the political system to actually make it by law. And nothing of this will happen if not consumers are stepping up and use their voice. So if you get many people on board using your tool, you can do a lot of changes there. So don't just measure. Get your users active and demand carbon label, and in their turn demand system change. And combine the individual change with system change, because it's not either or. We need to do both. And I would love to see a carbon calculator focusing on those both. I think most carbon calculators are only doing the carbon measurement and the individual change. That the oil companies kind of, they don't think that is so dangerous. But if you combine the individual change with systematic change, that is really a big mover.
Well, thank you very much, Michelle. Best of luck with the clever carbon. And now we are concluding this session.
I think we have 30 seconds.
30 seconds. Oh, sorry. You said something. The producer was speaking in my ear. So go ahead, Michelle. You had a final remark.
Yeah. So the end of our quiz, which is, just 5 questions, we create a badge that looks really hip and fun. It has an individual's name and their carbon footprint, and they can download it and share it to social media. So, we definitely think that the voice and the amplification of that is really important. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thanks again. I'm glad you were able to convey this last piece of information. So best of luck, Michelle. And this concludes this evening's Dragonfly's Den. On the 16th, we are back for the grand finale, the big final. And thanks again, David, Nika, Johan, and Ingmar. Wonderful to have you in the jury. Thanks a lot.
So, welcome to today's culture and wrap-up, where we're going to summarize today's show. And someone gave me the manuscript here, but it was in the beginning of the show, and we're not going to run it through the day one more time. So I'm now scrolling down to the end segment here, and we will see what kind of guest we have with us today. I would like to introduce Caitlin Southwick, who is calling from Amsterdam with a video to show us to start with.
Hello, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. My name is Caitlin Southwick. I am the founder and executive director of an international nonprofit called Key Culture, which works on the nexus of sustainability and culture. I actually started my company because I was an art conservator who felt that I didn't have really any agency in affecting change in my job. And my day-to-day work was not aligning with my moral and ethical compass. And I love this beautiful planet. I'm from Colorado. I'm a mountain girl. And I wanted to save not just our heritage, but also our world. And one of the most wonderful things about the cultural sector is not only our capacity to create beautiful things, but to influence our society and to really drive that cultural paradigm shift that we need in order to achieve a sustainable future. And what I realized in my career as we started going into sustainability as opposed to conservation was this emotional connection that people have with culture and with art. And I've seen over and over again the power that we have as the cultural sector to inspire people to make change, not only in terms of the inspiration that you have when you are encountering an exhibition or a work of art, but really in your day-to-day lives. And I think that we know that humans, unfortunately, are not necessarily the most rational people. We're emotional. And what drives change is our emotions. And sometimes when we're looking at hard-hitting facts, even experience day to day, it can be something that we adjust too quickly to or aren't realizing and taking to heart and applying to our behavior. And this is really what the power of culture is. It's a capacity to connect with someone on an emotional level. It's a power to drive that change and that catalyst. We've seen some amazing works of art around the world that have really inspired change and have really brought the climate conversation to the forefront. But what's interesting, of course, is that as the cultural sector, we still have this trust that is inherent in art. You know, sometimes we hear things about fake news or discussions about science and facts. But when you go into a museum, when you experience a work of art, there's a different type of a communication there. And that's what we want to harness to be able to talk about climate. I think that's the missing piece. And the more that we can use art to communicate about climate, the more effective we're going to be able in driving this change that we need. As I mentioned, there are so many amazing examples of works of art that talk about climate. And in the museum world, this is something that's becoming more and more common. And the problem, though, of course, is that we also need to practice what we preach. And as the museum sector, as I said, we have this inherent trust in society and with the public. But what we're missing is the transparency about our own practices. And I know that Ingmar was talking a little earlier about, you know, the importance of making sure that we're focusing on the big picture issues, but we also need to making sure that we have our own accountability. And I think that as individual sectors, we need to be transparent about what we're doing. And while the museum world and the cultural world may have a small piece of the pie, the truth of the matter is that we can't be effective advocates for change if we are not also being effective leaders and showing how it's done. And there's a couple of amazing works that I wanted to talk about today. One is a friend of mine and an artist named Michael Wang, who actually started doing artworks to reflect the carbon footprint of other artworks. And it really brought to light the issue about how art impacts the earth, not only in terms of the content it's sharing, but also in terms of the footprint it may or may not have. And this was a very eye-opening experience for a lot of people in the cultural sector who, you know, you might not ever think about what the carbon footprint of a museum is when you walk in. And what's really exciting, though, is that the cultural sector, I would say, are low-hanging fruit. We all want to be sustainable. We're not the people that need to be convinced about this, but we have the power to convince others. So what we do at my organization is really focus on how we can support the cultural sector in the transition to the sustainable practices so that we can better communicate and advocate with our audiences, our communities, and the public at large. And I'm really excited to be here today because, you know, culture needs a seat at the table. We have this capacity to affect change in a really dramatic way. The way that you experience a performance or the way that you look at a work of art can impact you. And if we're also making sure that we're being transparent about our sustainability practices and showing what we can do, we can make a huge, huge difference. I wanted to just leave with a little anecdote about what we're doing now at my organization and the impact that we're expecting to have. And I think that this is something that can resonate across all sectors. And this goes back to practicing what we preach in our own situation. We are looking right now at something called climate control. Basically, when you walk into a museum, they have HVAC systems running, dehumidification systems running, or humidifiers to maintain a certain certain climate levels so that they can better preserve their works of art. Scientific evidence has shown that the ranges for this, the temperature and relative humidity ranges, don't need to be as strict as originally thought. And there's evidence that shows that by making some changes, small changes that can still effectively conserve and preserve our artworks, we can save between 20 and 82% in our energy bill. And I've been speaking with a lot of energy efficiency consultants that say that making small changes in terms of our systems and our installations can halve our carbon footprint. So it's my hope that as the museum sector, we're going to be the leaders in halving our carbon footprint and meeting the Paris Agreement. So thank you so much for having me today. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here. Love, we don't have time. Continue to work together. And please let us know if we can help support as the cultural sector in the climate fight.
I have a question. This is, I think it's very interesting what you do. And I'm actually, my whole childhood was spending in museums because my father was head of a museum. So that was where I was running around doing things in a very interesting environment. I have a question, and that is, how many museums and culture institutions are you working with today, and in how many countries?
That's a great question. We have, oh gosh, I'm not sure how many countries, I think between 20 and 30. And we have over 100 institutions on board with the programming that we launched in January. And we're expecting to double that by this January. So in the next couple of months, with our pilot program on climate control.
Fantastic. It was also regarding this, doing both the individual change. In this case, it's the organization change, and that is something that really are reducing emission on scale. But museums are also very important in the way they communicate because they have visitors. So you have a lot of things to do there. And I don't remember what kind of museum it was, but it was a famous museum in London that had a lot of sponsorship from fossil fuel industry. Do you have anything about where the museums you work with, where they get their money from sponsorship, if they're allowed to work with the fossil fuel industry?
Absolutely, and that's been a huge topic of conversation. I don't work with any museums personally that are funded by fossil fuel companies. I know that that this has been something that a lot of museums have tackled head on. Joining you from Amsterdam, the Rijksmuseum, the Stedelijk Museum, the Van Gogh Museum have all defunded themselves from fossil fuel. And of course, I know that this is still a hot topic in the UK. There are some museums that still do accept fossil fuel funding. I think what's really interesting about this point, though, is a lot of museums are very scared when it comes to the financial issue. And as the cultural sector, we tend to be the first budget cuts. So there's a fear that if we get picky about where we accept money from, then we may not have money. And I think that this is something that we need to start being more creative about in terms of our business models and make sure that we are financially sustainable so that we can properly be economically and socially sustainable. Because we simply cannot rely on fossil fuel money. That goes against everything that we stand for as the cultural sector. So I think that this idea of moving away from fossil fuel is scary, but it's time for us to face our fears and get creative.
And creative is what your industry is very, very good at being. So I definitely have confidence that you will succeed. And your mission is very important, and I'm super happy to have your organization as partner on our platform. You also have a video you want to show us, and I'm looking forward to see that now.
Me?
No video. Are they screaming
No,
here
I
in the
didn't
tech
have a
room?
video. I'm sorry. I think that was another guest.
Okay. So thank you so much, and I have some guests here in studio I would like to invite. So please welcome Anita, Boya, and Nika to our stage. Again, you've been with us many times before. And for you that have seen this format previously, know that we are going to discuss what's happened here, what has been good and what has been bad. So if we start with the negative news, and start with you, Anita. What do you think has been negative today?
Okay, so I'm going to start with what I've heard from so many people is that the leaders who we expect them to hear and be here during the entire period left after 2 days, after the world leaders meeting. So to me, I feel like they should give time to this and at least be present during most of the, because it's like they just came to talk to each other and not really to listen, because they came for their leaders summit only and they left back to their countries. So to me, that is what I am not happy about, and so many other people.
So it's more a show off when a dialogue and listen.
Yeah, just to appearance, technical appearance.
And you, Boya?
Hi. So for me, I feel still we have conversation that are still restructured, especially today when you're seeing decarbonization discussions. When they talk about financing, is still restructured. So people are still feeling apprehensive. People are still feeling scared, and we don't want to have the same repetition we had in COP26, whereby when resources come into play, it still remain a subject of restructured. We want to see that also being implemented into action from world leaders, from businesses, from organizations, as we moved into a low carbon transition.
And you, Nika?
Well, yeah, for me, I just want to add with what Anita just said. I think with the high level events here in COP, but most of them are not really accessible to young people. I was trying to get into this event with Biden, but it was only for those that have party badge. So observer badge, where most youth has, is not really, it can't be used for it. So I just hope that it will be more accessible and, really get to have a conversation with them and hear young people. So, yeah.
And if we focus on the climate love, what have you seen here that has surprised you in a positive way?
Well, for my climate love, today I had an opportunity to participate to a poem. I got to read a wonderful poem written by someone from the Philippines. It was the event was organized by Climate Reality Philippines. So I would love to give my climate love to them, and for giving artists a platform to express themselves as well.
Well, for me, I first would upload some of the approaches that I've had. We're seeing more countries that have pledged a good transition. We also see, especially when we look at solutions. For example, I have seen numbers showing more countries taking hydrogen as a solution. I've also seen some success stories from approaches they've made, which are really showing hope. It really means more and more solutions are being carved and are being put in place, and that gives people hope. It shows, yes, we can do it, as our campaign says, and that is, for me, my positive reflection of the day.
Okay, I think I will start with the last thing that he said in his last sentence. Our We Can Do It campaign is really doing well. I have seen so many people, even within my networks, passing by our pavilion to come and take pictures and passing the We Can Do It campaign. So I am giving a climate love to the We Can Do It campaign, but we don't have time. And also, I attended a meeting by parliamentarians from Africa. And one of the senators from my country was present, and the meeting was on the role of parliamentarians in holding government accountable. I'm passionate in politics and leadership as well, and I believe that's the avenue that we need to look at right now in what exactly is missing in addressing climate change. And I really appreciated to see how our senator was so passionate and asked us if we can think of how we are going to come up with a program to provide climate education within the corridors of power, so that those people who are elected are aware of how this is a crisis and how they should treat it as a crisis. We are asking for climate financing, and if we are not careful, like I said in the first day, if our local leaders do not understand the urgency and that when we get the money, we need to use it in the right way, then the financing that we are asking for may end up not being used in the right way.
So the We Can Do It campaign, actually the taxi driver had this emblem on his shirt, so that's a good sign. I would like to give a climate warning for what I think has been a negative news here that I read to my home country, Sweden. We had the Swedish environment minister on a show yesterday. I think she had a lot of good answers regarding that the ambition is there. We're going to reach the target, the climate target to 2030. But when I read an article where our finance minister was quoted, and she had another message where she actually told the journalists that we're probably not going to meet the climate target in the new budget in the year 2030. And if we don't reach it, does it really matter? I think that's a terrible leadership, but at least it's honesty. So I give you that, but please improve. I mean, come on. Seriously. You should be here. Now we have some more very interesting guests to present, so please come up to stage and join us. And you're kind of late invited to this show, so instead of I reading your amazing credential, I would like you to present yourself and making it easy for me. So if we start with you, please, who are you?
My name is Lajaina Muzi. I'm a climate activist and a climate scientist from Egypt, and I'm 17 years old.
Hello, my name is Ismail. I'm 17 years old also, and I'm the climate champion for the youth and children from Egypt.
Hi, I'm Pacha Tupac, but my also name is Agustin Ocaña from Ecuador, and here, ready to answer your questions and to the people that is watching us, because it's important that the leaders of the world see that the youth is here to take lead of this sustainable change. We are here to act.
So, what have you seen so far at this COP that you think is positive, more than you expected before?
I think that the most positive change, or the thing that's different from all of the other COPs, is that this year there's a youth and children pavilion. So youth and children are actually given a voice, and they can express what they want. They can voice out their opinions.
For me, although there is a children and youth pavilion for the first time at COP, but also unfortunately there isn't any child delegate that can attend the negotiations in COP. And from our point of view, we didn't contribute to the destruction of the planet, and we are trying to solve it right now with the decision makers and the high levels. But our generation is the generation who is going to actually live the consequences in the future. So that's why we are trying to push and convince the high levels and the decision makers that each country should have its own child delegation on the decision-making table.
Yeah, now that they mentioned the youth pavilion, just right now, like 5 minutes ago, I was there with the Latin American leaders. We organized this with the Latin American people, the youth, so we get in touch with them so they can hear us, what we expect, what we can do. And we were also asking them how we can support them. Because we know, like, at least for Latin America, also Africa, is always harder and not that easy to be there and being here, because at the end, like, the first world countries is the one that are taking the decisions, you know. So they are. Yesterday, I was going to the Los Andamas session, and the other delegations are like 3, 4 people each team. But my country, Ecuador, was just this one person. So for sure, it's hard to be there, surrounded by all these people, feeling alone that you are not supported. So this chance that we have to be here as the youth is something that I would like to say is a positive thing from this scope. And also the chance that we are having to have actions here. For example, with this, with Luigi, we were working in the Tree of Hope. And after 3 days of hard work, we were able to bring the Tree of Hope here inside the Blue Zone. Was hard, it was not something that super easy to do, but we followed the right process and they were open to do, at the end we were able to do it, yeah.
So you experienced that the grown-ups, the leaders, are they listening to the youth voices?
I don't know if they are listening, but at least they are giving us the microphone to speak.
Okay.
You know, that's two different things.
It's a start.
Exactly.
And if you seen what the most negative so far at this meeting?
One of the negative things I think that we can see in this COP is that the children aren't involved in the decision making, and that isn't fair. Since we're the ones who are going to inherit the planet, I think we should get a say in what happens to it. I think that we should be able to actually make a positive impact, that we should be given access, and that everything should be transparent. It shouldn't be hidden from us just because of our age.
Yeah, that's pretty much the main point, that still in COP27 there isn't a child delegate who is actually negotiating in the decision. But as I said before, we are trying to push it forward. Today I met with the 2 high-level champions, Dr. Mahmoud Muhaddin and Nigel Topping, also Omnia Al-Amrani, the youth envoy, and we are trying to, and they are trying also. So it is a negative point, but we are trying to turn it into a positive one.
For me, it's really interesting that even that we were not like working together all these days, what we think at the end is the same. We are like feeling the same. We have the same sensation that we don't have the chance to be really part of the decisions. We are being here entertained. I mean, I love the pavilions. They are super cool, colorful, and all this, but I feel that we are being distracted. So if we are not being taken serious and being part of the decisions, and also like, yeah, lots of the fact that some brands are here giving us, like, people is like fighting for nature, but you seeing these brands being here, supporting this, how are they doing this? Like, I know it's about fundings, money is always like capital is the problem, but I'm sure that there's other companies that should be like supporting this and not the ones that have the biggest amount of money. So
the guest we had here yesterday, he talked about this meeting as a trade show for the end of the world. If you had the power to be there and doing the decisions, what will you do differently?
I will do it completely different. Like, the methodology that people is using right now it feels like, I don't know, I was in one session, I know that it's important that every country speaks, but even for, I don't know if they are prepared for this, but there's people, I don't want to be like super critical, but sorry, and there's people that have been here already for 28 COPs, 27 COPs. People like, how many COPs have you been there? Like 5, 3, 2. It's like, come on, if you have been already here and you don't have an idea how to solve the thing, let other people to join us, to join this kind of negotiations thing. And also the methodology as well. Like, for me it's hard, as I'm half indigenous, it's hard to understand how some people that is not really connected to nature is talking about how to solve the nature problem. they are doing this from a capitalism way of solving it, but some of them have not even been never in the forest, for example. So some activities like going and feeling the air, like, I don't know, planting a tree, like some activities that really get them connected. Or one day, cup, no water. So they feel how it's going to be, you know? They have to feel because...
I don't think that is a good idea, though, because one of the reasons I heard that the Copenhagen meeting was a total disaster was that they had no food. It was
We still have no food, bro.
yeah, and
It's $20. It's $20. It's
So-
$20 for one meal.
So-
You
so
think that
ma-
for us, I'm an engineer and I'm kind of having a good
Yeah.
salary, but even for that, I cannot afford like eating here all the day.
And
So-
it takes an hour to get that food, so that is not something good for this meeting, although other things have worked better. And what do you think? What would you say to if you had the power?
I'd probably provide accessibility for people to actually know how to act because we raised awareness a lot, okay? We really did raise more than 50% of the people's awareness, but look at the actual percentage acting from normal people, not decision makers and high levels, presidents. I'm talking about me and you, normal people who are actually acting from the percentage that already knows that climate change exists. Okay, so if I had the power, I would provide accessibility to give the chance for everyone who already knows about climate change to actually act, because a lot of people knows about climate change, but they don't know how to actually have their own impact.
What I would do if I had the power was, I guess that I would actually teach people how to make an impact, how to make an actual change instead of giving them a title or allowing them to come to a conference. I would show them how to make an impact and how to, for example, how to plant a tree. Instead of teaching someone about a problem, like we have this problem, we can't do anything about it, I think that I'd show them how to fix it. So we'd show the positive side about what they can do, not what they can't do. So you would teach them how to plant coral reefs, how to plant a tree, how to organize a cleanup, how to like make small differences which actually make an impact.
Isn't this upside down that you're here as youth telling the grown-ups what everyone knows that we need to do? I have a question. When I was a kid, I had no clue how to end up in an international conference. How did you get here? It's so many engaged youth. What's your story? How did it?
So about 3 weeks ago, me and Ismail attended a conference called Local Koi, which is a local conference of youth. And we got networking, we spoke to a lot of people, we told them that we wanted to make an impact. And after a week or so, we found a way to attend the conference of youth, which happened just before COP.
Not only attending COI 17, which is the Conference of Youth, but we actually worked with the content team. So we managed the agenda, the programs, the delivered sessions, panel discussions, almost everything concerning content in COI 17, we were managing it. Although 32 days ago, me and Lujain, we didn't know if we are going to attend even local COI as attendees. So if this is a story to learn from, it's an evidence that if you provided the great opportunities, change can literally happen in one night.
And after all of that, we didn't even know if we were going to be attending the local COI. And then we organized COI, we came to COP. And a few days ago, I gave a speech in front of Antonio Guterres, and he listened, and he tweeted about it, and he gave me a standing ovation. So if we provide youth with accessibility, if we teach them how to make an impact, they will. It's just a matter of giving them that access. It's like we're kept in the dark for a reason, because they know we're going to make a change. They know that we can be the change, and they're scared of it.
I think it's important that they speak more than me because these both kids are like genius, you know? Actually, we were together to meet Antonio Gutierrez. We were we are promoting the Tree of Hope. I don't know if you were able to get to see it. Was here yesterday, no, before yesterday. Is the Tree of Hope was a gift from the Conference of Youth to the Conference of Parts. Is a tree that was made from the garbage, and then each leaf was representing one dream, one action, one expectation that you were expecting to have here in COPE. Then after I already told you, like having all this process to bring this here, then to get the access to talk with Antonio Gutierrez was really hard. Then this incredible gear here got his attention, but all this protocol is so hard to follow, you know, for us at least, because we were like passing through all this, and then just 5 people were able to speak. And at the end, we almost didn't have the chance, right? Maybe you can explain that better.
So as Antonio was leaving, we actually we got his attention. Augustine said, "Hey, Antonio," and then he sat down, and then he listened. We started it off with a tweet that he made the same morning, and that's how we got his attention. And then after the speech, he tweeted, and he said that he's proud to stand with the youth. And I get that a lot of leaders can say things, but we actually need proof. We need action that you're proud to stand with us. We need your support. We need to know that we have support of world leaders, because at the end of the day, yes, we're capable, and yes, we're strong, but we are youth. We're not as experienced as everyone else out there because of our age, and that does limit things.
If you, I mean, the climate crisis and the situation we're in, we're in deep shit, as you know. But how do you feel? Do you feel it's hope that we can do it, that we can turn things around?
Well, last year I actually made a microplastic filter. It removes microplastics from 1,000 liters of water for $1.8, and it tackles 5 sustainable development goals. So I do think that there is hope. I do think that we can actually make a change, but I think that we also need to be given access. Children need to be taught how to do that, how to make an impact. And we can't do that unless we have the support of world leaders, unfortunately, since we're not given our basic human rights to be heard, to be given a voice, to be able to make an impact, and to genuinely be listened to.
As an evidence that we still need to be heard and given access, the science behind the innovation works, but until now it's not implemented because we still don't have funds. So the innovation is a brilliant one. A lot of leaders said that, and I repeat that the science behind it work, but we need the funding until now. And this is an evidence that although there is a lot of brilliant ideas, there isn't the important access to make the real difference out of these brilliant ideas and these brilliant thoughts.
I think that something that we should add is that these ideas, they're here. We don't need more conferences. We don't need more titles, more fake promises. What we do need is, instead of money being directed to conferences which intend to raise awareness to an audience who already has knowledge, everyone here at COP knows about the climate crisis. Why are they teaching them more about it? Why are they giving them information that they already have? So why not take that money, take those billions of pounds, and direct it into the innovations that are directed to fixing the problem? If you think about it, it's ridiculous how we're not directing it into saving Earth. You're like coming together, looking for a solution when the solutions are already there.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point. Like, as she said, like, they are entertaining us, and if we are losing hope, what else can we do? Like, I mean, I don't know how old are you, but you will be also here next year when everything is going to be super fucked up. And if the last COP without food was a chaos, imagine a world without food, a world without water. Is what we are like really taking the decisions about now. Like I'm really afraid of how the future is going to be, because my country, Latin America, I mean my region, Latin America, has lots of resources. I'm sure that we won't reach that point, but we don't have a way to defend that. When other countries are running out of these resources, what are they doing? We have been watching like war coming once and once, again and again, and I'm worried about that. And if I don't know, I mean, COP has been working and it did good because it raised kids like it also raised me. We were the future some years ago, but now we are ready. Maybe we should do it different, not having a COP, but having it different, letting like the youth to lead it.
Yeah. You could host the COP28, I think. You have
Yeah.
you have definitely the will, and with some money and some help, I think it's absolutely doable. But we need to, we still need to have those in power to.
It has to be intergenerational.
Yeah.
Like, for example, yesterday in the indigenous part, they were telling that the indigenous should host the COP because they are the one that are really connected, grounded to the earth. So, but then I was telling him, okay, the indigenous, but also the youth, but we still need experience from the wise people that was already here. We are not saying that we will solve it by ourselves, but we need to be here because if they are already trying to decide this for 27 times, it's like they won't do it like in a different way than 28 times,
Yes, and now they are calling out here that the team wants to go home after 12 hours of broadcast. But I want to thank you very much for what you do and that you came here to share your thoughts.
Thank you. Just last thing, that just support the Tree of Hope. What's the Tree of Hope? We are trying to change the world education system. Because if we are not able to overcome climate crisis, we at least have to prepare our kids, our youth, to the crises that are about to come. If we are still like receiving an education system that was created on 1857, and we are keep remembering names that are not, doesn't matter anymore, but if they'll teach us how to recover water, how to create biofilters, to build refuges and all this, because it's what we need. How we are going to survive in these hard years that are coming. We need to prepare our kids for that as well. If plan A is not working, we have to keep thinking on a plan B. Thank you for hosting us today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for having us. I hope that you all learned something from what we have to say, because our message is loud and clear. We need change. We need impact, not fake promises or empty promises.
I agree. So, with that, it's end of day 5 broadcast from here, from COP27. And we will see you tomorrow again. And I would like to thank all of our fantastic partners and speakers. And especially I want to thank our main partners, UNDP, Ericsson, Nature Positive, and Business Sweden. And also all our amazing media partners and hub partners and everyone else that have been involved in today's broadcast. See you tomorrow.
Hello, I'm John Liu, and I'm really happy to have this opportunity to speak with you today remotely. I'm also very grateful to the Common Land Foundation and the Mustard Seed Trust that make it possible for me to do this work. I have been a professional witness and a student of transformational change. In politics, economics, culture, and ecology over my entire adult life. In studying ecology, I learned that evolutionary succession over billions of years led to multidimensional symbiotic systems in dynamic equilibrium. This process is accumulative and leads to the creation, constant filtration, and continuous renewal of the Earth's atmosphere, the freshwater system, the fertility of the soil, and the amazing biodiversity on the Earth. Observing and analyzing how human beings over historical time have degraded natural Earth systems is of critical importance. Most emphasis has been placed on the egregious emission of CO2 and other greenhouse gases. This is both an inconvenient truth and a partial one. I have directly observed that human impacts from devegetation and other types of alteration of the Earth's biological systems allow solar radiation to directly hit the surface of the Earth, raising surface temperatures by very large amounts. This phenomenon unnaturally creates thermal drafts, driving moisture into the upper atmosphere, where it is no longer nurturing the soil and the vegetation, but instead is twice as impactful as CO2 as a greenhouse gas. We do not only have to restore carbon equilibrium, we also must restore the hydrological cycle, the pedosphere, and specifically the habitat for microbial and fungal communities that form the basis of the web of life by making minerals and nutrients from geologic materials bioavailable to plant and animal life forms. The restoration of the Lys Plateau has shown that by increasing biodiversity, biomass, and accumulated organic matter, it is possible to restore lower surface temperatures, holding moisture near the Earth. By restoring the canopy, solar radiation is interrupted, creating microclimates that help recharge the lower hydrological cycle. It is possible to restore large-scale degraded landscapes that have been degraded over vast areas and over long historic time frames. Ecological restoration is not theoretical. It is physical, and the actions of millions and billions of people are needed to reverse human impact on the climate, making ecological restoration also the way to ensure full employment, food security, physical and psychological health. When ecological restoration is properly valued, logically it must become the central intention of human civilization and the basis of human economy, thus removing the perverse incentive to degrade the Earth's life support systems and instead incentivizing actions that are in the interests of all people and all life on Earth. People all over the world are already choosing to work on ecosystem restoration. The need is urgent, and those in positions of power need to humbly serve everyone who puts their hands in the soil to consciously revegetate and restore. Valuing restoration higher than materialism and honoring the wisdom and stewardship of the indigenous cultures, who have always known that all life is sacred, is a much-needed paradigm shift. This is the answer to both restoring the Earth's ecological function and also to bringing justice to those who have been and continue to be so badly abused by the spread of false beliefs based on selfishness and ignorance. In restoring the Earth's natural ecological function, we all have a role to play. If we all play together, it's going to be both effective and a whole lot more fun. Thank you for listening.
This one goes out to planet Earth. Each one teach one.
Listen, listen, there's a distant sound.
Yeah.
Coming closer soon, it's all around.
It's all around.
Hear me, time is running out.
Come on.
Come on, tell them what it's all about.
We're running out of time, running out of air. Gotta keep it clean, show me you care. Wherever you are, you gotta wake up. Come on. We got a job to do, so stand up. Salute life, not the general. Play fair, with your morals. We can be united as the nations. For our planet, running out of patience. We ain't got no time. Come on. So we don't have no time now. So we don't have no time now. Yeah.
Time to act, we got a world to save. Right or wrong now, how will you behave?
solution. Switch it up for future generations. Level up, stop wasting. You wanna know if that's water that you're tasting? Stop playing with our future. My daughter told me if our planet dies, then how will you console me? Show me some responsibility. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hey. That's right, y'all. We don't have time. To ignore the signs. We can't ignore it no more. We don't have time. You gotta make it right now. Make it happen right now.
We kids don't usually do what you tell us to do. We do what you do. And since you adults don't give a damn about my future, I won't either.
Together we can do it.
We don't have time to wait.
Let's go. We ain't got no time now. To ignore the signs no more. Yeah, hey. Hear me, it's a final call. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? To ignore the signs no more. So we don't have no time now. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? It's a final call. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? This one goes out to planet Earth.